Yo, welcome to the New Normal Podcast. Scrap in, lock in, and turn the volume all the way up. This is the one, the only, the unapologetic, high octane, truth bombing, conservative leaning black woman who's out here flipping the script, roasting the narrative, and making the internet clutch its pearls. Every single week, she's young, she's vibrant, she's controversial as hell. She did not come to play. From the YouTube trenches to your earbuds, she's serving hot takes, hard facts, and zero filter. All while looking like she just walked off a runway and still had time to school the timeline. If you're looking for soft, safe, politically correct, this is the wrong podcast. If you're ready for real talk, real energy, and a whole lot of unfiltered sauce, welcome to the New Normal Podcast. Let's go.
Let's go.
How you feeling today?
Oh my God, I feel great.
Oh, that's
I am
good.
so glad to be here. It's been so long since we've done
It's
it.
been a while since we done podcast together. As a matter of fact,
Yes.
how long you think it's been?
Well, if I know you haven't gone live like you mentioned at all this year,
Yeah,
so I know it's at least been that long. So probably 7, 8 months.
a long time.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say this: the reason I haven't went live is because it's been hot in here. I've been asking our, I guess, slum lord to fix the air in the podcast studio, but he hasn't yet. And that is really, really pissing me off.
Y'all, I gotta let y'all know because Fed is modest. I want y'all to know it looks first of all incredible in here, and second of all, he's got top shelf imbibement. We 1738. Okay. And I'm gonna partake. So
Hey, y'all see that drop? She dropped that for us for 1738. So y'all need to go and come in, cut the check.
right.
Since
Oh,
y'all,
yeah, no free promo. No free
since
promo.
she giving the promo out here. So yeah. So I'm gonna ask you something.
Okay.
What is the status of your black card right now?
Oh, it has been revoked, unfortunately.
Revoked?
Yeah, it's been revoked. I no longer have it. Let the black internet streets tell it anyway. I know.
Have your black card revoked. How do you feel about it? Do you feel like you're gonna go in debt? You can't buy a house. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, you know what? How can I possibly go on without this just valuable black card? But of course, the real answer is just like I dropped that reel earlier today. Baby, have it. Have that card.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this. I think the black card is just basically pay to play at this point. It is like if you want to be part of us, you got to go say what we want you to say, do what we want you to say, all of that. So it's really like a pay to play type of thing. And I don't think nobody wants to participate in it if you can't speak your mind, and especially calling out what's going on
exactly
in the black community, right?
Exactly.
So the first thing I want to get into, since it's a popular topic, and I had got a lot of flack for saying this, so I'm gonna ask you.
Just jumping it right off.
We're gonna just get into it. So the thing with Nolan Wells. Now, people got mad at me, and I had to make a response video to a response video to a response video because people, what I noticed, people, they used to say reading is fundamental, but listening, I guess, is as well. And I've seen so many people mad typing, misspelling words, and saying stuff in my video that I did not say. And so I'm going to ask you and see what you feel about this. I had said, it seems as if Nolan Wells' parents are just trying to get money. And this woman come in and said, who wants their son dead? And I had to reiterate that I don't think they want their son. I know they don't want their son dead.
And I also know that's not what you said.
Right. But since that since he's died, they're like trying to get some restitution or retribution from his death. How do you feel about me saying that?
Yeah, well, it's like you just said, and I said something similar as well, where if you did not want to make this about money, you would not have involved the people that you did.
Mm-hmm.
If something happened to me, I know for a fact, of course, God forbid, but I know that my family would have enough sense to not involve race-baiting hustlers like Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton, because all they do is, first of all, worsen and further agitate a situation. Their presence alone gets Black people all riled up, and it's because the Black community is matriarchal, which means a lot of things, but one of the most damning things about that means that we're led by emotion, because women are led by emotion.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that gets us emotionally charged, that means something to us. This case went from, you know, when it first happened, it was just an unfortunate thing that a young man lost his life over 4th of July weekend. You know, these people have to bury their young son. But as soon as now the race element gets involved, Benjamin Crump and these other people, then there's going to be a GoFundMe. And I've seen that the amount of the GoFundMe has been raised significantly. I think now, at least as recently as 2 days ago, it's $850,000. It doesn't take $850,000 to bury a child. That's the type of money that you get from like a wrongful death lawsuit. And that's something that you can file if you would like, but that should not be, people should not be giving you that much money out of the goodness of their heart. At the end of the day, no dollar amount is going to replace your child. So though that person is right, I don't believe that they wanted anything to happen to their son. I think two conversations can happen at the same time, where they're saddened by the loss of their son, but they're also doing the human thing sometimes where they're like, well, how can this benefit us?
And that's how I feel. I feel like when you add the ambulance chaser Ben Crump, and they always talk about civil rights, and I tell people, I still haven't seen him in a courtroom to this day. Every time I see him is at a podium or an NAACP meeting or on the couch with a family or a 60 Minutes interview or NBC, something like that. I've never just seen him in a courtroom. They claim he's lawyer. He might be, I don't know. He probably is. You know what I'm saying? To me, it just seemed more as a civil rights activist.
And a DEI hire. And I also spoke about that as well. This is something that Black people probably really will feel uncomfortable hearing, but it is the truth. And this is something I've seen. I'm telling y'all now, buckle in, because it's gonna go there. So a lot of people that are propped up to be the intellectual class of the Black community, a lot of those people are pseudo intellectuals. They are not as intelligent as they seem. They know just the right buzzwords to use. They have these degrees or what have you. They have these degrees from these HBCUs. No shade to the HBCUs. I'm sure a lot of them try to pride themselves in good work and different things like that. But unfortunately, in the Black community, we have a thing where we sometimes will cut corners, you know what I'm saying? Just find a way to work smarter, not harder. I feel that, but in some ways you can't do that. In some arenas, you can't do that. And academia is one of those arenas. This does not need to be, I'm saying this right now, and I would never reveal these people's names. I have done entire dissertations for people before. I have written entire doctoral dissertations for people. So those people did not come up with their own dissertations. Yes, they had to defend them on their own, but I wrote it. I have taken entire classes for people, and none of my clients were white. So that's all I'll say. So and back to Benjamin Crump being a DEI hire. Now, we watched him fumble through reading the autopsy results. And that's not shocking to me at all. That was shocking to some people, but not to me.
Right.
Because I know what the proverbial y'all thinks is smart, or y'all. No. These where they're letting people in, the quotas they have to meet for certain schools, let these amount of Black people in or whatever. This is why we are fans of merit-based results. At the end of the day, what does your merit grant you? I don't want to be let into Harvard because you had a Black quota you had to meet. What makes people just so sure that these schools have nothing better to do with their time than to deny the smartest, most brilliant minds just because they happen to be Black, or they happen to be Asian, or they happen to be whatever else? Let y'all tell it any minority group was, discriminated against, but yet the Asians are so successful. Why are they so successful? It's because of their culture. Their culture prides academics. Their culture prides intact families, respect, honor for your family. It's hard to have honor for a family when you and all of your siblings have different last names. You know what I'm saying? And that's a very common experience for Black people today.
Why is it not shunned? I'm going to just say this. Why is it not shunned in our community to have multiple baby daddies? And, because, they had that. Remember that video that went viral of the man bringing his son some McDonald's? And then she was like, "You're supposed to bring all the kids McDonald's."
Boy, that pissed me off.
I was like, "What? Why would I be paying for your children that I didn't help make? Like, that makes no sense." And I don't even know why, me personally, I don't know why anybody, man or woman, deal with someone with children. And the reason I say that, I know it's more frowned upon with women, but as a woman, when you think about having children of your own with this man, I think about like if he's on child support, that's taking money out of your kid's mouth, your household, and stuff like that. So on the flip side, I can also see that, hey, that's not a cool thing to do, you know. So why do you think that?
I think that the reason why it's not shunned is because slavery and Jim Crow, civil rights era, it did something to Black people, especially slavery, where it made us feel as though there's something inherently wrong or nefarious with pointing out bad behavior. People throw around terms like respectability politics. I hate that. Like that, to me, that is like a itch in my ass. I hate it. Because what do you mean respectability politics? You mean to tell me that me expecting you to be a respectable person is political? It's not just something that you should embody as a human being with dignity. It lets me know that we do not have anywhere near the same level of decorum and poise and sophistication that we did once have. See, this is how Black people, anyone watching this, y'all need to be able to know, it's not possible for me to hate Black people. First of all, I love myself. I love my future husband. I love my good friends and family. And I actually hold us to a higher standard. I hold us to a much higher standard. Like, I remember when Monique got so much flack for saying, stop wearing the bonnets in public. A very common sense, straightforward statement. You should not be wearing sleepwear outside in public.
Right.
And that set a firestorm. Why? Because Black people we've internalized this kind of like, we feel like you can't critique anything we do because we sincerely believe that every wrong that we do is a result of white supremacy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you critique something that Black people are doing, they're just going to counter it with, well, if these white people hadn't set up these systems. Like I had a conversation with, and shout out to him if he's watching, a very intelligent cousin of mine. But again, he's been indoctrinated. Went to an HBCU and they taught him all the crazy stuff. I'm saying, cuz, hey, there's no excuse for wearing a bonnet or a do-rag in public. There's none.
So hold on, is a male cousin?
Cousin.
He defended.
Yes.
A bonnet.
Bonnet and a do-rag. He said, why does it matter what people wear in public? That's just you trying to police Black.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I remember a time when I was getting dressed. When I was staying home with my parents, and we were getting ready to go somewhere, and I had some pajamas on. My mom was like, "Where you going?" I was like, "You finna go to the store. We just finna run to Walmart real quick." She's like, "You're not finna go nowhere with me with no pajamas on, and people see you outside in sleepwear. Like, what's going on?" And so even my mother checked me on just trying to run to the store to get something as a kid, and I had on pajamas, but bonnets is like, and it's weird that a man would want to see a woman in a bonnet. I thought that was odd too, but to hear that, I think it's weird to hear that you defend that. And I don't think she said nothing wrong. I think what happens is we get to the point now where the message is the message, but it depends on the messenger. Mm-hmm. And you have somebody like a Monique trying to be like a decorum police. Now, it wasn't moral, but I guess the decorum police, when you have that type of content that you put out, your mouth is kind of foul, and you know, one of my hot takes, I think Monique is part of the blame for a lot of the like weight issues we see with Black women too. Yeah. With the Parkers and China, I'm fine, and you know, I embrace being big and stuff like that. But soon as she got a chance to lose weight, she lost the weight and tell everybody, "Hey, you need to go lose some weight." So I just think she's part of the issue when, you know, the Parker show, her and the other girl, what's Countess Vaughn, is that her name? And both of them were, you know, big women. And I will give her credit. We didn't see big women on TV like that be a leading role unless it was like somebody's grandmama or mama or something like that. She had a leading role.
Cornbread make a husky.
Right. So it was a different time, and I guess, you know, she had the power and she used it wrong, I think. You know.
So I think that in Monique's case, I do agree that it reminds me of like with Ice Cube, like how you can tell Ice Cube. I feel like he is like riddled with guilt for the role that he played with being in NWA. Of, you know, let's be honest, that was kind of the first real, you think about like that kind of gangster rap, that raunchy, gritty, like they were kind of the pioneers of that NWA.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's why he has spent all of his life since then with like the family movies and like just trying to be a positive influence, because I think he carries that guilt. And it could be something similar with Monique. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, and that brings up a completely whole other thing, but I will touch on it. think about what Monique had to do to be a successful comedian. She had to be raunchy. She had to be over sexual and all this type of stuff. One, because she was a bigger woman. So people weren't going to, when you're heavy, people do not listen to you. I really wish that people who, and I'm still losing weight myself before y'all come in the comments, baby, I already know. But when you are bigger, people do not listen to you. When I was at my heaviest, I had the same talking points that I got now. I used to say the same stuff. Well, wasn't nobody trying to hear that.
Right.
Like, oh, this big girl talking about some this and that. Like, girl.
Right. Because I think this is gonna sound bad. I think it's like you trying to police people, but you can't
even
police your plate. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how
police your plate.
So it's like I can't really. Like I say, the message and the messenger all got to align. And I think even like content creation, I think with men so much, because I look at the landscape of content creation and what people say, and the men, a lot of the men aren't necessarily got to look a certain type of way. I think they just can't be big, but I think a lot of your big male content creators aren't, I would say, the looker. But with women, y'all are just under way more scrutiny. Like y'all shit got to be makeup on point, body on point. You got to have your breasts kind of pushed up in your face. People got to see them and stuff like that. And since we're talking about it, let me ask you a question. So I seen you make a post on your page, and it was in response to somebody commenting about your breasts on your about your breasts on Facebook and how they looked or whatever like that. So, but the question I want to ask you, you would consider yourself a conservative woman?
I would.
How does conservatism and being sexy on the internet, do they go hand in hand, or do you supposed to look a certain type of way? And the reason I ask this as well, because we also see the thing with the trad wives and they wearing the dresses, but they also kind of got their breasts pushed up in those dresses while they acting like they making biscuits and things like that. So my question to you is, how does conservatism and being sexy, how do they go like hand in hand? Should they dress a certain type of way? Does conservative women supposed to have a certain look? Like, what should we expect? If I'm walking down the road, I know that's a conservative woman. How should I know that's a conservative woman?
So admittedly, when it comes to a visage, you really can't always pinpoint. And I've learned that even more lately than I knew before. There is a lady, and I hate that I can't think of her name. She is completely opposite of what I would consider a conservative woman to be, not just because of like some sort of sexiness. She's tatted up from like the neck down. She's got dark black hair, like she's giving the whole goth look. And that is typically what you would consider to be like extreme liberal. You know what I'm saying? That's like the blue hair liberal kind of thing. But she is staunchly conservative. And I think that that's what's interesting, is that people always had put conservative women, men, anyone in a box, and we just really don't belong there. To me, what being a conservative means is I do want to conserve what I do consider to be traditional American values of family, of God, of education, of honesty. There are a lot of things that I align with when it comes to the Republican Party. Obviously, I believe in secure borders. I don't believe in abortion at all. I understand that in people's minds, they feel like, hey, this is probably the better situation. But I feel that we should not be playing God. That is my ultimate decision with those things. So to answer your question, I don't think you would ever be able to just look at someone and tell they're conservative, but more so when you talk with them. The minute that you start to speak with them, what are they saying? What are they espousing? And you will know very quickly. And if you are a conservative, don't be a coward out here. Okay. Don't be on the team if you're not going to fully bat for the team. I can't stand that. Like like with me, people can ask me, my own family members can ask me, I don't care how uncomfortable it is. Oh, you voted for Donald Trump? Oh, you're against women having abortions? You align with men policing women's bodies? Stop using all that internet speak. It's not policing women's bodies.
I'm gonna say this. I hate internet speak.
It's stupid.
Go ahead.
It's not men policing women's bodies. It's you're committing murder in utero. You can't commit murder outside of utero. So what makes you think you can commit it in utero? The same way. Spoiler alert for anybody who didn't watch it, but that documentary everybody was talking about, Maternal Instinct, that is the most high profile death row case that Texas has ever had.
What's Maternal Instinct about?
It's Maternal Instinct. It's on Netflix. It's about this lady.
Is that the one that kidnapped that lady baby? That killed
the lady and took her baby.
Okay.
And guess what? She was charged for killing 2 people.
Now, at first, her defense tried to say that that baby was alive when she first took the baby out. And so that's just, no, I'm so sorry. They said that the baby was dead, so they couldn't get her on the kidnapping charges, but the baby actually was alive at first and then ultimately died.
Mhm.
So the same way if that baby was inside that lady's stomach when you killed her, and then that ultimately killed the baby, you're getting charged for 2 murders. Just like if anybody shoots and kills a pregnant lady, you're getting charged with 2 murders. Why is that person charged with a murder and you're not?
Mhm.
And people love this my body, my choice thing. And it's like, okay, choices have consequences. That's what liberals don't understand. It's the same thing with like free speech. Yes, technically you have the right to free speech, but you don't have the right against consequences.
See, I think when it comes to abortion, I'm gonna say this gonna sound crazy. I would actually be for abortion if it helps society, but it typically does not help society in the fact that the people that should be getting abortions don't. And my thought process of it is, so when I say help society, I just look at it like war, right?
Okay.
So you can go to war, you can kill people over there for the goodness of your country, so people won't come over
Yeah.
here and invade, and we all sing hunky dory depending on what you believe you're fighting for, right?
Mhm.
So if you believe that you're not a woman that can raise this kid and he's going to go into foster care and maybe grow to be Jeffrey Dahmer because he hates you, or he hasn't had the right love, or if he going to the foster care, we know how a lot of those people are like mistreated and stuff like that. Then it's like, maybe, just maybe, abortion can be, help society. But the thing about it is, the people that get abortion, it seems like they always go back and do the same thing over. Or I see like those women that say, um have 6 and 7 kids and 5 baby daddies and things like that. Like those are the people that should be having abortions and shit like that, but they don't have abortions. So it's like it's really no use of having said thing. And then I think about a lot of people that do decide to just have children without being married, or them and their baby daddy mess up. I know a lot of chicks that's like one and done. So I feel like I know girls that had an abortion, right? And then they still go get pregnant, still become a baby mama, but then it's like, oh no, I'm finna go get fixed, whoop the whoop and all that.
Mhm.
And I just feel as if you should just had the first one, then you probably still been done. So there's really no reason to just have abortion like that, even with the idea that rape, incest, and all those type of things.
Well,
Like
we already know that those things are just cop outs. We
Right.
already know that that's just a convenient excuse because we know that those cases make up for less than 1%. At
right.
least all we can go by is what people report. If you lie and say that this is not the result of rape or incest, all we can go by is what you say it. So what is reported is that this is less than 1% of cases, meaning that it is insignificant. It's almost insignificant to even bring up. So that means that all the time, basically, apart from like 5 times, people are having abortions because it is just having a baby is an inconvenience to them. And you're not a woman. So I'm telling you, as a woman who does desire to have children and understands the importance of motherhood and bringing children into this world and raising them properly, raising them, of course, with the love of Jesus, these types of things. I think about what that really does to a society where we basically devalue human life so much. And have you ever noticed the pro-abortion people, the farthest left people that there are on this earth and in this country? They're the type of people that will literally like just lose it if a dog dies, even in a movie. I have literally, I'm in a psychological thrillers book group. And there are women who will literally say, guys, I'm about to start reading this one book. And can everybody let me know, does the dog die in this book? Okay, please. It's a trigger warning for me. Just let me know if the dog dies. And I'm like, but yet you would literally not bat an eye if a woman literally exterminates her child. And then what's funny is I just watched this video the other day, and this man was talking about the process for lethal injection when people get the death penalty. And so it's a 3-part cocktail. And one of them is the potassium chloride or something, I think it was called. I know it's potassium something. And that is the last thing that they do. Before that, they give you an anesthetic. I think it's 2 different types of anesthetics, of course, so you don't feel the pain because they feel that that's inhumane. Even for someone who has done atrocious things, they say, hey, we're going to kill you, but not in an inhumane way. But babies who are aborted still receive the potassium chloride, but they don't get an antiseptic. And if a baby has a heartbeat, they'll have fingernails, they'll have certain senses and abilities to feel things, so they can feel that pain, which apparently is excruciating enough that we would not let a murderer feel the pain. But we will say, well, this baby who has done nothing to no one deserves to feel this pain, even if shortly, briefly, it doesn't matter.
Mm.
So the reason I'm so against it is because, one, I feel like it's like this weird child sacrifice thing. Like, I feel like, have you ever seen the movie Cabin in the Woods?
No, I never seen it.
So it's kind of it's a parody horror movie. It's kind of silly. And basically it's that every horror scene we've ever seen is generated by these people who work at like this big building, and they get people to do stupid stuff in horror movies to please these gods.
Mhm.
And at the end, the gods are not pleased because the people, our main characters, they beat it, like they beat the system. So they didn't believe that something really bad was actually going to happen and the world ended up getting swallowed up or whatever. But the point of it is that there are these sort of overlords that have to be paid with a blood sacrifice. And I know that sounds wonky, but is it really? Blood sacrifice has been a part of human civilization for a long time in more ancient parts of the world.
Chris Disney said that woman can hang out with me. That was by this comment.
Oh,
Very well said. Well, let me ask you something.
thank you, Chris.
But I'm gonna say this. I agree about that far left people, the blue hair people that like, dogs can't die and dogs are supposed to be, these entities that are, taken care of and stuff like that, like dog worshipers. Like I've seen these types of people, and it's typically girls. They'll lay with the dog, they'll kiss on the dog, and they'll fuck the dog. But then all of a sudden now, baby is not alive. No, literally, I'm gonna say this.
You seen that black girl?
The black girl hunter, but no, I'm going to tell you about the experience. I'm going to tell you about the experience.
Not a real life experience.
Real life experience. I'm going to tell you about it.
Oh, I need to re-up on this.
So I'm working at St. Vincent Hospital, right? They come in the emergency room. It's a white lady laying, I don't know what you call it.
Come on now, white folks. Y'all know I be trying to cape for y'all.
On the stretcher. They got her covered up. And there's something moving in her. It's a dog stuck inside her. What people don't know about it too, like when dogs get stuck with each other too, like a dog penis, like it's so swollen, and it gets stuck inside the women. And this is a common reoccurrence. And I literally just seen a video on TikTok of them arresting a lady because her husband was thinking, he thought she was having sex with the dog. So he planted a hidden camera in the house, and he went to the police and showed the police that she was doing bestiality with her dog. And she's in the car, they recording it, she's in the car with the police, and she was like, why y'all here? She was like, well, your 4 dogs are finna go to the animal police or whatever they call. And it's because your husband put a secret camera inside of your
how the
house.
hell do you be finding
It's random. TikTok been going wild lately, and typically they block stuff, but the police was telling her, hey, you finna go to jail for bestiality. And for bestiality. It's crazy. It's crazy, but it's a real thing. Like, and then after that video, I've been seeing on TikTok, they have a lot of horse videos.
Oh,
so you've been seeing the horse videos?
Okay, first of all, no, I have not seen them, but I am familiar with the concept. So
so they had the horse videos, and now lately I watch. I'm fascinated. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna watch. So I'm like, well, they've been showing a lot of horse videos on this bitch lately. What's going on? And so they got. I guess horses have this thing around their penis, like a thing that grow. Like I'm thinking it's like bacteria.
When I agreed to this, I thought I would have plenty of clippable shots, but this whole thing, I will not be able to clip. I will not be able to clip any of this conversation.
You're going to be able to clip it, but yeah, I guess like around the horse, it's like this little knot thing that grows, and they got a lot of women like showing, I'm gonna clean in the horse's penis and taking the thing off and showing it. So that's the thing. Like it's on TikTok, and they were showing a lot of like horse.
You know what? You bring up a good point.
Everyone, we saw. I'm just gonna say this, and this goes back to the conservative stuff. We're so sex crazed to the point now we're so far out of there in America to where bestiality is becoming a thing where people literally want to see it. Like the lady that black girl talking about laying with a dog, or the video of the lady on TikTok getting arrested. Like we're so over sexualized now that just regular human sex is not a thing, and it's not getting people off now.
Well, the word that I believe you're looking for is perverse. And
Yeah.
I used that word earlier today in a reel of mine. And that comes that's biblical. You know what I'm saying? The Bible talks about what people will be doing in the last days. And sexual perversion has always been something that God has shunned for a while. And it's because it goes against his order and nature that he designed for us. So anything that operates outside of heterosexual married people having sex is obviously a deviation from God's order. So when I say that, people always say, well, didn't you fornicate and all this type of stuff? I was like, I've never denied any sexual activity that I've had. What I was ever trying to say is, as a society, we can't get to a point where we say there's nothing wrong with these things. You might say, well, what is wrong with fornication? What's wrong with having sex with somebody who's not your spouse? Well, think about all the harm that it's done.
Yeah.
You just mentioned the people who should have abortions, which of course that's something we disagree on, but I get your point. The people who should, here's a better way I might say it, should stop having kids.
Should stop having. I'm gonna say this. When I say should, I'm saying you're just a person that's not going to take care of this child. I don't think you should
Exactly.
be
You should just stop having children.
Having children, not. But I think after you get to the point where it's there, because people are not going to stop having sex.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: there are a trillion ways. Like I've said this on the channel before, so I don't mean to be vulgar, but I have been with the same man for 6 years. I've never once had a pregnancy scare. At the end of the day, we all, I hope, passed 6th grade biology. Or the little health classes. I remember. This is so random, by the way.
I'm gonna stop you, and I got to stop you. This is a real life situation.
Okay.
Real life with my family.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if I should tell it.
You already stopped me.
Oh man, okay. So since you're talking about people in the past to 6th grade biology, I gotta say this, right?
Yeah.
So my brother's child.
Okay.
She's 14, 15, 16. She's somewhere around there. My brother really doesn't take care of them well, so she stays with her grandmother.
I did not know any of this information.
Okay, Jazz didn't know. We don't really talk about my brother, but she stays with her grandmother. Her and her grandmother doesn't have the best relationship, right? Because her grandmother kind of raised her, trying to raise her and treat her like she treated her mother, and that's why her mother is not taking care of her as a daughter. All this is a full circle thing, right? So, in the efforts to make her grandmother mad, now I don't know if this was the full attention to make her grandmother mad. She told her that she was pregnant, right? So she goes to my parents' house, and my dad's asking her because she calls my parents. Her grandma calls my parents and was like, G said she's pregnant, right? And so then my dad asked her, like, are you pregnant? She's like, yeah, I'm pregnant. And so my dad was like, that girl ain't pregnant. Like, she's not pregnant, right? So my mom was like, okay. So my mom took her to the doctor. They examined her, whatever. She's still a virgin. She don't know how sex works and none of that. But she knew that telling her grandmother would make her mad, though. That's what it came to be. And the reason I bring it up is because you might be like, well, she just told her that to make her mad. No, like my mother and father literally asked her, well, do you know how sex works? And so in talking about how sex works, she didn't know none of the parameters, this, where it goes. Like she knew, she was oblivious. And I was like, and that's my brother said, well, why are you not talking to your daughter about sex?
Definitely at that age.
And I said, and you'll be blind. I'm just be real. You will be blind. I'm looking at my niece and I'm like, she's got big breasts and a big butt, and she's mixed with long hair down her back. And you don't think little boys are trying to get at your daughter? You're like, I know people are gonna be weird. Oh, you're looking at like it'd be crazy for me to not see these big breasts on my niece. Big hips and butt on my knees.
Well, you just know what comes with those things.
Right.
Like, as somebody who obviously was once a teenage boy yourself, I just think that in the Black community, we have a weird relationship with sex, period.
We do.
You know what I'm saying? We treat it like it's very taboo. Even my own
But
parents
hold on, I'm gonna say
are like
this:
that.
it's we so different sided when it comes to sex. Because 1 minute we treat it taboo, and then 1 minute we so open with it. Like 1 minute it's like you're not supposed to say this thing about sex, but then the next minute we'll listen to, your Sukianas and your
Well,
Sexy
it's just
Reds.
a result of there is no cohesion. It's what happens. I'm not trying to be, you know what? Yes, I am. It's what happens when you deviate from God. I want Black people to know something. The reason why we are suffering the way that we are is because we are godless heathens. Let me please explain. You have to think, to your point, think about what the average Black person accepts as their culture.
Mm,
Because you know that they accept it because when someone like myself or even yourself comes along, you're married, I'm getting married.
mhm,
You have kids with only your wife. I don't have children. I won't have children until I have my husband. We are an anomaly in the Black community, quite
Right.
literally. But when we say these things, we're treated with ostracization.
mhm.
We're not treated as, dang, yeah, I'm so glad to see a brother, and a sister. No, we're treated as, look at them. They just tap dancing for white folks. Why do white people live rent free in y'all's head so much? It's because you have made white people your God. You sincerely believe that white people are so superior to you that their opinions of things, their constructs, what have you. I did make a video where I said white people did culture right, and I meant it because white people are smart enough to shun their lowest hanging fruit, and Black people refuse to do it. White people are not; they don't believe all of them are perfect. It's just that when some of them do something bad, like you mentioned, the sleeping with damn horses and stuff, you're not going to see those women. They're not going to prop them up, but yet you'll have Black women who will prop up Sukiana. Oh my God, Suki's so crazy, y'all. Look at my girl. She's just out here just having fun. No, she's not fucking having fun. You know what I'm saying? Like she's acting like an insane person, and you are literally hyping her up as opposed to being like, dang, this is wild.
So my thing is that with this, I don't have a problem with any of those things. I don't have a problem with the well, my scamming ass niggas. I like the
Mhm.
song. When I first heard it, I told my wife, I said, "Oh, Young Miami got a hit on her hand." She was
I
like,
don't like it. Even besides the fact that I don't like the,
"Yeah,
it just didn't do
yeah."
nothing
When I
for me.
first heard it, I told my wife, I said, "Oh, she got a hit on her hand." I like Sukiyana music for what it is. And I understand the entertainment aspect. I understand the raunchiness, and I understand that you're trying to break through barriers to be an entertainer. So there's a lot of content out there. So when Sexy Red said my booty hole brown, all that, I understand why they do these things because it's supposed to be a shock jock. We come up in the area. We looking at like white people, Howard Stern, and the things Don Imus, Rutgers basketball team, like a bunch of nappy headed hoes. Like you might be like, oh, that's racist, but I understand why they're doing it because they're trying to garner attention. My issue with all of that is simply when you listen to these entertainers, like a Snoop Dogg said, I don't let my kids listen to my music or anybody else's music. When I listen to 2 Chainz said, I don't let my children listen to my music. Cardi B, they got mad at Cardi B. You might remember this. Cardi B is in the kitchen
Yo, Miami even said the same
listening
thing.
to the music, and her daughter walks in, she turns it off. And then they was like, well, why are you turning it off? And what was like, my daughter's like 2, 3. I'm talking about I got a wet ass pussy. Like, why would I want my daughter to listen? So this is my thing is it's not really the person that puts the product out, it's just the consumer for me. Same thing is I'm not really mad at like a Nature Boy. You know who Nature Boy is? I'm not mad at a Nature Boy. I'm mad at his followers. Nature Boy knows what he's trying to do, but y'all are dumb enough to go and listen to this person and believe this person. You're just as stupid as him.
See, I don't know. It could be me. Maybe I'm toxic. I draw a distinction between those two things. And again, there may not be any real rhyme or reason to that. Like a Nature Boy, I do agree with you. I feel like like the same way I feel with Candace Owens, I loathe her, but I also feel like she is smart enough to know if y'all are dumb enough to keep listening, she could literally get on her podcast and say anything, and her followers will listen to anything she says.
Candace Owens literally does things like this. She's like, there's a glove in the door. Could that be? That could potentially be this.
Exactly.
Oh my! But she never makes any definitive statements about anything.
She's not an idiot.
And what happens is the people in the comment section, or it could be this, or it could be that. Like they feed into her delusion and what happens and stuff like that. So then she really gets a lot of that stuff from the comment section of people just making their own assertions to what's going on. So it's like, It's a whole bunch of delusional motherfuckers
Well,
going around
exactly.
here.
And she's just smart enough to capitalize on that same way I reminded like somebody like a nature boy. But the reason I don't give musicians that same pass is because music is something that is very spiritual. And in the Black
Mhm.
community is something that is very like integral. Like our music determines our culture. In white culture, that's not the case. White music does not determine their culture. Some white people listen to hard rock, like you mentioned. Some people listen to Taylor Swift. Some people listen to Kenny G, you know.
Mhm.
But in the Black community, rap is our thing. Like that's our magnum opus to the world. This toxic ass, you know, stuff where people talk about killing and degrading women, all this type of stuff like that. And full disclosure, Seth already knows he's been out with me plenty of times. I go out and have fun like everybody else. I dance the songs like everybody else, but I put it in its place. And in my sincere spirit, I would be fine if those. I know it will never happen, but I would be fine if those people never got platformed again. And the reason being is because you have to think about what we're really saying. We're saying we're okay with white, you know what, record label owners basically pimping out our community, our real community woes. Whorism is a real community woe for us. Our men hate us. I get online and Black men hate Black women. I don't care what people say. I don't care what caveats they try to give. Overwhelmingly, what I see on the internet is Black men loathe Black women. And the reason they probably do is because no man sincerely loves a whore. Of course, he loves to have fun with her. You love that they're around because they get you know, rocks off, whatever, but you're not ever going to care about that person.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So are you saying that for the most part, when it comes to Black women, they're whores? Because you said
No,
Black.
I'm saying they support whore behavior.
Mhm.
And a lot of them, when you try to speak out against it, again, they bring up these silly talking points. Oh, that's respectability. Oh, that's coming from the male gaze and all this weird stuff. It's like, no, what about you as a human being? When do you say there's a difference between sexy and trashy, classless? You know what I'm saying? You're not going to see me spread my buns in front of a camera because there's something in me that just says, I recognize this is just not something I'm supposed to do.
Mhm.
I recognize that if I put this on the internet, first of all, this will never go away. And second of all, I plan to have children one day. A lot of the women who do that already have children.
That's crazy to me.
That's what I'm saying. What do you make of that? So I guess I'm saying all that to say I can't let rap music off the hook. I know I get your point.
Let's start right there. So what other forms or mediums do you hold with the same regard? Because you said music is spiritual. Do you think movies are just as spiritual? Because me and you had a conversation one time, and you said I went and watched. I don't remember the movie, and he was like, it was a horror movie.
Okay.
You may not remember this conversation.
I don't.
But you was like, you remember when I say this? I was like, you was like, I'm watching this horror movie. She like, you like horror movies? I'm like, no, I don't like horror movies. And I was like, the reason I don't like horror movies is because I always think like when they have the ghost and the spirits gonna jump on me and stuff like that.
Oh,
And
I vaguely remember that.
And you
yeah.
was like, yeah, that's why a lot of Black people don't, like horror movies and stuff like
Mhm.
that. So I feel like even like when it's about people watching The Exorcist and getting possessed and things like that, or when I see like they talk about like a Heath Ledger taking on the Joker role and going crazy and stuff like that. So do you
I
feel
have
like
something to say about that.
do you feel like any other outside of music is just as spiritual to influence how people think, feel, or act?
Well, I feel like you're asking me two different questions, or at
Okay.
least that's how I'm perceiving it. So is it as spiritual? Yes. Is it as influential? No. Movies do not influence Black culture. Music influences Black culture.
Okay.
The way we treat each other, the way we talk, our euphemisms, our colloquialisms, they all come from rap music. And a movie is more so, yes, it can be a spiritual experience, like you mentioned. I think with Heath Ledger, and anybody who knows me knows I'm a movie buff. And The Dark Knight just happens to be my favorite movie of all time. And so what I sincerely believe is I think Heath Ledger's spirit was already broken. Oh, you making drink? Oh, I was just using a little cup. Oh, yeah, go ahead and hook me up. But I feel like with Heath Ledger, his spirit was already broken with his role in Brokeback Mountain. You have to think about what these things. Who would? But you know what, though? I'm saying this on the New Normal podcast. I did not watch the entire movie, but my curiosity did get the better of me. And I did watch, I don't remember how much of the movie, but I did watch up until the first scene, as we all know. And my spirit is easily troubled. I literally could not eat for like 2 days after watching it. And they didn't even show anything. It was all implicit. But the idea of seeing two grown men, and it was so odd. But not to get into all of that, it's just that I believe that if you are an actual heterosexual man, playing a gay man in a gay role and actually enacting in a perceived gay sex scene, I think that that's what broke him. And the Dark Knight role is just the straw that broke the camel's back. That's my opinion. Of course, we'll never know. He did his thing with the Joker. To me, that is the best cinematic performance that anyone has ever put on in any movie ever. But that's just my opinion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I told y'all, Shay got that top shelf stuff, honey. Oh yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. But yeah, that's just my opinion. So to your point though, I can't let rap music off the hook because it's just way too influential in our culture. You think about these young Black boys, where do they get the idea? Like you did you ever see when it was a big thing? It may still be a big thing. The Kia Boys. Where do they get an idea like that? An idea that they're just gonna go around taking the whatever, the alternator, the steering wheel, whatever the hell they were doing out of some Kia cars. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, no one has ever said that exact thing in a song, but they have definitely talked about, breaking down cars and different things like that. And we're the only people whose music is like that. Even to your point about, you mentioned like the hard rock people, Kiss and all that. Their music was never influencing or encouraging crime. And I feel like that's very purposeful, because if Black people feel like we love to feel like we're targeted all the time, but you let yourself be a target because you let the culture be crime based. So if you really believe that there's a preschool to prison pipeline, why don't you say, hey, why do they keep pushing this on us? Why don't they push this? Why is Taylor Swift so famous? Arguably one of the most famous musicians in the world right now. Her music is tame. So the little white girls get to hear, I got a blank space, baby, and now I write your name. That's what the little white girls get to hear, and the little Black girls get to hear what a scamming ass niggas at. Why do you never say to yourself, why is that?
Well, let me ask you this. Do Black people put out positive music? And if they do, can you name one?
Oddly enough, T.I. son. The one,
Money.
Yeah,
he has really good music.
Good
I think he has great music.
Masego, who is my former classmate.
Oh, I didn't know that. I love Masego. Me and my wife loved that.
He's coming here.
Queen, the late Queen.
Mystery Lady.
No, it was a while ago. Before we had Trey, it came out, and they got Queen things on it. And
not a specific song. The album.
It's an album, but
I don't remember.
On it. But yeah, that whole album was like a no skill. But I was gonna listen. He just released another album like a week ago.
That's why he's back performing stuff now.
I love him.
We should go on a double date. We should go. He's coming.
When is it?
Literally like a week and a half from now. He's just coming to one of the breweries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we could look into that. We could definitely look into that.
So there are people that do it, and shout out to those people.
So the Money, Masego. Yeah. Who else?
Black artists. See, here's the thing. I'm never the best person to ask about music because I'm stuck in the 90s. And I just listen to the same stuff over and over.
Okay, so the reason I asked that question is because as a whole, because I think D1 might put out some good music as well. But I don't think on a mass scale, the musicians put out good, positive music.
Or they're just not platformed.
Pushed. I don't necessarily think they're. I do. Okay, so let me say this. I do think they don't get platformed as much, but with social media, I should have seen somebody.
But see, you guys think even with that, like, yes, but there are people on social media who have large followings, and they're Black people that are making music. I promise you. I can't think of their names off the top of my head, but I've seen them. I've seen people who are playing clarinets, people who are playing flutes, people who are singing, doing all these things, playing piano. But you have to think of what mainstream music is going to be. Think about something like Future. Future is 42, 44 years old. And I like Future. I'm gonna be the first person to say I like a lot of Future's projects. I didn't listen to this last one because again, I don't really listen to new music, but I'll never forget Future admitting that he's basically like a health nut. And it's like that did something to me, like to hear this man who literally talks about drinking lean and stuff in all of his songs and getting drunk to blacking out and all these things, when you know he's clearly saying he does not do those things. He actually takes very good care of himself. And it's like, so you realize that when a 15-year-old boy hears you say these things to this catchy beat, and this is a spiritual experience because this boy has nobody. He don't have a daddy. You're the closest thing he has to a daddy. You're a grown black man that he listens to. He cares about what you think and what you say. And you're not only telling him something bad, but you're telling him something bad that you have enough sense to not do. That is diabolical. And when I realized, of course, he's not the only one that does that, I was like, oh, heck no, this is demonic. I don't care what nobody says. I'm sorry, I listen to the music for what it is. If I go out or whatever, a little turn up, a little 1-2, but I don't really listen to these artists. So to your point, do black people put out good music? Yes, it's just never going to be platformed because the powers that be don't want it to be. They want us to keep destroying ourselves. It costs them it makes them a lot of money.
Well, let me ask you this question. Being kind of one of the tenets of being a black conservative, from what I've seen, is a lot of black conservatives seem to say that America isn't racist for the most part. I'm gonna just say for the most. I ain't gonna say a blanket statement.
Okay.
So would you deem for the powers to be for them to platform that type of music, is that some form of racism?
Yes, but I also want to give a caveat to say I think they only do it to us because, God forgive me for saying this, I think we're the only people stupid enough to let it happen. No other group of people, when I say no other, I'm not exaggerating. Latino people do not listen to this type of music. I have literally we went to the Dominican Republic for my birthday. We are at this resort. This is all-inclusive resort. Me and my, at the time, boyfriend, we could not wait to go turn up at the little nightclub that they had. They played that damn mariachi music all night long, and them people were lit. They were turned up, young, middle-aged, old, whatever the little, I say, like they was just turned up to that. And in the same way in African, Caribbean, Afro beats, house music, all of that stuff is relatively tame. Girl, shake your da-da-da-da-da. You know what I'm saying? Just to dancing and this kind of thing. Nobody listens to death and destruction music except for Black Americans, which leads me to believe we're the only people dumb enough to allow this to be our blanket culture. None of us ever say, hey, let this just be a fringe thing. You know what I'm saying? The grown people listen to this. Boom, boom, boom. No, it's the kids. It's the teenagers. It takes over our speech, the way we communicate with each other. And I'm sorry. I get that. Yes, it is racist, but I don't think they're doing it to us just because we're Black. I think they're doing it to us because we're the only people that would be crazy enough to let them do it to us. If that makes sense.
I hear you. So let's get on some hot topics for
Let's get on.
that's going right now.
Especially since that Remy kicking in. Let's get on.
Oh, the Remy kicking in.
The Remy is kicking in.
Oh, hell no. So, how do you feel about this Nolan Wells case?
I think that Black people need to cut the shit. I think that.
Let me ask you something else.
Go ahead.
Do you think Nolan Wells is dead because of racism?
No, not at all. I sincerely don't think that.
Do you think it's because maybe niggas and water don't mix?
No, I don't think that either.
Okay. Well, my idea, I think some of them stereotypes hold true, and I think for the most part, niggas and water don't mix. But I'm just joking. And the reason I say that, I was actually on the swim team in high school.
No way.
Most people don't know that, but when they see me swim, they're like, "I didn't know you can swim that good."
This the new normal podcast.
Swimming better than the white boys out there.
Whoa.
I was on the swim team in high school, and so it's like listening to Black people and they make it about race. I watched his father, and this was a thing that kind of made me look at him sideways because they had a interview.
Okay.
And I clipped it up in one of my videos, and he said, I don't want to say it was racism. He said, Nolan didn't see color. And I'm like, you know the truth. You can't bring yourself to even say that race was at play right here, because lot of people got to understand boating accidents happen quite frequently.
Quite frequently,
And
especially during
it
big
just so
holidays.
happened. It just so happened that Nolan happened to be the black guy that happened to die out there. And then we don't even know if Nolan was the only black guy out there. We keep saying he's the only black guy out there. Maybe y'all mean in his friend group, immediate friend group. I don't know, but it could have been. I'm pretty sure from what I've seen, and this is supposed to be a big thing. I'm sure he wasn't the only black guy out there.
I'm
black
gonna break
person out
the
there.
I'm gonna break the internet
So,
with response to this.
I'm
by the
just I'm
way.
just trying to figure out why they had to go to this race thing. And even his father, his father said, well, I told Nolan, hey, you got to be, closed off basically because everybody's not going to have the same perception. They don't see race. But if you feel this way as a black man and you're trying to protect your son, why would you let him go with white people like this? That was shocking to me that he would allow this to happen. But go ahead, what you finna say?
Well, I think that the reason why Black people only seem to turn up, band together, reach out to the personal injury lawyers and all this when it's a white person that kills Black people is the same reason I said earlier. I think that Black people think that white people are their God. And this is the same reason why a lot of Black people who get into like the Hotep stuff, why they try to say, oh, you're the white man's religion if you're a Christian. It's like, no, it's not a white man's religion. I don't believe that God is white or any other race or anything like that. I think that God is an eternal, supreme being that has created the universe with utterance, with thought. The same way that in this realm, I can speak life into something. I can say, I am this person. I am a good person. I am this and that. And it gives life to it. So I think that God is just the supreme version of those things. I don't think that he has a color. But to say that, I think the reason why we only care when a white person does it is because we only care about white people, period. I think most Black people do not care about other Black people. They look at Black people in the same way that a white supremacist looks at a Black person, as insignificant. Because if not, you would say to yourself, the dozens, hundreds, thousands of unsolved open cases of homicide from a Black youth to another Black youth or a Black person to another Black person, period, you would have this same energy. Benjamin Crump would show up. His cronies, whoever he has underneath him, they would show up, but they don't. I'm from somewhere that has plenty of unsolved cases. And I don't want to say too much, but just I'm close with people who are in high levels of law enforcement, and they've even had to go to where I'm from, and they've seen, hey, clearly somebody knows something, right? So it's just so performative. You don't care about Nolan. First of all, just like that post I shared the other day, shout out to whoever is the first person that said this. As somebody who's getting a little clout on social media now, I realize people do not have original ideas. J-Mac has original ideas. Pretty J has original ideas. But a lot of people don't, because I saw the same thing being said by several people as opposed to being shared. But the sentiment was, if Nolan Wells were alive today, you would have called him a coon anyway, because he hanging around a bunch of white people and dating all these white girls. Same with Carmelo Anthony. The only girl we've ever seen Carmelo Anthony with was with a white girl. So it's this fake performative outrage thing, because if these people were either alive or not going to prison, you would not have anything but negative things to say about them anyway. And if a Black person killed them, you wouldn't have nothing to say. So there's no evidence of foul play. You got Benjamin Crump fumbling through this autopsy, and it's because he's not intelligent. He's a pseudo-intellectual, like a lot of the people that y'all have propped up in front of you. You have people who are not smart, that you are to believe are smart, telling you things that are dumb. When somebody like myself, it's just like, hey, okay, am I a personal injury lawyer? No. Am I a civil rights lawyer? No. But I got enough sense to know how to read basic words. And I also got enough sense to know an autopsy is going to remove organs and body parts from a person. So if you're going to have a second autopsy, you should have known that from jump that was going to be the case. Black people heard his throat was missing. Y'all, oh my God, they murdered that boy. His throat was missing. Like, shut up.
Black people don't understand stuff like chain of command, and
they don't understand anything professional. Nothing professional.
And so they're like, well, why did they keep his throat? They should have sent it to, like, nigga, if you read Mississippi law, like, this is a common practice where they keep the throat and what they call it, the hyoid bone or the larynx. They keep that. Like, that's a thing. And
let me guess, that took you 5 seconds to look up.
Easy. Like, that's an easy thing.
Just your curiosity, like, hey,
and
what is this?
What pissed me off, and this is why I don't trust when I listen to Black people give accounts. It started with Carmelo, because I could for the life of me. Even people will lie to themselves so bad that what
Ooh,
they
yeah, they'll start to believe it.
actually see on camera, on video, they still lie to themselves. For instance, they're like, it was a torrential downpour. That's why Carmelo Anthony was under the tent. But then I'm looking at this fucking body cam footage. The body camera is not even getting wet. So what do you mean is a torrential downpour? Like I'm confused because when I'm looking at this, I don't see no. And then some girl coming on my post, she's like, you can see the rain.
No, you can't.
While people are just casually walking across the field at the track meet, they're just casually walking, but it's a torrential downpour. And then when I got on Facebook, when they released the autopsy report, they said the man's throat was missing, his stomach was missing, and his lungs missing. I seen that post all day long. And I'm
Still
like,
being shared.
y'all are, what the fuck did y'all like? My mind.
So imagine being a white person. I'm not even trying to be like that.
Okay, go ahead.
Imagine being a white person with a modicum of common sense.
Mhm.
And you see all these black people, like you said, sharing this information as if it is some noteworthy thing.
What?
Imagine what that would do to you. Like, see, racism, you asked me a question earlier that I don't think I answered. You asked me, do I think that racism actually exists in America? Of course it does. Racism exists everywhere because everybody exhibits racism, because everybody exhibits groupism. It is your natural proclivity, your natural biological proclivity to associate with and to kind of identify with people who look like you. That is just our evolutionary development as human beings. So if I see said, now in this case, he's actually my friend, but if I saw him somewhere, he right next to a white man and they both bleeding out, I'm probably gonna go to him first. Just off GP, he looks like my cousin or something. That's not an inherently bad thing.
Right.
What is bad is when you start to assume that people are bad or something like that because of what their race is. But no, I'm like, oh, I know it's gonna be so bad. But to white people's credit, what leeway do you give them to not think that? What leeway do you give them to not think that most of us are stupid? When y'all keep sharing this stupid stuff, what leeway do you give them to not think that we're animalistic? When y'all got these teens literally just taking over cities, people just trying to go to a park. I don't see white kids doing these things. I don't see Latino kids doing this. I don't see Asian kids doing this. Just your bad ass demon ass kids.
I'm gonna ask you this: have you seen any flash mobs or group stealing from white kids yet? Like where we see the kids go in the mall and steal Chanel bags and break in stores in Chicago and the teen meetups where they doing all of this. Have you seen a group of white kids doing that?
No.
And the reason I asked that question, because I understand this. A lot of them probably can't do it. And the reason they can't do it, because my father used to say this thing to me. He said, you can hang out with those boys, but I'm going to tell you this. You got to come home to me. He used to always say that. He said, you can hang out with them boys if you want to, but you got to come home to me. He said, they don't got no daddy to come home to.
Talk about it.
He used to always say that. They don't have no, you got to come home to me. So you can go out there and think you finna be a thug, a gangster, finna sag your pants, all of that. You come home to me. They don't got nobody. They mama probably working 2 jobs and they don't care what. And I had a friend like that. Like in middle school, I had a friend that his mama was still young. Fine, she was fine.
Okay.
Fine.
Here we go.
Ooh, man, I'd never forget.
Ladies,
Let me tell
a man
ooh,
gonna always be a man.
Look. I was in middle school. I was like in the 8th grade.
That means you were 13 years old.
Yes. And that's how we finna go. That's where I'm going here. I was like 13 years old. And my homeboy mama was so fine. And I think maybe it's 7th grade. But the R. Kelly and the Jay-Z album, double album dropped. My daddy
You
never,
can't make this up, people.
listen. My father never let me spend a night at my homeboy house because he didn't have no daddy. But this one particular night, I begged and begged. He said, okay. So he got in touch with his mom. And so when he got in touch with his mom, it was okay. Right. And so they talking. So she lied though. She lied. I found out she lied, but she said she was going to be there all night to watch us. Right. So we in there, and then we just hear like I said, the R. Kelly and Jay-Z album just dropped. So she in there getting ready. She like, and all I hear was the power of the PUSSY. That's why niggas in the want the
I
world
don't
just
even
fly.
know that song.
So okay, so anyways, so she was like, she was blasting this music, and she come downstairs. She had these tight leather pants on. I'd never forget, like, cause I don't know if Catwoman was out, but it kind of give you the Catwoman vibe. She had like this
Yeah.
leather ass looking nice, and that's when I think I was going through puberty. I was like I'm noticing women now. So I'm like, this your mama, like, yeah, this your mama, like, you know, because it's my first time, like, cause it's my friend, and how we became friends randomly. He was riding his bike down my street. Hey, let's play like kids do.
Yeah.
And ever since then, he's been out like randomly spin out of my house, and my dad didn't talk to his parents and all like that. He go in the refrigerator, do all this, and I'm like, you ain't gonna call your mom? He's like, she know I'm here.
She know where I'm at.
Yeah, what he's always said, she know I'm at. And so even with that, so I'm like in the house, I'm looking at this woman be fine. And I was like, okay, so that's one of the reasons I'm like looking at this person, like this album drop, this person is fine.
What's the connection to the album?
Huh?
What's the
Because
connection to the
that
album?
you know, you have memories.
Yeah.
And these were like core memories where a thing happened. You hear music. It's like a soundtrack of your life. And this is when
Did she ever say or do anything inappropriate to you?
No, she didn't say. No,
Okay.
she didn't do anything
Okay.
inappropriate. She didn't do touch us. None of that. She was a nice lady. When
Okay.
after that time, I started going to his house more. And then he had like a baby brother. Like his brother was like really, really young. So he had a baby brother. She was taking him to like the grandmother house, something like that. And she left me and Tim. Oh, I didn't mean saying that. Me and him
Mhm.
at the house together. But his mama was young, vibrant, fine. I'm like, oh my God, like this lady. I'm looking at this woman and I'm like, okay. And the reason I bring that story up. So there was a woman who shot a man in the head, a 20-year-old man in the head,
Yeah.
right? Now I just gave you a story because I'm gonna be honest with you. If he was not there, my friend, and his mother tried something with me, I would have went and I wouldn't have told nobody. Just me being my personal opinion. If his mother would have tried something, I'd have been like, oh, you know, okay, yeah. And I wouldn't have said anything, right? But we have
Good. It's good to know you have not changed at all since the last time we've been live
I'm
together.
just putting it out there. But I'm just gonna say, like, what happened. But we have a story where a 20-year-old is talking to a 13-year-old. From reports that I've seen, he was hiding under her bed when the mother came home. And the mother shot him in the back of the head while leaving the house. My first question to you about that issue: was the mother wrong for shooting the man in the head? Yes or no?
I know you just want a straight answer. Those the straight
how you
answer.
feel?
Okay, how I feel is yes and no, and I'm not trying to cop out. The reason I say yes and no is that she was justified in shooting him is because I already made a video where I said I know I would have shot somebody too. First of all, if it's anybody in my house that I don't know, and I really don't care what's going on, like if you don't immediately, I'm talking about you need to like flee from me if I see you in my
Okay,
home.
stop
and
right
you're
there.
not
So
supposed to be there.
hold on. So you're going past. You're going too fast, right?
Okay.
So if you initially saw somebody just dart under your daughter's bed, you shoot them. Bow. I can agree with that. But if me and you having a conversation, I'm telling you, get out of my house, I'm walking out the house, I'm on the porch, and you shoot me in the back of the head while I'm outside your house, is that something you're doing?
No,
Okay. So if you just dart from under my daughter's bed, I got a gun, bow, shoot.
for sure.
That makes sense. But would you be talking to a dude and be like, hey, get your ass out my house with the whoop? You gonna shoot
So
him in the back
here's
of the
the
head?
only situation where, and I still wouldn't do it, but the only situation where I think her mental might have been justified is if she has seen this man, or like if she kind of knows the whole thing, like if she knows this guy has been grooming her 13-year-old daughter, and it's like, I done told you stay away from my daughter, you know, you boom, 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 boom. I can see a person get to the point of agitation to do that because at the end of the day, in the Black community, we just have a weird thing with protecting predators. Like, do I relish in somebody losing their life? No, but all I see is preventing this from happening to other people. That girl, you got to think 13, yes, there are 13-year-old girls. Myself, I was one. I'm tall. When I was 13, I had to have looked 19, 20 years old easily.
Mhm.
But it doesn't change the fact that I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't 19, 20 years old. I was a kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was still listening to Bow Wow and you know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. And you can't just keep taking our young girls' innocence. Like you can't do that. I do think, because I know what you're going to ask. Yes, I do think that there is a such thing as girls putting themselves in unnecessary situations. And I
Mhm.
think that we have to have a real conversation about that. Because if you're 13 and you look 18 and you tell somebody you're 18, then you can't
'Cause-
fault them
'Cause-
for
right, because
you know.
that would be my next question, right? My next question is, if I'm talking to a young lady, right? I'm 20 years old. She's 13, right? And she lies to me about her age. I can still go to jail and I can have text messages showing this girl says, "Hey, I am 18." You know why I know this? Because I have a friend, excuse me, who is a social worker
Okay.
and literally has a case where a girl reached out to a boy that is 21 years old. And I'm saying boy in the sense of I'm a 38-year-old man, right?
Yeah.
That's the only reason I'm saying boy. He's a grown man. He can go to war, shoot niggas in the back of the head, all that type of stuff. Y'all okay with that? He can buy drugs and drive cars and all.
For sure.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying a boy in the sense of two senses. In the sense of when my mom was at 21,
Yeah.
in the sense of I'm 38. Well,
Yeah.
I will be 38 this year, right? And so they got actual text message threads of them, her reaching out to him. She said, and when they interviewed this young lady, they said, "Why did you reach out to him?" She said, "I thought he was attractive. I liked him, and I knew that he was popular in my neighborhood." She said, this is my homegirl telling me. She said, "I knew he would not talk to me." So this shows she has the mental capacity of what she's doing and know that it's wrong. That I know he would not talk to me if he knew that I was 13. My next question to my homegirl, well, what did the girl look like? So I'm trying to figure it out. I said, what does she look like? And then she was like, "Well, if you seen the girl, you would not think she was 13. I was like, "Well, what do you mean by that?" She was like, "'Cause my homegirl, she don't have no titties or no ass." So she was like, "If you see her, she big breasted and she has a big butt." And I said, "Well,
Wait, it's a girl? It's two girls?
no, it's one girl."
Oh, okay, okay.
But I'm telling you, but my homegirl,
Oh,
I
okay,
asked my
okay.
homegirl because she's the social worker in this
I was gonna
case.
say that is
Yeah,
a whole
so-
level of
Right. So I asked my homegirl, I said, "Well, what the young girl that was in this case?" I said, "What does she look like?" And she was like, "She's big breasted, big hipped. She doesn't look like a 13-year-old." I said, "Well, what does she dress like?" And then she was like, "She dressed like she ain't got no daddy at home." I said, "Well, does she got a dad?" She's like, "Yeah, but he works all the time." And so she's like, as the progression of the case goes on, she gets pregnant. The reason they found this out because the young girl gets pregnant, right? She's pregnant. She gets pregnant. So they ask her, of course, "Who's your baby daddy?" This nigga right here, the 21-year-old. So they go to court, do all this type of stuff, whatnot. So he gets out, ooh, the whoop. So they still. So she was like, they talked to the father. The father ended up getting in. He was like, "I'm gonna drop the charges because since they got a kid together, he can't do anything for his kid in prison. He needs to be here, right?" Doing so, she is pregnant again by the same
man.
dude, right? Right. And so what happens is, and my homegirl agrees to this, she's like, "It's messed up as a man when you do what you're supposed to do. Hey, how old are you?" And a girl lies to you and tells you the wrong age, and I still get treated like a predator, but there's no recourse of anything to punish this girl because literally, if that same girl was with a 19-year-old and robbed the bank, both of them going to jail.
See, I agree, and this is where a lot of people I get called like a pick me and all that weird stuff. But I support men a lot in these types of endeavors because you cannot both want men to be morally responsible, more morally responsible than women,
women,
and then
correct.
try to diminish their role in society, which is what feminists do. This is
Mhm.
why I'm so against feminism. It is the most disingenuous school of thought that has ever existed. Women create nothing, they build nothing, they control nothing, they own nothing. You are just here at the whim of men. That is not a bad thing, by the way. It is a good thing. I'm here to tell you, as somebody who is a kept woman, I'm here to tell you any problem I have, I take it to my fiance. He's like, okay, boom, 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 and he fixes it. So it's just going against my nature to fight against that. But anyway, to the point, you can't expect men to be, again, more morally held to account,
Mhm.
but then try to diminish their role in society. It's going to be equal across the board.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, if, like you mentioned, if you have the headspace to say, I'm going to purposely lie about this thing because I know that this person would not do this if they knew my real age. Because if you really thought they were a predator, or if they were a real predator, they wouldn't care about
That's
your age.
correct.
You know what I'm
And see,
saying?
stop right there before we go any further. That's my whole issue with a lot of these conversations that we're having, is because a real predator, I'm searching for somebody young. Now, I'm not a predator if I'm asking you, I'm doing my due diligence to say, well, how old are you? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think Lawrence Taylor got jammed up the same way. Even
Is that a football player?
Yeah, even so much. If I'm not, I'm making sure I'm gonna have to Google this, but I think he got caught with an underage girl. She had an ID and told him they got stuff that I'm underage, that I'm of age.
Okay.
Come to find out that she's underage, even with an ID. We have a story, I think is in Arkansas or Kansas. Dude's in a club, sleeps with a woman. He gets charged for statutory, right? Because she's underage. You know why he got charged? Because of course she's statutory, but you know why he slept with the girl? Because the club that he met her in allowed her to go in because she had a fake ID to go in, and everybody in this club is supposed to be 21. So I'm sleeping with the pretense that everybody's supposed to be 21. I'm not thinking anything of it, but he sleep with the girl and comes to find out that she's lying. And the reason I'm bringing all of these things up, these instances where you could just, these are literally Googleable things. You can go look
Googleable in 2026.
right. You can go and look it up. That these young girls aren't as innocent as we claim them to be. And what makes it hard for me to just have a lot of sympathy for these situations is because I was a young person. And this is where my mind goes. It's like we were all young. And y'all are trying to act like if a girl, because I just think about this. If a girl is underage, she sleeps with me. What makes me think she doesn't have the wherewithal to want to have sex with an older person? And what makes me think that she's not lying to this older person to get him to acquiesce to what she wants done? Because it just is weird. And then people always say this too. Well, he didn't know she was young underage. What kind of conversation they're having?
What does it matter if she's lying? If I ask a person how old
Well,
they are, or if I meet them, like you mentioned, in a 21 and up club,
mhm.
what more am I supposed to do a background check?
Yeah, because I can get the conversation. I get why you would ask, because you would think it was 7 years. If I'm talking about Dragon Ball Z and you're talking about this thing that's on TV now, well, I know these girls or these kids at this age watch this now. We didn't watch that when I was, now. We don't
Yeah,
watch
you
it.
can
So
use
you can
common
kind
sense.
of maybe gauge it, but then I think of this. Women always say y'all mature faster.
They
So
definitely
if you believe that if I'm 13 and you're 21, we might be having the same conversation at the time. And from what our reports with the 20-year-old dude, he was supposedly a slow dude.
Well, you can look at him and tell that, but
To me, she looked older
Yeah.
than he did.
yeah, it's the whole thing is crazy. The ultimate answer to me is, I just don't relish in anyone losing their life, but at the end of the day, I don't know. It's just a sticky situation. I want to talk about something that's in that same vein though.
Okay.
So I saw this post and I shared it where people were like, I've yet to see y'all call that girl fast that was with David or whatever, the little rapper dude or artist, whatever.
That's why I got doxxed.
You brought it up. Y'all know said don't play no games.
That's why.
Baby,
That's why
'cause
I
was
got.
not gonna
That's,
bring
that's
that
why
up.
I
and
got doxxed. No, we're gonna talk about it.
We're
Look,
gonna
from
talk
here
about-
on out,
okay.
we going for it. That's why I got doxxed
I
because
know.
I
I
called.
remember.
I called her fast. And the reason I called her fast, simply this: I on TikTok, you can do green screens, and the post said Celeste got killed for threatening David. When I heard the threatening part, that was all I needed to hear. And the reason why is, if you watch it, you're a movie buff.
I am.
Typically, when you see people in the movie threatening somebody, it's because they want something. Hey,
Yeah.
you're going to do this, you're going to do that, or this, or else. That's what a threat is. Can we agree for the most
Yeah,
part?
for sure.
Okay. So if I'm threatening you, I want you to do something.
And I'm aware. I have a level of awareness of the situation.
If
Because if you're innocent, you're gonna act innocently. An innocent person doesn't make threats.
right. So I know that the law is on my side at this point to threaten you. Hey, I'm gonna go to the police. You said you were gonna buy me this. Well, you ain't buying me. I'm gonna go to the police. You out here talking to other girls, and I'm mad. So I'm finna go to the police. I'm threatening to go to the police because the reason that you and that's why I got doxxed, because I said it seems as if David just wanted to have sex with this young girl. I don't know if he knew she was young. Maybe she did. I don't know. But for the most part, for her to think that she has this leverage and it's something safe to do, threaten somebody and then go over there, that's insane. That's like me right now punching my wife in the face. She said, and she gets up and she said, "I'm gonna call the police on you." You think that's gonna be safe for you to make it at the house? Like, I'm just like, this is common sense. If I punch my wife in the face right now and she gets up holding her face,
I
oh,
want y'all to know this Remy has.
I'm going to call the police on you.
So here, I think that when we have these, I think that when you and I specifically have these conversations, I think it brings an interesting dynamic to people they probably don't usually see. Because you are very unapologetically male and you have a very unapologetically male perspective. And the society does
Hold on.
not
Well,
allow for that.
Stop. Okay, stop right there. But let me add, before you go. Was my logic off about what I said though?
No, I'm not saying that.
Because I don't just want to yes or no. Was my logic off about? Because I don't want to. The reason I asked that because I don't want it to be on some male or stuff. And I think I know you're going to go, but I just want to make sure because people will lose what I just said, and then
No, they
be like,
shouldn't lose what you're saying. It's a very straightforward point. At the end of the day, if you're cognizant enough to use something as a threat towards someone,
correct.
then that means you recognize that it's
Look at her,
wrong.
put it more eloquently than I did because I like I said, I'm a straight shooter and I say what I feel, but I also, and this is the issue that me and you probably have too when it comes to content creation. We give people so much grace to think that their mind, their logic, and their brain is on a higher level to get a point that I just said. Like you would think what I just said, hey, this person did threaten somebody. They understand exactly what they're doing. But somebody be like, well, she's still underage.
Well, the Bible say your age of accountability is 12 years old. So, and it's oddly enough, I got saved at 12 years old. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. I think that around that age, you do kind of have like a certain, it doesn't mean that grown people should obviously be trying to groom you or anything weird like that. It just means that around that age, you have a relative working, model of right and wrong. I guess for me, I just look at it as, because men are so much like I'm a tall plus size woman. I am not no small little dainty little baby gal that's walking up at no function, baby. I'm a woman. You know what I'm saying? I walk in, I have a presence. And my fiance is not as tall as I am. He doesn't weigh as much as I do, any of those things. And he could, without an ounce of effort, manhandle me. And I said that to say, men are that much stronger, that much more, just the anatomy, the biology, the testosterone, all the things. And I think as a man, you may sometimes lose sight of that. Of if you're a young girl and you have these hormones, you have this attraction to this person, you want to experience sex, or at least you feel like you do, that part of it is legit. You know what I'm saying? But once you get in that world and you realize this actually is a grown man, what are you supposed to do? Like, you can't if you walk away or if you say I'm not dealing with you no more, boom, boom, boom. Not saying it's Celeste's case because the threat thing does kind of make it seem like she, like you said, but for other young women,
Well,
what are they supposed to do?
So let's stay with a Celeste conversation.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because I think if I could just be candid,
Okay.
I think that's why so many people had pushback to what you said
Mhm.
is because she's just one person, but there are thousands of other cases of young women who were with older men or whatever, and they couldn't just threaten him or whatever else because he would have killed them.
And there's a thousand.
And he
Hold
did.
on. And there are 1,000 Celeste.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So we can, and so what you're essentially saying to me when I hear that, there's 1,000 women that could have threatened, but they didn't because they might have thought they were going to die. You know why? Because some people, some women, young or old of age, understands, hey, I can kill you with my bare hands. If I had a daughter right now, the first thing I would tell her, I said, you know, one of the most dangerous times for you, baby, would be in a relationship with a man.
Six said that. Six guys said that.
And real shit. Let me recant that statement. The most dangerous time for a woman is in a relationship. Because lesbian relationships are very dangerous. But you know why they don't end up dead like that? It's because they don't have the power
Yeah.
of a man. But the most dangerous time for a woman is just in a relationship. I just made a video and on Facebook, and the guy was like, facts. And I just basically said, I told Jarlin, me and my wife got together in 2017. I told her in 2017, I said, baby, intimate partner homicide is going to be on the rise, right? And the reason
What you say that for?
and I said, because I'm looking at the landscape. And as I'm looking at the landscape of dating, I said, women, it's not because men are violent or more violent. Actually, men are less violent today than they ever been in history. But the reason I feel like we're going to have a rise of intimate partner homicide is simply because women play and act as if they're not in relationships with men that could kill them with their bare hands. Women act, and let me explain. So we know that when a man's heart get broken, a lot of times they commit murder-suicide. A lot of times they kill their wives. They catch them cheating. Like women out here lackadaisically, like just cheating. They be like, "Oh, it's raining Peter Whackers. I couldn't help myself. I just fell on a Peter Whacker today. My bad, baby. Please forgive me for falling on this man's penis. I just couldn't help myself. It's raining penises today." And so women act like that, and they'll put it out there as if they just couldn't help themselves. As it's a penis. Somebody got to suck it. Well, baby, why you had to do it? So I'm just saying, when those type of issues happen, it's like women get into these situations and they do that. Like my feelings is hurt. And I know a lot of people be talking about, I'm gonna say this, a lot of people like to talk about emotional intelligence. My feelings hurt.
Well, let me jump in with this because you actually bring up, if I may, I don't mean to sound an odd point, but a good one. I actually saw a video of this white dude, and he was talking about how women are the things women do, they have this lack of situational awareness. He was talking about how a woman will be out at night with headphones on, staring down at her phone. And it's like, he's like, I'm a grown man and I would never do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so it kind of brings to your point, like, women, you have to understand that these men are not like us. The only similarity that men and women have is that we're human beings. After that, we really do not have anything else in common. Like the way they process information, the way they apply logic to situations and remove emotion from it when you're first looking at it. So you're hearing a man say, hey, why would you do this thing to me that you know could really affect me emotionally? And you as a woman, you know what emotional reactions are like. It's when you mush a man in his forehead, and when you cuss him out, and when you slash his tires, you know what emotional reaction is. A man's emotional reaction is, I'm gonna choke you out. A man's emotional reaction is, I'm gonna slap you into the wall. And of course, I do not support domestic violence. But what I'm saying is, a man can recognize that he wouldn't put himself in certain predicaments but women do, and it's because we actually expect men to be more morally decent than us. And which is funny to me, because feminists, which we know feminism kind of runs the world, especially in the Black community, you love to talk about how women are the morally superior beings, but obviously you're not, because you expect men to, hey, never mind, okay, cool, you got it, to stuff that you wouldn't have that reaction to. When your man cheats on you, you slap him across the face. But if you cheat on him and he slaps you across the face, well, that slap got a little bit more power to it. You know what I'm saying? If he slashed your tires, it's, oh my God, this is really predatory behavior. Like, he's making, I can't leave the house. What's the difference from when you did it?
Right.
Left eye burnt down a man's house.
And they cheer for that.
And,
They,
you know what I'm
and you
saying?
seen a bunch of women. Well, he would have did me the same way. I would have did the same thing. He left. I didn't do no wrong. I'm like, okay, this is. And the thing is, this is how you know morally, men are better morally than women, because even after that, society, if a woman slaps a man right now and he slaps her back, people are like, man, that's a female.
Right.
Other men would tell him that, but that lets you know, like, morally, I'm better than you, because other men would check me, and I've just literally
And no women would check you at all.
and no women would, like, it's so crazy that we in this time, this space, to where I literally seen a video, and then I'm gonna do the intermission so you can go.
Okay.
I literally seen a video and I posted it on my Facebook. Outside, it's a man and a woman arguing.
Okay.
This nigga bigger than me. I'm 5'11", 240, right? So I'm like, this dude's bigger than me. She talking cash money shit. When I say he slapped her teeth went out her mouth. Slapped her teeth went out her mouth. After he slaps her, the teeth comes out her mouth. She still comes back. He slaps her again. Then it's like that when the reality check came in. He looks at her and he goes up on her face like this. He said, call who you want to call, because baby, you can't do nothing with me. And that's how society works. When I have an issue and you need something, I don't know when you. And if a woman police came, you'll be looking like, bruh, he just beat my ass. You think?
Exactly. And if I may, the issue with all of that is, as a woman, you have to understand these men have the actual capacity to hurt you. It does not mean that they, obviously, if you are crazy, then you know, but these men have the propensity to hurt you. They have the ability to hurt you. They have the capability of hurting you. And you are basically expecting them to not do that because of some sort of social contract that you think you have, which you may have used to have because you used to be more domiciled, you know what I'm saying, more pleasant, more, you know, boom, boom, boom. But in the Black community, especially, unfortunately, a lot of y'all are very aggressive. You talk with your hands, and these niggas ain't gonna do it to me. Well, that's aggression. A man is going to interpret that as aggression, just like an animal would. If you are being aggressive towards a lion, as opposed to just petting him, if you ever got that close, he's gonna eat you. So at the end of the day, I just feel like you can't have it both ways. You can't say I'm going to be aggressive, which is anti-feminine. You're going to be aggressive towards males, which is insane, and then think you're going to have a positive result from that. That's just not going to work, baby girl.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead. You gonna run?
Yeah, you know, quick intermission. You know what I'm saying? Pretty girls got to potty too. But I will be right back.
I'm just holding. If y'all are watching the video, y'all make sure y'all like the video. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Make sure y'all subscribe to J Max channel, Pretty J's channel. She been going up lately. We're having this conversation because we're talking to a Black woman that is a conservative, and we want to talk about everything that is going on right now. We own Nolan Wells, Ben Crump, having your black card revoked, all of these things can consent. We're talking about the lady who shot the boy in the back of the head, the 20-year-old, because he was talking to her 13-year-old daughter. We're talking about everything today, and I just want to make sure y'all are refilled on your cups. Make sure you go get something to drink. Make sure you go get your chips, your snacks, because we're having a great conversation tonight, and I'm really enjoying this conversation. I see a lot of y'all in the chat talking and stuff like that. So from here on out, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure you share the video and help us out, because like I said, this video is going good. We're having, like I said, a great conversation about conservatism and what that looks like. When she comes back, I'm going to ask her, is being a conservative now, a Black conservative, a grift? Do a lot of people do it for money? Like your Officer Tatum's, like are people just doing it and saying their parties because they know they can get a large following? And is it bad for a person that considers themselves conservative to have a large white following? Will a lot of black conservatives have a large black following? Like, it's a lot of things that we have to ask Pretty J when she comes back, because, like I said, these conversations and these questions need to be had and questions need to be answered. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, and make sure you share. But back to this age of consent thing. That's why I got doxxed, because I talked about the Celeste thing because of the threatening issue. And when I first seen the threatening thing, I'm like, why would this woman threaten somebody that can essentially kill? And this lets you know society has castrated men for the most part. And that's why a lot of women at this point in time feel comfortable talking to men crazy, doing the things that they do, cheating on men, violating men, hitting men. A lot of people in society think that that's okay, especially women. And that's why morally men are better people, because they hold themselves to a different standard. I was watching the show Sons of Anarchy the other day. And as I was watching the show Sons of Anarchy, there was a part in that show where the mother gets a gun and she fires a shot at her boyfriend or husband. They get into a fight and he beats her up. All of a sudden, everybody's like, oh my God, why'd you beat her? And then she's like, I gotta leave. You put your hands on me. But she literally took a shot at this dude. Like, she shot at him and he beat her up, but she acted as if he did her so wrong. But she was the one shooting at him first. And this is where we're at in society. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hold on real quick. I'll be right back. And we're back.
And we're back.
If y'all watching, y'all make sure y'all like the video, make sure y'all share the video, and make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all follow us on all social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube. I'm on Rumble. You on Rumble?
I'm not on Rumble.
Okay.
Facebook right now is my bread and butter, which is crazy because I always thought YouTube would be, I always thought it would be YouTube, but Facebook is effing with me. I love y'all right back. Like, hopefully y'all will migrate to YouTube as well because YouTube is my first love. Like, I love YouTube. It's all I watch. I literally don't watch TV because all I watch is YouTube.
Yeah,
So,
that's kind of how I'm at too. So let me ask you this. So back to the 13 and the 20-year-old case.
Okay.
Let me ask you, can a 13-year-old consent? And not in the sense of legally, but just can I know what I'm doing and I know that I want to have sex with you. Can a 13-year-old consent to that?
Are you sure you want to have this conversation?
Yeah, the conversation I want to have. What you think?
I just real quick, what's your zodiac sign? You a Libra?
I am. It's crazy that you do that. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll answer. I guess it would depend on the age of the other person.
Okay, so let's so the age of the other person. So 2 13-year-olds, they can consent with each other.
For sure.
But it gets a little wonky when that 13-year-old tries to consent with the 18-year-old.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think the reason why we have consent laws, period, is because we recognize that people go through certain levels of maturity, brain development, what have you. And we look at society from a predatory versus prey lens or
Mhm.
predator versus prey lens. So it becomes predatory when you use things like your age, your manipulation tactics,
Mhm.
your aura as a grown man. When you get to 18, 19, 20 years old, you're just not the same as what you were at 13, 14, 15 years old.
Mhm.
And I think that's why we have those laws because we recognize that it's almost like not a fair playing field. Do I get so repulsed at it in the way that other people do? Probably not. When I was 13, 14, when I was 14, do you remember Bebo?
Mhm.
I used to be on Bebo. And there was a dude I was convinced was my real life boyfriend. He lived in Georgia, and at the time I lived in Kentucky. So we never met or anything like that. But we used to talk all day and night and all this whole thing. And he told me he was 19, 20,
Mhm.
which means he could have easily been way older than that.
Mhm.
And had he ever come down and whatever may have ensued, even my grown self now looking back, I wouldn't have just threw up at it. But it's more so like you just have to say to yourself, you don't want to use some sort of advantage you have in a predatory way. You know what I'm saying? He's a grown man. I'm in ninth grade. I haven't even been through high school. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let me ask this, and this is probably where we're gonna disagree. So, for instance, because I know a lot of people like to use the adult child predator prey instance, but am I really a quote unquote predator? Am I really preying on somebody if they're attracted to this thing that I am naturally? For instance, my age, if I'm older than you and I'm not using it to get with you, but let's say you like it. And the reason I bring that up because I remember even being in middle school in the 7th grade, we had this coach at our middle school when I went to Banks Middle School, Coach Walter. It was around when Tyrese was popping, coming out. He was tall, dark, buff, dark skinned dude. Kind of put you around Tyrese, right? We are having a field day at school. Coach Walter walks by. The young lady in class with me, like the wind blew. Like I said, stuff makes you remember the wind blew. He has cologne on, it smelled really nice. And so she tells another young lady, Coach Walter gave me the chance. I'm gonna fuck him. In 7th grade. 7th grade. Do you understand? I'm gonna put this out, and this is why I said a lot of stuff that I've seen. My first time literally seeing sex was Two Girls Getting a Train Run. Not a flick, not HBO Skin shows, not just walking into my parents. The first time I seen sex, Two Girls Getting a Train on them at middle school, under the bleachers and in the locker room. So when people is like, "Oh, that's predatory," like for instance, when people are like, "Oh, you manipulate them because you got the money." Well, the money kind of makes me not have to manipulate people because that's why you're here, because I got the money. Like when people talk about R. Kelly, well, those young girls like R. Kelly because he got, R. Kelly used his money to get those young girls, or we flip it. Maybe the young girls know who I am and popularity has been attractive.
Do
But
you not apply any agency the same way you're applying agency to those girls? Why can't you apply it to those men? At the end of the day,
I do.
so, but
I,
does that not kind of nullify the conversation? And the reason I say this is because if you're a grown man, specifically like somebody like R. Kelly, you're not only a grown man, very grown, but you're also famous. You could have any legally consenting age woman. So the assumption is there must be something off with you that you gravitate towards kids, like a version of children. At the end of the day, you're still in high school, you're a child. I understand, yes, a lot of us, I didn't turn 18 until after I left school because I have a summer birthday. But a lot of girls that went to school obviously turned 18. And for some reason, we arbitrarily assign 18 as the magic age when our frontal lobes don't develop until 27.
See, that's good. That's about
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why 18 is the magic age, but I think we just recognize that if you're still in grade school, you're a child. You operate as a child. You have to ask to go to the bathroom. You know what I'm saying? So, like, my fiance mentions this not all the time because it's not something we talk about all the time, but like, whenever these types of things come, he always says, like, I guess I just don't see what would attract me to a teenage girl. Like, even if I could recognize that she's a nice looking person, in my mind, I just don't have a sexual attraction to a child.
I think, and see, this might sound crazy. I think a lot of people, I think there is a age where I'll be like, I would deem it sick, right? I don't have an age, but I think we would be like, okay, that's crazy. But I think when it comes to attraction, I think it's kind of hard to see why somebody else is attracted to something else that you're not attracted to. I don't think that's fair to be like, oh, I don't know why you'd be attracted
Well,
to
at
a
some
13.
point, don't you just, but even with that, it's like when I talk about like homosexuality, because there's this girl, I don't think I follow her, but I guess I've looked at her post for long enough to where Facebook shows me that her in my algorithm. And she is same-sex attracted, but she has a husband. And she's been delivered by Christ. And she talks about, no, I'm dead serious. She talks about how she still battles with same-sex attraction. And by her own admission, now this part I'll admit is, I guess God just worked differently with people. She says she's never had sex with her husband. So I don't know what man would be with a woman that's not going to have sex with him. But to her point, she says there's a difference between being same-sex attracted and actually acting on your impulses. And she's like, so we live in a flawed, sinful world, which is true, because that's not my ministry. And I'm hard on homosexuality. And it's because gay people a lot of times are very arrogant. So it's easy for me to be hard on them because they don't seem humble. Like, I never met a gay person that actually seemed like they didn't want to do it.
We in the new school era because that's why they had the whole in the closet.
Okay, so new age, they open about it. It's like, bro, like, okay, hold on a second. Now, you know dang well that this got to be some sort of mental something.
See, and I'm gonna say this, and so if we go on from the lens, let's go to the lens of just let's use Christianity, right? And homosexuality, and this is not all sin got to be judged the same. I'm not thinking. I'm just
and
going.
Plus, God never said that, by the way.
Yeah, He didn't. But because even in the Bible, the only thing that's ever been considered an abomination is homosexuality. But anyways, when I think about like things you act on, you got people out here that are heterosexual and believe that you can burn in hell and still go and act on those impulses. So
what you mean?
just have sex before marriage. So it's
Oh, okay, okay. I
so
see
that's
what
what I'm saying. Like, so let me clear up. So when you say the girl talk about being homosexual and not acting on those impulses, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what she was
So
saying.
I feel I look at it the same way. Like it's people that really believe that they're gonna burn in hell. Excuse
Just
me,
for the impulses alone.
no, for acting on it.
Okay.
And so we had a mindset that just because you are attracted to something, you shouldn't act on it. I think that's a thing that's all around the board. Like if you got people, and that's why I said trying to understand somebody else's logic or attraction to something is weird because we got people that say, "Hey, guys, you're gonna burn in hell if you have sex." Okay, well then why are you having sex if you think you're gonna burn in hell for eternity? And then you be like, "Well, it's a law right here where you're not supposed to sleep with underage girls." Yeah, but you believe you're gonna burn in hell for eternity, and you think this person is not going to act on this impulse that they have. I think even the idea that laws are like which they do sometimes, but people when they have certain attractions and proclivities to things, it's kind of hard to say, well, I'm not attracted to underage girls, but it's people that ain't attracted to fat people. It's people that's not attracted to
So do
big
you,
people.
and I
I mean,
understand,
black people. Why,
I understand that one, knowing you as a real person
Mhm.
outside of PKCino, and then also like, but just knowing that you as a content creator. So this is me as my real name asking you as your real name.
Mhm.
Like, so you do not recognize that at some point, even if you may have an attraction to something, you don't believe that people have enough. You don't think that there's like some sort of conviction.
Like a moral compass, basically.
Yeah, like a person will say, "Hey, this thing might be happening in my mind. I may have this urge, but I should probably not act on it."
I think is there something in the Bible kind of like if you think on it, you've already sinned?
Yes, and I think from my
I could be
interpretation, no,
wrong.
you're definitely right.
Okay.
That exists. I think that my interpretation of that is a lot of. I think it just gives the credence to how powerful the mind is.
And
Most times, you
I
don't
agree.
escape your mind.
And that right there is where I want to stop us because I agree with kind of. I think if you like thinking on it and it's rumbling around in your mind and it is
So
festering
you don't
at
give
you.
credit to people that do say that can what's the
Okay, so
word?
no.
Like monks.
Hold on. Let
How
me be,
monks
let,
refrain from sex.
let me be clear. So you use monks, but I'm gonna use something else. Okay, I agree with what you just said. I do commend those people that have these urges or these proclivities that they know they're attracted to certain things and they refrain. Do I think most people do that? No. And I can give you an example: the Catholic Church. We have none. They literally, when I was in high school, if I'm not mistaken, they literally had a church that got sold. The church got sold, and the person was going to do some renovations. They knocked down the wall at this church. They found babies in the wall. You can look, this is another Googleable thing. They found babies. Google it. They found babies in the wall because the nuns were getting pregnant. And these are people that were supposed to refrain from having sex. So even when they take up the nun and all of this type of stuff, I don't think people really.
But if I can play devil's advocate, sex
Hold
is
on, hold on,
not. Sex is natural. Heterosexual sex and sexual attraction is natural and actually God given. I don't agree with the Catholic Church where they have the priests that have. Why would you like? You can just have a wife, like a pastor has a wife, and like
I
the
don't know.
pastors I've had, they have wives that have
I'm
sex.
just saying. My mind is I don't know why people do the things they do. That's where I'm at. Like
But that's more
I
like
don't
a
try to.
doctrine thing. That's not actually biblical. Like God designed male and female to be together, to intertwine with one another.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it says the query likely refers to the historic discovery of nearly 800 infant and child remains in a disused underground sewage and septic tank system at a demolished Catholic-run institution
okay, I do something
in
like that.
Tuam, Ireland.
It was something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not,
Hey.
look, I'm not gonna just get on this bitch and cow. Like my memory serves because when it happened, so people don't know this. I'm a PK. So when it happened, my father was like, "That's the same thing you said. God meant for us to have sex and all of these things." And I just understand that people do these things and take up the faith, like y'all think about even in the Catholic Church. I don't know if they believe in heaven and hell because I don't know what Catholicism is, but let's just say hypothetically they believe that you're going to burn in eternity, but you still want to have sex and then you further killed your kid after that. So I don't just think because I don't think there's a lot of people refraining for what their mind tells them to do, even if they deem it wrong. Like that's why you have so many people. You got to think about it. Even you have people who stand up in front of people, in front of God, and say, I love my husband, I love my wife, I'm not going to cheat on them, and still do it. And that's supposed to go against adultery and all this, and people still do it. And they make these vows in front of people, in front of God, and believe they're going to burn in hell. Like that, and that just goes back to the natural sense of man and woman, and they coming together in the union, in the marriage, and they do this before God, and they make these vows, and they just shit out on the vows. I don't
Well, there's
think
nothing new under the sun. Like David was an adulterer, and God still used him to, to edify him
Mhm.
and to glorify him. In my personal opinion, as someone who's about to get married, obviously I would have I would make no exception for my at the time husband cheating on me, because one, he's never done it to my knowledge. So why would you wait till we get married to cheat on me? And it's like you know him, know him. So he's very disciplined. I think a lot of men, especially in the Western world, I think they're largely undisciplined. And I think it's because we live in, what's the phrase? I hate to misquote it, but was it the soft times? No,
I know
hard
exactly.
times make
Soft men,
men.
yeah.
I think that's what it is. I think that we live in this society that's so plush and so easy for men that the discipline that men used to exhibit to say, hey,
in what time? Because I don't think there's ever been a time. Well, you talk about. Hold on, let me make sure I'm understanding. You say discipline in the sense of being married and not cheating.
Just sexual discipline. Period. You even back to your original point about like Celeste and all that. Like, why don't more men? And I'm not trying to indict men for being sexual beings. I understand that y'all are, but at some point, when do you say, okay, I can't let these sexual proclivities ruin my life?
I see, but I'm gonna be real with you. I think the idea of these sexual proclivities ruining man's life is still a new age thing. But eons, you gotta think that's one of the reasons women wanted to get a husband, because I could be walking through the woods and a nigga say, "Give me that cootie pop," and you can't do nothing about it. Men have when they talk about literally, this is literally that quote is more so for women. They made soft times where women are more masculine now, but more so men before all of this. Now I think there are literally laws where men could beat their wives. And that, like if your wife was running down the road with a black eye, the police would take her back to the house, say, "Here's your wife, because she was your property."
So
that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know this. I don't know this. Like now,
to the feminist credit, in my opinion, that is insane. And this is coming from
I
somebody
agree.
who sincerely respects men and respects men's authority. Like I respect my future husband's authority, but I also would literally beat him upside the head in his sleep with a cast iron frying pan if he thought he was going to put his hands on me, because that's taking it to another level. Because first of all, I know you're stronger than me, and you know you're stronger than me. So for you to put your hands on me and physically intimidate me in that way, scare me essentially, when you're supposed to be the person protecting me, there is no excuse for that, in my opinion. But I guess I feel like as a society, because we're not honest, and I think that's where you're coming from. We're not being honest. Like the honest truth is that men are capable of doing really dangerous things. And it doesn't make sense for women to antagonize men to the level that they do in society.
Right. So not to get off, we just talking about like because the conversation was about consent. And you asked me, so to bring the conversation, you asked me, where do I hold, I guess, some
agency,
blame
some
on
accountability
the older person to not do a thing with the younger person.
Right.
Which I do think there should be some agency on anybody that takes up a cloth, religion, doctrine, age, law. I think all of these things, if you ascribe to these things, if I say, "Oh, I believe in the law," and then I see you out there and kill somebody, well, said you believe in law. Yeah, but my feelings were hurt, so I shot the nigga in the head. Like, I believe all if you say these things, but I think, and that's where we're at in society, where a lot of people just ain't real with themselves. Like, I don't believe laws stop things. I don't believe because you're older going to stop you or you younger going to stop you. I don't think because you say, "Hey, I'm a
We live in a
Catholic,"
sinful world. Of course, people are just gonna do bad things.
and that's where I'm at with. I personally, my personal opinion,
But what
don't
is
think people
your?
are good.
But I feel that.
People in the man
I
or
feel
woman.
that Carl Jung and all them people, they would have something to say about that. But so okay, going back to the Kendra Scott, the person who killed the 20-year-old.
Mhm.
I see this thing with black men, and I say black men because I don't really,
No, it don't matter. You gotta, caveat here.
that's not a caveat.
Yeah.
It's just I only say that because I don't care what other people
I
say.
got you. Now,
So I only care
saying what
about black men's
I
opinions about
get
this
you.
because y'all are my counterpart. And I get it to an extent, but there's a part that I just disassociate, and I just kind of wonder what's your opinion on it. Like when black men talk about single motherhood,
Mhm.
I understand that as a woman, yes, you should do everything you can to not get impregnated by a man who's not your husband.
Mhm.
But what happens when it does happen? Why then do we not say, okay, this thing did happen? We both did consent to sleeping with each other. We both are aware of what happens when you ejaculate inside of me
Mhm.
during my ovulation. Why then do we so easily say, well, your baby, your problem, when we know you would know as a man that you had a part to play in this? So you look
I
at
can answer that.
the reason, hold on,
Go ahead.
let me land the plane with Kendra Scott. I feel like this situation would not happen if she had, that little
A
girl,
father.
dad in the house or whatever. Do you look at it as at the end of the day, this woman is playing the role of two people? And a man would probably protect his daughter in that situation. He may not shoot nobody in the back of the head, but he gonna show up beat the hell out of him.
Mhm.
You
So-
see a nigga in your house that ain't supposed to be there.
So let me say this: as a person who's snuck in chicks' houses before, right? When I was underage, I don't want because people try to you weirdos and motherfuckers like that. But anyway, so let me say this: when black men were in the community, right, and my daughter got pregnant, we had this thing called a shotgun wedding. You're not finna come out here and get my daughter pregnant and not marry her. That's what when black men, if I had a daughter, you thought you was finna just get my daughter pregnant, y'all finna go get married.
Okay.
That's when we was in the community. But now that we have things like the feminist movement, you can't tell me what to do with my body. You can't force me to get married. I don't need no nigga. Like, this is the things that the women said, but when men were in the community, ain't no single mothers. You wonder the people that's like, people be like, oh, the black community marriage rate was so high. Yeah, a lot of them motherfuckers probably shotgun marriages.
But at the end of the day, they just had enough sense to understand, even if this is something you didn't want
It
to
was
do.
detrimental to the community
yeah.
to have this kid. So, hey, good people, the community as a whole, and for the greater good, you're going to be here and you're going to take care of
Making
it.
a sacrifice. So why don't the men make those sacrifices? I
We
understand
can-
there are
now,
some
so you-
women
you-
that actually push men away, but
Let me-
what about the woman that
Can
really
you-
would love?
Can you put the toothpaste back in the tube?
You cannot. But I'm
That shit's
asking you
over with.
sincerely. Okay, can we be candid for a second?
Go ahead.
Then you tell me for your first son. I know you're with your wife now, but
Mhm.
y'all had that baby before you were married.
Both my kids.
Okay, so that means you made a conscious decision to stay with your wife, even she's your wife now, but she
Yeah.
was not your wife at the time.
Right.
Why did you do that? Is it because there was something in you that said, I recognize it's not right that I'm already in this relationship with this person, we're having sex, and then she gets pregnant, I'm gonna say, ejectocito.
Well, so I don't know people relationship, how their relationship go with me. I had a good relationship with kids and all. So it was no reason for me. It's not like it's so like, and something just went off my head. So you're acting as if men get with women, skeeting them to leave them, like to get them pregnant to leave them.
I don't believe that they do that, but I feel like they just say to themselves that level of sacrifice they're just not willing to make.
And
But why? Because y'all aren't
I-
y'all supposed to be the leaders of the
Hold on,
community?
hold on.
How can you be
But-
if you just leave it up to the women?
But let me say this: I don't think most men, when they get, because I've seen too many times, get a woman pregnant, ain't trying to work it out and ain't trying to be there.
Because
You know,
you're just
hold
having
on, hold on.
sex.
Right, but I don't think even when they get pregnant, from dudes I know, they say, I want to be there. You know what happens? Women say, I don't need a man. You don't have to be here. They're not trying to get the relationship together.
You
I
really
go,
think most women are purposely pushing away their baby daddies? You sincerely believe that?
well, how many women you know with multiple baby daddies? You don't think? Hold on. You don't think none of them niggas try to stay? You just, if I meet a girl today, she got 4 baby daddies, none of them try to be there.
I ain't gonna say none, but in my experience, I don't think most men want to because y'all don't have to. The phrase is mama's baby, daddy's maybe. At the end of the day, you don't have that level of connection to this person didn't come out of you.
But Jazz,
I can barely prove this is your child without getting courts involved. I have to run a DNA
right,
test.
but they can subpoena me and they do it
Exactly.
fairly
But I'm
quick.
saying there have to
And-
be extra measures put in place for you to even be involved at all.
And we're in the point now that I can get put in jail if I don't take care of my kid.
If we can deem paternity.
No.
I know what you're saying.
No.
Hold on. I feel like they have
paternity-
outlawed that.
Okay, the whole
There
paternity.
was a time where, yes, you could be held to account for a child that was not your child.
This is still fairly. You got to understand, paternity is just I think the 90s. They just been able to determine paternity in the 90s. If I'm not, you can look it up.
1990 was 36 years ago.
Okay, that's new in all
In
of
the
what's
big scheme of human history, it's new.
no.
But it's not brand new.
What I'm saying is from like feminist movement to
Okay.
now, that is still still got 30 years of feminism before you being able to get paternity, and then you got another 30 years right now. So you got a good what? So
I just want to ask you straight up: do you, as a man who is a husband and father, who is an incredible father, I've seen in my own 2 eyes,
Mhm.
do you feel like more men should, even if it requires a sacrifice, even if it's, I don't even like this bitch, I was just fucking with her, but that you should say at the end of the day, I don't want my kid to grow up without a father?
I think most men try that.
You really think that?
I've seen
Where is
it.
the evidence for that?
Well, my situation. Well, we had a good relationship, but I know a guy right now that's literally he hates his baby mama, hates her. But he said, I don't want my child to grow up like her. Like I have a daughter, and I just see what my wife looks like, her family looks like. If I'm not here, my daughter is going to be that. I'm here to hedge against that. I've seen that a lot. I've worked in plants. I worked at Hubble Power System around men all day. I hate my wife. I've been with men, and we're at work. We're having conversations, and they say, "Who wants extra overtime?" And they'll raise their hand and say, I want extra overtime because they don't want to go home. But they also look at it as, I don't want to go home. I don't like my but if I say these extra hours, by the time my child gets home, I could be at home and make some extra money. Like, it's literally men that
Why do you think so many men, and this is, I know, kind of a loaded question, but I like, you know me, I like to get men's perspective on things. Why do you sincerely think, I think it's the whore culture, I know you probably don't agree. Why do you think so many Black men just don't like Black women today? Like there was a time where
I think that's not true though.
You just said that you worked at a place where a lot of those men said, I don't want to go home. And they don't want to
These
be
are the
around
rela-
these
hold on.
women.
These are the relationships that I've seen. But as a whole,
But why would you assume for
because they
those
told me
situations?
these are
No, I'm
okay.
saying they said it, but in your opinion, because most people develop an opinion about something that they ever say it. What was your opinion about why they
hated there?
Yeah, why is there so much contention between Black men and Black women?
Because the women are allowed to be bitches and they can't get punched in the fucking face.
You do not mind internet scrutiny. Now you know that's not some shit to say now.
But it's the truth. A lot of women are bitches because they cannot I've seen so many, and I'm not gonna lie, it brings a little joy, it warms my heart a little bit when I see a woman get beat up. No, I'm just saying it warms my heart a little bit. I can't lie. And not your little girl, not your little lady just walking down minding her business and something happened to her. I'm talking about the ones, these renegades, these ladies that just gotta rile up at men. Like you seen those videos when that man, those two, a black lady and a white lady, you probably seen it. They was over in London. Dude on the corner white girl come up to him, she talking crazy, the black girl come up there talking, she do something to him and he foul. Then the white girl try to swing him, foul. They hit both of them. I'm like, oh, bravo. I said the world is healing itself. The world is healing. He hit both. I'm telling you, he hit both of them with a reset because both of them got slapped and then they looked. They looked at each other. Then they looked at him like, maybe we should be.
Y'all seen I tried to save him. I tried to pat on the table, but he still kept going.
But that's the reset. That's the world healing itself. And see, in times where, and see, I'm gonna be honest, science too stopped a lot of stuff. Even like David getting caught. 40 years ago, he would have got away.
I'm gonna be honest with you, said. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think you would hit your wife. Even if she did something egregious.
No, I don't.
For two reasons. I don't believe it's actually in your character to do so, even though I know he's a shock jock. I sincerely do not think you would hit your wife. And I also think that I think men purposely do certain things to women who they know they can do those things to. Not every.
Can I give you a personal story?
You may not believe me. Let me just lay my plane.
Okay.
You may not believe me, but I'm here to tell you what I knew. I know that me and my tall stature and thick weight, and I know when I go down the road, if a man want to get me and harm me, he got to really come with it. I'm not 110 pounds soaking wet, and neither is your wife.
But we never see big women get kidnapped though.
Exactly, and that's a reason for that. So I'm here to tell you, now don't get me wrong, I know you could obviously handle your wife, but I'm just saying, I just don't think
crazy take because if
you don't think if your wife was a petite woman. So at the end of the day, I guess I'm saying it's in you. Either it's in you or it's not. Either it's in you to be an abusive husband or it's not.
Hold on. So the scenario that I gave about the man slapping the woman on the street, we don't know if he's an abusive man, but he was in a situation.
You think the average man would just slap women that he don't know?
If they did what he did,
what did they do? They're just talking shit.
And it was in his face. Like they was in his face talking shit. He was just walking. The white girl come over talking shit. I don't know the before. I don't know if that he was off camera. He just comes in the camera. You go on the New Normal podcast on Instagram. I posted it, and so it's like, okay. Even the dude, the girl was standing on the side of the car talking cash money shit. The dude come up and slap her in the face. Her teeth.
You think that's a normal reaction? Mind you,
hold on.
Guess what? So, if a man was talking shit to you, the aggression would build up, but at some point it wouldn't get physical until the first person made it physical. So if somebody talking to you in any other circumstance, you would understand that it's not time to get physical. If it was a man, you would not hit a man just for talking shit to you.
Hold on, let me say something. It's called common sense.
So why is it different with a woman?
Listen. Just listen to this logic. It's easy logic. If my child Trey came up to me and started talking shit to me, I'm gonna fire his ass up. You know why? Little nigga, what the hell you think you talking to? Because you're 70 pounds. You're not finna do nothing with me.
Not my baby. Mind you, he has the most well-behaved son in the world.
I'm just saying, it just makes, because the threat of violence ain't on me in certain situations. It's on you. It's to preserve your life. Do you not feel like men should prevent themselves from resorting to violence just because you know it's an option? Yes. But so not if I can win. If I can win, I don't like if I know I'm gonna like that's the thing between men. Between men, the reason I'm holding it,
but it's not between men.
No. You asked me. You said you wouldn't do this to a man. So, like, for instance, I've seen fights where with men, if the man is significantly smaller than the other man was 5'6". Like, nigga, I'm way bigger than you. Like, that's why you gotta think about this. They literally have weight classes in fighting for a reason. You're not going to see a 250 pound Deontay Wilder fight no lightweight. You're not going to see it. Nobody even wants to watch that fight. Even if the little lightweight peppered him up going around being Deontay Wilder because he can't catch him. Deontay Wilder hitting you at 2-something and you 130 pounds would be insane. And so even with men, we understand with men, hey, there's a weight class. There's a weight class. We can't just do this. And so with men,
Where do you learn how to interact with women? Because we are not men. And I understand what you might say. A lot of women do act masculine and aggressive, but not all women do that. So where do you learn that, hey, you can't just these manly masculine street fighting rules and hey, I'm gonna size you up, I could take you. That can't apply to women. Like, we're literally not
No,
as
but
physically capable as y'all.
and that is the logic behind it. If you just say, you know that, right? Why are you talking to me crazy? That's
our version of defense, though.
No. That's not how you think. Hold on. So you think if you're in a situation with a man, your version of defense is talking crazy to him or being quiet and getting out of that situation? I'm just trying to figure out, because if I had a daughter, she was in the, I'm just going with my scenario, and if a man, because first of all, if I'm raising a daughter, she would never put herself in a situation where she's talking crazy to a man. But let's say she's in the club, belligerently drunk, like the dude is drunk, right? And she's walking. Let's say she bumps him. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let's say that doesn't suffice. Let's say the dude says, "Damn, bitch, you made me waste my drink." Woo-doo, woo-doo, woo-doo. You think I'm gonna tell my daughter on a drunk man that just went off on her to, hey, you cuss that nigga out, you get in his face?
No,
Hey,
you wouldn't tell her to do
okay,
that.
so I don't understand why you would think that would be
I feel
a
that. I
defense.
feel that. And sincerely, I do. That is the smart thing to tell your daughter to just get out of that situation. Who can check men if not for other men, though? So when we have these
But they
larger,
do. But
hold
they do.
on, when
That's
we
why
have
you have
these
the police and
larger social conversations, I don't hear a lot of y'all saying, hey, when the women are out of the room, it's just us men. Hey, bruh, you don't treat no lady like this.
Well, we don't hold on. We don't have a how to treat a woman because we don't know who you're dealing with. I've never had a conversation with the, well, you treat women
So
like
if
this.
you have two sons, you're not going to teach either of them to at least attempt
teach them how to be gentlemen, but
to be gentlemen.
Yeah, but I think that being a gentleman and being a good person is just a societal thing. I'm not going to teach them how to treat women. I'm going to teach them just to, hey, you know, this.
So
person.
if your son, your oldest son, if he was grown and he went to a club and a woman accidentally bumped him and spilled his drink on his shirt, you would be, just as his father, you would be okay with him berating that woman.
No, I didn't say that, because the person that I would raise, we probably would have a conversation like, she bumped you, made you spill. Damn, baby, you know, you made me spill my drink on you. Now you got to buy me another, or you got to let me take you on a date. You got to pay for this, baby. Just some smooth shit. Hey, you wasted drink on me, you know. Let me, you know, you got to buy me another, or can I get a dance, or can I get your number for that? Something simple like that. Just something cute, or hey, it's okay.
So nothing violent.
No, it would be nothing violent.
So that's what I'm saying. But, so if you've never been violent to your wife,
hold on. But I would raise my children to take approach to most of all situations like that. If it's just an accident, man or woman, it don't matter who it is. Just, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not raising them to handle a woman different. Just a common, decent person. That's it.
What I'm suggesting is, to your point, you know that women sometimes find themselves in situations where they would be with a man that has not been raised properly. I get that, but we can't police y'all. No man is really listening to what a woman says.
That's why we have the police.
So that means
we call 911.
When I say police, I just mean police behavior in a sense of societally. The same way I try to tell women to deviate from whoredom. They don't listen, but I try. So I'm the only person that can do that. They're not going to listen to y'all, because the first time a man says stop being a hoe, they're going to say you give hoes all the attention anyway, so you don't mean that.
Okay, so let me ask this. So you're saying, so I can get clear understanding, if I'm out and a woman is getting beat up, do you think I should intervene in her getting beat up?
I already know where you're going with this, because you've already made several videos about this.
No,
I'm just saying in a social conversation.
Okay, so I'm
like the internet. You're a big proponent on the internet. Okay. Why do you ever say if you see men acting aggressively, dangerously, do you ever just say, "Hey, bro, you know what I'm saying? It's a woman. You probably didn't have to go this far with this person. She really can't inflict as much harm on you."
You want me to tell you what I would think? If I seen a man just slap another woman, I'm probably not gonna say.
If you see my fiance just haul off and slap me right in front of you, you wouldn't say nothing to him.
He's in a slapping mood, Jazz. He's in a slapping mood. I don't want to just. And you got to think about this. And I'm just gonna put it out there. He slapped you, and you suck it and fuck it and all that. What you think he gonna do to me? folding his clothes and walking around in lingerie and bending over. He doing that to you. So if he in a slapping mood at this point in time, I know he gonna be ready. He gonna try to throw me off the bridge. I'm just saying. He slapped you because you might have got flipping at the bottom. I'm just assuming because he doesn't just seem like the guy that just beats women. But if he just so happened to hit you one day, my mind like, oh, yeah, I was talking shit or something. This gonna be, and I might get my popcorn to see how this plays out. But
So, ladies, I want you to hear this, and there's not even no shade to him. At the end of the day, we don't live in a society where men are willing to put themselves behind
I
that
think
eight
that's-
ball like
I
that.
think that's stupid.
So that means that you cannot assume one way or the other that men that are outside of your situation are going to come and save you. You need to do the best that you can to avoid these high intensity situations.
Yeah, but for the most part, women were taught how to not put themselves in those situations.
And I also think for the most part that it was before 5 minutes ago expected that if you are a grown man and you have girth and you have physical strength, that you would not just willingly just allow a woman to begin just beat up in front of you. Like, now I get it because you made videos, you have a wife and children to go home to.
Mhm.
I'm not saying
And
be
my
on a
wife,
t-shirt.
my wife is adamant. Hey, you see a bitch getting beat up? Because
Would you at least call the police? That is the absolute least you could do.
But see,
Not calling the police is crazy. I'm not conceding on that.
you're right.
But I
You're right.
get
That's
that you
crazy.
mean,
You're right.
hey, I'm out of it because I got people that depend on me.
See, I look at the full parameters of it, right? Because I'm in Walmart, and this is a real case that you can Googleable again. Man sees a woman in Walmart getting beat up, intervenes. The man shoots and kills him. He literally just had a newborn baby. Look it up. I think it's like 3 or 4 Walmart cases where a man intervenes and the woman gets the woman got beat up and he gets shot and killed, and he has a newborn. The lady did an interview and all that. And she fact checking me. I ain't just up here just bullshitting. She fact checking me.
Hey, I'm with you.
And so when and I think about, like, if I call the police, I got to give an account. Hey, it's a man in here beating up. And then what?
I'm in Walmart. It's a man.
So, did you see that?
No, I was looking at something else.
Oh, okay. But when that happens, it's like I get my account. And then what they say, well, we want to take your statement. And then what did they come back like, oh, you gave a statement. I got to shoot
They
your
have an
house up.
anonymous tip line.
And then what if they be like, well, I want you to be they got to court, we want you to get on the stand. And I don't want to do all that. I don't want to do all that. I ain't gonna even lie because
if you had a daughter.
Hold on. So let me say
this.
this. Let me get this out real quick. So being a man with around other men, playing sports and stuff like that, having conversations with men about their relationships, things like that, and the amount of bullshit that men take and how women act, men are really not that violent. Even when we had these bare man conversations, men are not that violent. They're not, and that's why I'm saying if I see a man in public, and I always go want to quantify this statement. If it's in public, typically this woman is with a woman beater. Because I don't think nobody just my first time hitting you in public. I don't think that happens. But if he's okay and comfortable hitting you in public, where the society that you speak of men could come and do something to him, that nigga crazy. And he's willing to do whatever. Any nigga intervene, he gonna do what he gotta do.
If your wife was out without you and there was some sort of weird altercation, maybe at like a grocery store, oh, you think I cut in front of you in line, words exchange, and he's getting physically aggressive, he just pushes your wife to the ground and there's other men around, you sincerely would not even just want another man to help your wife out.
Since you're making it personal about my wife, I would love that. But I'm not expecting people to do that. So if we had a conversation, okay, so one of the things, if that happened, my wife get pushed to the ground, baby, get up around. Don't sit around. Don't look for nobody. Did y'all see this dude just push me to the ground? Don't get up. Yeah, you push me to the baby. Get up and remove yourself from this situation ASAP. Don't play. Don't do nothing. Then call the police. Then call me. Then when you remove yourself, that's how you do it. Don't stay in danger in harm's way. And I've seen so many women get slapped and then just run back up and get slapped again. I'm like, y'all fucking amygdala is fucked up. It is. Y'all fight or flight response.
Hey man, I want y'all to know I'm sitting across from the craziest nigga on the internet.
I'm just saying, you don't think these people amygdala is fucked up? If you get slapped, and a lot of times when I see these dudes slapping, these ain't no little niggas. Y'all riding up to the biggest dude, and see, that's why I know as society they castrated men because y'all. If and this is why I say, just like I say, a man that's beating his woman in public. This ain't his first time. This is his MO. When I see a
Say
woman,
this ain't his first rodeo.
yeah, that ain't first rodeo. When I see a woman talking crazy to a man, that ain't her first time.
Okay.
And that's why she does it until she meets somebody to slap. That white girl, that black girl, they probably talk to men like shit all the time.
I got a checkmate
ahead.
for you right
Go
here.
ahead.
The same way you'll sit there and say that, you'll say, hey, as a woman, don't be talking shit and not expecting to get your ass beat. Why when a man talks shit to a woman, she hit him, then y'all say, keep your hands to yourself. That's the exact same concept.
Jazz, you little than me.
I understand, but when I hear that from men, I don't think it's coming from a
It's
place of
it's-
logic. I think it's coming from a place of respect. They're insinuating that
The
you
world-
should not put. They're
Yeah, the
insinuating you
world
should
don't even
not
work like
put
that.
your hands on a person just for talking shit to
Even
you.
look at our
But
government.
yet you just said a
we
man
just
can
went
do
to
that.
we just went to Venezuela and kidnapped their whole president. Like they way smaller than us. We had no business over it. That's just how power works. We're not finna go. You know why motherfuckers with nuclear weapons don't get invaded. We all got big dicks around here. We ain't finna. I'm not going to Japan. But guess what we at now? Iran. You know why? Because they ain't got no nuclear weapon. Well, what we trying? Are we trying to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon? If they get a nuclear weapon, you ain't finna fuck with Iran. It's just a power thing. That's how power works. You think
So
think
you're-
Venezuela right now got a damn was on, oh yeah, America, fuck you. Everybody be like, nigga, what?
For sure.
Okay, so you understand the concept. So even if a woman comes to me as a man,
So I'm just
and
asking
talks
you
crazy,
that your opinion is not stemmed from the morality of it, but the rationale.
it's the rationale and the logic and the power. If I got more power than you, or more resources than you, or anything, if I got something more than you,
So
it
you
would
think
be-
it's okay for a man to hit a woman for talking crazy to her, but not for a woman to hit a man for talking crazy to her?
No. I think it's, if you do it, fine. I think it's insane because like men always make this same thing. It's the nigga named Brian Shaw, white man, powerlifter. The nigga 6'8", 340 pounds. He just lost 100 pounds. They talking about how shredded he is. I'm not going to Brian Shaw and talking shit to Brian Shaw. This nigga 6'8", 340 pounds, number muscle. One of the strongest men alive. You think anybody gonna talk shit to him? But guess what? I guarantee you, his wife probably talks mad shit to him. You know why? Because he knows she loves him.
Yeah, she don't believe he would do it to her.
And she don't believe to do it. And you gotta understand, this is the strong. Our show speed is with Brian Shaw. This is how crazy it is. They had a ball on the ground. The ball probably weighs, I don't know, like 80 pounds. He picks the ball up like this. Our show speed bodyguard tries it. Couldn't do it. This is crazy. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
But no, to your point though, seriously, like with women, y'all gotta understand again, this social contract that you feel like you have with men, it only exists when you play your role. You cannot cross
Hold
over
on,
to the
hold on.
masculine role.
You talk about a social contract. Let's stay there. The men have always kept the social contract. The women have broke it with the feminist movement.
That's what I'm saying.
So when we had these conversations, men had decency, even wore suits and type of stuff. Yeah, they go wearing suit and trying to. You gotta think that's how people dress. Even black people going to church, going to events, showing respect. They in the suit typically ain't trying to have a fight. Typically, but now we at a point now we got a lot of the women that do whatever they want to do, say whatever they want to say, and all this, and then don't expect. It'd be crazy for me to be like, oh, and then I'm crossing the street, that truck should just get out the way. And then I get ran over, and people be like, "Well, you knew it's 18 running down the road." That's kind of where, like, I get it. You're trying to make this case where, because you and this is real shit. You want men. Men have been such good people. Y'all want to try to make them 100% good. There got to be somewhere where men can be men and be human. And is having this conversation kind of feels dehumanizing when we can look at accounts where so many women have done stuff to where men have made laws to come to your arrest, to change laws. You got to understand, like, even the feminist movement, like, you got to think about it. You just said men built the world. Men allow women to vote. Men allow women to do a lot of shit. But then it's like, well, you should also allow us to let you talk shit to you and not hit us back. Like, damn, like, when does this start? Like, and this is the issue with a lot of things I see in the world, even like the LGBTQ. It's like the pendulum swings so far. Here is like, when do you stop? Like, when do you
Right.
keep pushing? Now it swings back. The women push. Now you see the men online. Myron Gaines writing a book, Women Deserve Less. Talking crazy to women, kicking them out. Oh, you bitches ain't shit. Y'all fucking stupid. Like, man, that was odd to me growing up. Even growing up as a man, it was considered bad decorum to cuss around women.
Yes, I remember that was a time.
That's how I'm. Like I said, I'm 37. So when I'm growing up, you're not supposed to even have profane language around women. That's how much men respected women, to the point now you hear women every time they get talk, bitch, fuck, nigga, these my bitches, whoop de whoop. So we don't even use the term ladylike anymore. You ain't heard nobody use the term ladylike anymore. There
For
was a
sure.
thing where ladylike and being a gentleman, holding doors and stuff like that. I know a lot of times niggas was just really holding doors to see a bitch ass, but it was a thing. It was part of society. That was proper decorum. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna open the door for you. You might say that, you might not, but I get to look at something for you walking the door. That, I get why they did it, but the bitch can open the door herself. I'm just saying. But in all seriousness, we had things, and we talk about social contract. I grew up, you can't cuss around women.
Mhm.
I grew up where if it's a bunch of men in the room, when you talk about just how men operate social contract, we're not talking about how to treat women, but when you come in, a woman comes in the room, somebody's getting up, giving her a seat.
Mhm.
That was the thing when I grew up. Yeah, a lady came in the room, she gets the seat, and we stand up, and nobody batted an eye, nobody thought, because as
So
society,
what changed
we
that?
took care of women. We thought we always wanted to take care of women. What changed that is the women. The women wanted to be these thoughts, whores, talk crazy. All
And
of this shit.
I completely agree with
Okay,
that. My
so
talking
that's what I'm
points.
saying. Like, I can go through a bunch of
But
instances.
if I could
Go
jump
ahead.
in, because again, I completely agree with that. I've always been outspoken against whoredom in women and aggression and all this type of stuff in women. But as a man, do you ever say, okay, the word integrity? The word integrity means doing the right thing even when no one is looking. I would add a caveat to that is even when no one is expecting you to do so, that you just do the right thing no matter what the situation is. So if you were raised to not curse around women, raised to offer women a seat, it should not matter what the behavior is of the woman. You as a man should say, this is the program that I govern myself on. I was raised this way. I was raised to treat women this way. She got to deal with her own demons, but I'm going to do my part to do the right thing.
So that sounds good, but if I'm out here in the real world, let's say I'm raised to do a certain thing, and those things have changed now. So you saying I'm supposed to be held to a standard that I used to or raise them, right? If I'm beholding to these standards, that's the word. Yeah, thanks.
Mhm.
And what happens is kind of like how nerves get picked on. I'm looked at as someone that's like, this is odd. I've seen a guy get up and give me a seat. Why is he doing this? Oh, hell, he's holding my door. Like, I've literally seen videos of women say, why are you opening my door? I can open my own door.
You think that's a common thing, or do you think that's something that the internet cherry picks to put in front of people? I have never seen a woman complain about someone holding the door for her, and I don't think you have either in real life.
But I also don't see men holding doors for women either.
I see men holding doors. I get the door held for me every time. It doesn't matter if it's white, black, young, old. I have never been in the presence of another man. He not held the door open for me.
I don't see men open the doors for women. And the only time I do see a man open the door is at the club, but he's the fucking bouncer.
So opening the door versus holding the door. So if you are already there and you see me coming, you would hold the door.
Yeah, if I see you coming, if I'm there, no, I'm gonna lie. Because I don't open doors. I don't. I just don't.
It's one thing to open the door for the
Also,
woman.
but if I'm let's say I'm going through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hold it. Yeah, I definitely.
Okay. Yeah. Most men hold doors for
No,
women.
no. That happens a lot.
Yeah.
But it was a time where if I'm close to a door, I'm talking about. I used to see men run
Okay, to open the
Open
door.
the door for
Okay.
a woman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see that as much.
You're
I'll
not going to
admit
see that. But that was a thing, especially like a person that's a soldier, PK. So I'm at a lot of church events, conferences, other churches, things like this, and men had a certain decorum for
Do
women,
you
how they-
think that people who watch your channel, and maybe this is a little too late in the conversation to have this to ask this question, do you think people who watch your content that they would say, "Wow, this is a pastor's kid. Like you have very strong opinions about things that maybe don't seem to align with what people would assume a pastor's kid had been taught." Do you think that that's a thing? Do you feel like you push back against some of the things that you were
I
taught?
wish y'all could hear me. My father talk. I'm actually going to do a podcast with him.
Wow, now that would be
so
cool.
So when we're having these conversations, because I be wanting people. I'm gonna do a podcast with him, and I want to do one with my mother. And the reason I want to do one with my dad is because the conversations that me and him have to be adjusted for going forward in what 2026 looks like. Because he goes hard on how Black women act now, and the church, what it looks like. Because my dad, so growing up, my dad used to say, "Get your church girl," and his logic was, if she messes up, she'll have like a safeguard because God to keep her from going too far. That's what he used to always say. And I used to tell my father, I said, "Dad, it's whores in the church." He told me and Vic, he used to always tell me and Vic, "Get y'all a church girl, get y'all a church. That's the best girl to get." Man, these girls are whores.
I'm not trying to even be like tit for tat, but it was the same way with church guys. People always be like, "Oh, get you a guy in
Yes,
church."
yes.
Them niggas was
Yeah.
out here.
Yes. But the thing is, women were held to a different standard when it comes to their body. So it's like if I'm having sex, I'm
You
sleeping
do
with
realize that's. I want you to know, unless I'm reading my Bible incorrectly, that's not biblical. People always use David as an example. God loved David in spite of his adultery and his concubineness.
What was it? What was the
God
adultery?
commanded man to be with one woman. So I don't understand why men.
No. The whole reason why David fell from God's eyesight was because he coveted another man, which is really what adultery is, coveting another man.
another man's wife.
Yes, Uriah's wife, and sent him off into battle to die, to cover up his sin. And also Uriah. That's why Uriah, the story of Uriah, what type of man Uriah when we talk about discipline, because even in battle they were not supposed to have sex. And then he called Uriah back, sent the letter, and he called him back to sleep with his wife Bathsheba to cover up his sins, that he slept with his wife, so that his wife, so it wouldn't be like, "Oh, my wife's pregnant," but at the time, so all of that, I know, trust me, and I don't really talk about the Bible like that because I know what I'm talking about. That is why David fell, because adultery is coveting another man's wife.
I understand that.
Simply. So that's that.
So does God or does God not speak against fornication?
Yes, but I don't.
There is no but. So if the answer is yes, then that means that God recognizes that sexual immorality is not just the instance that you're describing, coveting another man's wife. It's also sleeping with someone who's not your spouse. So at the end of the day, if you are married, you cannot be either coveting another woman, period, or coveting another man's wife.
Hold on, but my understanding of wife is who you have sex with, though.
You can't possibly believe that.
No,
you can't possibly believe that.
Okay,
Because
show me a
if you
marriage. Show me how you get married back in the Bible.
So what makes a whore then? If you're saying every person you sleep with is your spouse, then there's no such thing as whores then. Because at the end of the day, they're just sleeping with their husbands, and you know that's not true.
But that's why you had this thing called soul ties. You can't get rid of them because y'all are literally bond spiritually. What is a soul tie, Jazz? You can't get rid of a soul tie because the people you slept with.
I understand what you're saying, but what does that have to do with what I just said? Do you recognize or not that people, if you're saying that anyone you sleep with is your spouse,
right,
then that would negate the definition of a whore, because a whore is a person who sleeps with multiple men,
right,
who are not her husband. But you're saying if you sleep with someone, that automatically becomes your spouse.
Because if
you
sleep,
know
hold on.
that's
Let me tell you. Because when you sleep with the first man, that's your husband. When you sleep with another man, that's not your husband. But that's why you're the whore.
But why does it make you, if you're a man and you sleep with more than one woman, why is that second woman your wife? Where is it in the Bible does it say that?
That's why Solomon and David never fell from God's eyes from sleeping with a bunch of women. They all had a bunch of women. That is biblical.
That's 2 people out of the hundreds of men in the Bible. And it would be argued that those men were loved by God in spite of their infidelity.
Show me where it said that.
So if God,
I'm just saying,
if
you
God-
said it, show me what it
if
says.
God
You fact
wanted
check me.
men,
You
if
show-
God wanted men to have multiple wives, where in the Bible does it say that? Why didn't he just create multiple Eves when he created Eve? If he said, you know what, hey, one of these things I'm creating from your literal rib is not enough. Why didn't he just make 2 off the gate?
Because I want to say they got a story in it. The woman that couldn't have kids end up having a and she got the man got the concubine or the helpmate or something like that pregnant. I can't think of the name. Look it up.
I just feel like, in my personal opinion, when men who have any relative knowledge of the Bible, when they try to use that, I just think it's a disingenuous argument. I don't think any of y'all really sincerely believe that.
Believe
I
what?
think you, I don't think
I don't
that
believe
you,
what.
I don't think that you sincerely believe that you should have more than one wife. I don't think you really believe that. I think that if you wanted more than one wife, you would try to cherry pick some random verse in the Bible to try to validate that.
Let me be clear. I don't use the Bible in how I move with marriage. Like I get it, like marriage is covenant with God, but so
Is that not the end of the conversation?
what you mean?
If we're talking about marriage, which is all I'm trying to talk about right now,
Mhm.
you are a married man.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I obviously don't know you anywhere near to the degree that your wife does, but I do kind of know you. I don't believe that you sincerely think that you should have more than one wife. So in these conversations, why do you feel the need to spar with me about that?
No. You talking about me? I don't feel the need. I don't want 2 wives.
But if you did, you think you should have 2 wives.
Yeah.
If you wanted 2 wives, you think you should have more than one wife.
Yeah, if I wanted, yeah, I do. I don't.
Where in the Bible does it say that a man should have more than one wife?
You know,
Not that they do, but that they should. Where does it say that? Or did God make male and female, make man and woman, make the marriage a covenant between man and woman and God?
You
have as many kids as you can.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of hard. That's why men have, like, even in biology, like.
So that's where the discipline comes in. So why, if you sincerely think that men should have no sexual discipline, that you should essentially have as much sex as you think you're supposed to have with as many women as you think, that's nothing about that is biblical. Nothing. And that doesn't even make sense. Because if you have
2 examples though.
You had, that's 2 examples of the thousands of men in the Bible. If you had a child right now outside of your marriage, you would recognize as a common sense individual that that's a wrong thing to do. And I don't believe that you have any other answer to that. That means that you recognize that there's something wrong with that concept.
Hold on. I think societally, yes, we would say that. But I think if you going back biblically 100,000 years, you have multiple families, I don't think nobody will better either. I think now with marriage license, divorce, how things work like that, because they don't even have marriage licenses. How I'm gonna tell this your wife? How I'm gonna tell this your wife?
Well,
like,
you know what?
Even taking last night, I get it biblically, but there is a way. Like now, people can look up who's my wife. You can look my wife up, who's her husband. Like.
Because y'all are connected by marriage. This is your family now.
By paperwork and legal.
No, a covenant with God. That's how a Christian is supposed to look at it.
Right, but even with a covenant with God, I can have a covenant with God without paperwork, right? Because you can literally go have a covenant with God, and you and Darren could be married, literally, and not the legal part. That the legal has nothing to do with God. But what makes you and your husband married, and what consummates marriage, is sex. Is sex, because there is no other way to tell you that you got married somebody until the legal aspect came in it. Sex is the thing that consummates marriage. And you want me to prove it even further? That is why women have this thing called a hymen. And that is why it's considered sacred when you have sex on the night of.
You already know that most women are not virgins. And
most women, this is my personal opinion, most women are not supposed to get married if they're not virgins. That's my personal opinion.
So now we're going to, so I want you to know, unless we are reading completely different Bibles, God does not hold men to a different sexual standard than women. God says, do not fornicate, meaning that you should not have sex with people who are not your spouse. If by your logic, that wouldn't even exist. Fornication could not exist by your logic. You're saying anyone you sleep with becomes your spouse. That would negate fornication. That's not a thing.
Well,
At the end of the
I just
day,
told you
you
how.
consummate
told
your
you how
marriage
this
with
fornica-
sex. Yes, that is the proper way to do it.
I just told
But
you
it does not
how,
mean,
what did I say fornication was? What did I say fornication was?
I don't know.
Fornication is when a woman sleeps with one man, then she goes sleeps with another man. That is literally fornication because she slept with
So
somebody
you're
outside of her
suggesting
husband.
that men have
So-
no sexual responsibility in the Bible? That y'all are supposed to just have sex with any and everybody anytime? You think that's what God says in the Bible? You sincerely think that?
I didn't say
As a pastor's kid?
I didn't say God said none of that. I didn't say that. I said I said sex is consummated by marriage. I mean, marriage is consummated by sex. That's what I said. I said
That's not the only thing that you said.
I said fornication is when a woman is sleeping with somebody outside of the first person she slept with. That's why you have this thing called a hymen and blood, and that's why even in African tribes, when you sleep with your woman the first night, when she bleeds, you come out of the tent and show the people, hey, she bled, she's a virgin, she's a good woman. So these are things that they did. That's why I said what I said. That is fornication, when that I sleep with this woman and she sleeps with somebody else. Adultery is when a man, and this is when you ask me sexual responsibility, if I know that you're married to this man, if I know it, and
By your logic, if you slept with this man,
what you mean? If she slept with a man and that's her husband.
No, if she slept with him, because
What you mean?
you're equating sleeping with somebody but with being their spouse.
Yeah. And that's why when people talk about soul ties, what other reason would you have a soul tie with somebody unless
You sincerely believe that
marriage?
both yourself and every woman you've ever slept with, you think that y'all all have soul ties. You really believe that? Women that you slept when you were 16 years old, you think that women still have soul ties to you?
Possibly, yeah.
You really think that? Not for argument's sake. You really think that?
Possibly, because
if that woman walked in here right now at 37, almost 40 years old, you think she would be stunning all the time that she fucked you when you were 16 years old?
Possibly, yes.
I don't think so, Sid.
I ain't gonna say too much. Possibly, yes.
I don't think so, and I don't think anybody else does either. I think that the bottom line conversation is when you're a man and you.
So hold on. How I'm gonna ask you this question.
Okay.
When does soul tie start to stop? When I'm 15 or when I'm 30?
I just think that we give soul ties too much credit. I think that yes, the possibility of a soul tie is a possibility. I do think that they are real. I don't think they happen all the time. Let's be honest. Somebody like what's the lady named Bonnie Blue, the porn star lady. You think that lady got soul ties to all the 1,000 men she slept with that day?
Could be. I don't know.
I'm asking your opinion.
My opinion is I don't know, and the reason that I don't know, let me tell you why I don't know, is because I don't even know the ramifications of doing that far as a person. But let's say
you have opinions on everything else. Then one time I ask you something, you ain't got no opinion. No, I'm asking you as a human being with a brain. Do you think this lady?
I don't know. It's an opinion.
Do you think this lady has a soul tie to 1,000 people?
And this is my answer. I don't know. That's my opinion, and the reason I say this is because I don't know what happens to a person who has.
Where does the number stop? 110?
That's what I'm saying. Who knows? I don't. That's what I'm saying. Who knows?
I'm asking your opinion. Asking, what do you think?
If
you had to give an answer, if you had to say, if I had to guess, I don't think a woman is going to have a soul tie to more than 5 people. So I'm saying, like,
I don't think there's. That's what I'm saying. I don't think. That's why I asked you, because you said 16. Well, I'm asking you. Well, when does a soul tie? You believe in it, so when does a soul tie start and stop? You said about a girl that I had.
So you just have no opinion about soul ties. You just think every single person that every other person has sex with has soul ties.
Hold on, you want to know?
Do you have soul ties to those women? What would make it any different?
I think I have soul ties to people. Yes.
Do you have a soul tie to every woman you've ever had sex with?
I don't know. This is the real shit. I don't know, because I think it's like this. You know how they look at trauma. So you've been having trauma, right? You don't know that you have trauma sometimes to trigger, right? I think a soul tie is similar to that. I think you can do something and something happened to you, and you don't know that it's a thing until it's a trigger. And let me give you an example why I say this. I can be scrolling Facebook, Instagram, or people you may know. It's a girl I smashed. see her, feelings, how we smashed, was it good, thinking about her, all that. I think that would be considered assault because I seen her, trigger, emotions, how it happened, where I met her, all of these things come back in my memory. I think I would think that would be assault type because I had a trigger incident of how I had sex with this woman. Was it good? Oh, that was some good pussy though. That I liked that. Oh, so I'm just saying. I just think it's kind of like a trauma. If you think of your mind like trauma, a trigger happens. You don't know this thing happens. That it's not. You know what I'm saying? Or like women. I hear women say, "Oh, he had a little Peter." You might see a dude scrolling up. People you may know. Yeah, that nigga had a little dick. Like that's a memory. Like I think memory.
I think it's just a memory. I don't think it's a soul tie. A
You don't-
soul tie would imply that it has some sort of real life implication in your life at this time, and it does not. You would have never thought about this
So that's
person
a-
had they not showed up
So
in your
let me just look at
Facebook.
what is a soul tie? Because you said real life implication right now, but I don't think there's even close to the definition of soul tie. Once you forget it. But if that's your soul, that's your definition. That's fine. But you want to look up soul tie?
I guess you can ask Google what a
Soul
soul
tie.
tie is.
Soul tie means a soul tie is a deep spiritual emotional bond that connects two people.
And you think you
It-
have that.
It can form through close friendships, family relationship, vows, or sexual intimacy. Healthy versus unhealthy connections. Healthy soul ties bring a sense of safety, mutual support, personal growth.
And you feel like that with any woman that you smashed 20 years ago.
Could be and
Say it.
unconditional love. So let me explain. I'm finna explain. So let's get into the nitty gritty. Let's get this is really. So when you ask me about this, because we're talking about this right now, I could look at a chick that I smashed like, dang.
And you feel you have an emotional security. That's the
No,
definition that you
that's
just
healthy.
read.
No, they got healthy and unhealthy. You didn't let me finish the definitions. You didn't. It said literally. You can look right here. Healthy and I read the healthy ones. You didn't let me read the unhealthy. So I'm just saying. Unhealthy, obsessive thoughts.
You have obsessive thoughts about women you slept with 20 years ago?
That's what I was trying to tell you. And I didn't even have to read the definition to know, like, when I seen this girl, like, oh, this girl has some good pussy. And then I called my
You
homeboy.
think,
and-
besides,
hold on,
before seeing this person's picture,
and I'm
you
finna
have
tell-
random thoughts of these women that you slept with when you were 18, 19 years old.
No, that's not. I'm not saying that. But that's not even the definition of soul tie. Not just having random thoughts. It says excessive thoughts. I can have an excessive thought about somebody that I've had sex with because we've had sex. That's what I'm finna tell you.
I've
It's-
never had excessive thoughts about anybody I had sex with.
Okay, well, that's you.
besides
That's you.
my
That's you. You
fiance.
asked me. You said it's my opinion. My opinion is if I see people I may know, I've had sex with them. I'm like,
Excessive. Do you know what the word excessive means?
yes, I know it would.
So you've had excessive thoughts about your past sexual escapades.
yes, especially if they were good. I'm not even if they were bad. We talk about the bad because this is
What do you consider excessive? How many times in a year do you think?
See,
you
now I
get
gotta put a
sexual?
number. I don't know what you call it. I will go by your number. Whatever you think.
If you think about,
I'm gonna go by your number. Let's go.
I would say excessive would have to be at least once a week thinking about a person. That's excessive.
Oh, yeah. If you going once a week, yeah. But I'm gonna say this. I don't think I'm gonna put this out there. I don't think that means you have them forever. I don't know if that's where we missing each other. I don't think that means you have them forever. But I do think that they come and go. Like if I see
I specifically kept saying people that you slept with 20 years ago. You said you're gonna be
Yes.
38 years old. So those people that you slept with 20 years ago, you think about sex with them once a week.
and what did I say? I said it's like a trigger. You don't know a thing did or hit you
No,
until
no,
you
no.
see
See,
it.
that's the thing. That's not the same thing. That's an initiating incident.
But it
this
doesn't
is
even, but
suggesting-
the definition
This
doesn't
is
say forever
suggesting.
though.
This is suggesting that even now, unprovoked, that you think about these people once a week, even if you don't see them and nobody brings them up. And
Hold
you
on,
and I
hold on.
both know that's not true.
Hold on. I'm just all I'm doing for people watching. All I'm going by is what the definition says. Is we gonna both go by the definition of how you feel because that's not even
What
what
does the definition
It's
say?
not even what even it
What
don't
does the
say.
general definition say?
The general definition it just says a soul type is a deep spiritual emotional bond that connects two people.
And that's how you would describe people that you slept with when you were a teenager.
Yes. So I'm trying. I'd say yes. I mean, I don't know. That's what it's my opinion.
Okay, if that's your opinion,
if I see somebody,
I just want to make sure. No. Because you're talking about a trigger. You wouldn't need a trigger for something that's in a deep and emotional combine. You wouldn't have
No,
to see this person.
no.
They would just always be
But
in your heart.
Hold on, but that's not even how psychology works. Because sometimes when
But-
people have things happen to them, that's a deep connection.
So
you
you
can bury
feel
that too.
as though you have a deep
Hold on.
emotional
So, hold on.
connection.
When something deeply and it happens to you, is it not a thing of burying it and the trigger brings it back up? Because the thing is, it's being there. It's always there, because that's what you're trying to say. It's always there. So this feeling that I've had with this person is always there. But it might.
What if you had sex with 1,000 women? You're expecting me to believe, or anyone to believe, that you have a deep emotional connection to 1,000 separate women?
No, I want to say that with 1,000.
Why not?
Because I would, and this is why if we got to keep in the conversation, I don't know where, like I said, when you ask me about it, I don't know where you would think that would get mumble jumble. And that's when you ask me, hold on, this is why you asked me about the bunny blue
Yeah.
bunny blue lady. Like, I don't know that many people. I don't know how she could differentiate soul ties of this person. If I sex here. Like, if it's that fast, I don't know how you can differentiate the soul tie. Oh, this soul tie come from this person. This soul tie from this person. They just run together. So at this point, you don't know which person gave you this soul tie. So if I'm saying that you don't get a soul tie from the person, I'm not saying that. I just think they just get mumble jumble. For instance, like this. If I'm having sex with a lot of women, I might think the experience was with this person. Let me tell you this. Have you ever been on a date with somebody and they was like, you remember that time we went to such and such? And you like, we ain't never went there. They're like, no, we didn't go there. And then they find out it was somebody else. So you ain't never thought being with a dude and be like, oh, you remember when I went? Well, I don't know if y'all remember that. I've done that. Been like, hey, you remember we went to Vigilant? Nigga, we ain't never been to Vigilant before.
What's the point of bringing that up?
Because when you say 1,000, I don't think that they get mumble jumbled. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know.
I know that.
So even when I'm with this person, I'm thinking I'm did this with this person, but a soul tie, a memory came up, but it's not with this person. So that soul tie is still there. It's just buried, come up in a weird place.
So any person you share a memory with, you have a soul tie. You could share a memory with a stranger that you met 10 years ago when y'all, I don't know, any number of things. You was at a concert and they played this one part of the song and y'all was like, hell yeah, nigga, that's my song. Like, you have a soul tie with that person too?
This is the definition right here.
I'm asking you, not because see, you're trying.
I'm not trying. No, you're trying to go.
No, I'm not trying to do anything.
Every time you bring us out, you're trying to read the
Do you
definition.
feel as though you have a soul tie with every woman you have ever slept with?
Possibly, but I don't. That's been my answer. Possibly, but I don't know. And then I gave you an example. I said, hey, I was on Facebook. People you may know. Then the memory came back up of me having sex with this person. And then I used to ask me,
had you thought of that person before you saw the picture? Then you would not have a soul tie. You can't have a soul tie with someone that doesn't occupy a lot of you. It just said excessive thought. You did not think of that person until you saw them.
But then I had a sense of thoughts. And who says excessive? That's why I asked you, what does excessive mean? Because it don't mean a start and stop. That was my whole point. And we can go look at excessive, but my whole point doesn't mean from inception to meeting this person, I'm always thinking about them. That I don't know.
It's my own fault, y'all.
I'm just trying to get my mind wrapped around what you are deeming excessive. So you mean when you say excessive, from when you meet them to now, I got to think about them every day.
I didn't say every day. I said once a week.
Okay,
that was the example I provided.
Okay, so for once a week.
So you mean to tell me you've thought of every woman you slept with once?
No.
You exactly.
But that is your definition, because that's what excessive is a word.
Well, what's yours? There has to be. You have to have a place of like reference for what you think excessive is.
I just told you, but now we going to the start and stop. Like you're saying, since I met them at 16, I had sex with them 16. Now you're saying for once a week, I got to think about them to 37. And I'm saying to you is,
if a telemarketer calls you once every day for the next 2 years, you would consider that excessive, right?
Yes, but I also think a lot.
So you recognize what the word excessive means. This is a disingenuous conversation.
No.
You know what excessive means.
Once a week for 2 years, but you might be chilling with a dude and he asks you, 3 times. Hey, baby, can I get some pussy? Can I get pussy? Can I get pussy? You're like, no. 3 times is fucking excessive. So much so now I feel like you're trying to pressure me into doing something.
Yeah, especially
so,
if I said no.
Right. So, but he asked you, the telemarketer called me once a year, and I said no to the
No,
telemarketer.
I didn't say once a year. I said
Once
once
a week.
every day. You would
Oh.
recognize that that's an excessive amount of calls. You know what the word excessive means. So why are you trying to ask if you don't know what excessive means?
does not have a number, Jazz. It doesn't.
So I'm asking your opinion. You're exactly right. That's subjective. So
I literally just.
So
I don't
you're
know why
saying
you
have not had excessive thoughts about past concubines.
Correct.
So what is the argument?
My argument was simply, I maybe not from 16 to 37, but I just went by, you said once a week. And I told you, I said, I seen this woman.
Had you not seen her, would you thought of her once a week?
No. And no, but that doesn't mean that I don't have a soul tie. But when I seen it, because I seen this person and we had a connection. And also, I just gave you another example of saying, hey, baby. And that's why I told you soul ties to get mumbo jumbo. Baby, you remember when we went to Vision Land? And that person said, no. Now I'm pulling from somewhere because I told you things and triggers and psychology show you can bury things, but that does not mean it's not there. It does not mean it's not there, Jazz. It's because I ain't think about this person excessive. It does not mean, I don't know why we on this one. So it does not mean I don't have a soul tie.
Why did you emphasize the definition part of excessive if you don't want to use it for the definition?
I didn't. You brought it up. You can run this back. You brought it. It says
what
excessive.
is the main part of the definition to you then? What was the main gist of soul tie that I should get then? If not excessive thoughts about a person.
That's just subjective. Whatever you deem excessive. That's why I asked you. I didn't give my. I said.
I don't feel like I have soul ties to people that I've slept with 20 years ago.
This is my opinion. I didn't say you did. This is just my opinion. I'm just saying this.
That's why I asked you yours. But you said that you do. So I'm asking you. I'm asking you defensively. You're saying you feel you have excessive thoughts about people that you slept with.
I'm gonna say this. I don't know, but possibly. I was on.
What is the possible part of it?
Because just going by what you put on the table, the excessive thoughts once a week, seeing this person and a rush of emotions of me having sex with this person, our encounter, how I met, how her vagina felt, all of these things. That's simply where I'm at with it. That's it. So when I gave you an example, I said, hey, some things are just like trauma sometimes. Is you can bury things and it doesn't mean that it's not there. It's just a trigger and brings it back up. Just like me simply scrolling Facebook. Oh, I remember I hit old girl. She has some good. And then I called my home. I said, you remember such and such? Even so much so, I didn't think about this girl at all. Listen, at all. She's be in the gym working out. In the gym. I was like, Vic, you remember such and such? He's like, yeah. I said, she in the gym. Now I think about her once a week, about us having sex, about our whole encounter, about us, how we did this, how her dad called my dad because.
Do you feel like, and I'm just sincerely asking, do you feel like that is I'm not trying to be offensive, I'm sincerely asking, do you feel like that's normal? If you had to guess, you think a lot of men experience that?
Yes. I think a lot of people experience that. I do. I personally do.
I know I don't. So we can take me out the equation.
I
have seen men on my Facebook and I'm like, dang, I remember that one time when I was 19 years old and drunk as hell. Ew, skip. And even if it was good, it's just the fact that I know this nigga ain't hitting on nothing and it doesn't do anything for me. So I
said a lot. I didn't say all. So you have to.
I get what you're saying. Not really. But in this context, I get what you're saying. So you're saying that you feel like you have soul ties, or at least possible soul ties. I know you said the word possibly, to people that you slept with decades ago. Do you think that that's normal?
You asked me, did I read it? And I said yes.
Okay.
And then you asked me, do I think a lot of men, I can recall the conversation very well. You think a lot of men have that? I said, well, I think a lot of people have that. Then you responded, well, I don't. And I said, well,
have you asked any other women if they experienced that? because you said people. You made the distinction between men and women. I said men because I get that men are more sexual than women, at least as far as mental. Not that you have more sex or don't, but mentally y'all apply more credit to sex than we do. At the end of the day, as a woman, yes, I feel like in the moment when I'm having sex with a man, it's like, yeah, it's important to me then. But when it's over, it's over. I do not think at all about anyone that I've ever slept with besides my man currently. Like literally never. So obviously that's not true for you or men in general. So I get that. That's why I made the distinction. But you said people, meaning that you feel like men and women experience this. I'm telling you, if I put a poll on my Facebook, I don't believe that many women would say that they think more than once a week or even once a week or even once a month about men that they had sex with who were like 17 years old.
It'd be kind of hard because polls on the internet, especially self-reported, kind of trash either way.
So you're just gonna assume? So that means you assume that nobody ever answers any surveys.
No.
Honestly,
That's not what I said. I just said I know a lot of times. That's why they always get a caveat for self-reported than anything. Like for instance, I do think some stats real like. People coming in, you got an STD. Okay, I touched this for STD. This many people came in. 50,000 people came in this week for STD.
if people answered anonymously,
Mm-hmm.
you think if we survey 50 men and 50 women and they all answered anonymously, you think all 50 women, or that's not fair, most 50 women, you think they would say that they have excessive thoughts about people they had sex with in their teenage years?
Well, I don't know if it's true or not. Just let me get this out. But even when they asked, plenty of surveys, I'm asked about a survey, but plenty of surveys have said when it comes to sex, women are the least truthful when it comes to sex. So even if that's a survey, you talk about a survey, this is what typically they talk about surveys. Typically, women aren't the most forthcoming when it comes to truth about sex and surveys. So I don't know, but since we talking about surveys, you can look it up, you can fact check me too. I'm just saying, I don't know. You telling me I get it, like you said, that's not a thing for you. I don't know. I do think people do this, but it might be a woman, it might be me, or just I might be a little bit over my skis right now.
Why do men? I guess my question is like, why do men, like in my observation, y'all do this thing where you're willing to be open and listen to experiences of other men, but when women are saying, "Hey, these are our experiences," you say, "No, that ain't y'all experience."
Hold on.
Like,
So you going
if 10 women walk in here right now saying the same thing I'm saying, would you listen to all 10 of us?
What did I just say before you made that step? Because you didn't hear me. What did I just say before you made that step?
I guess I didn't hear you. And I apologize. I guess I didn't hear
I
you.
want y'all to run this back. What time? It's 3:07, 3 hours and 7 minutes. I literally said, well, I might be over my skis right now, speaking for women. Maybe that's not a thing. You cut me off when you start speaking. I literally, before I said, I might be over my skis right now, speaking for women. And then you start going.
To be fair, I've had like 4 cups of this to your like 1. Right. So to be fair, but okay. So yes, I sincerely feel like, and of course I couldn't say for sure, but I sincerely feel like if we had 10 women in here, we asked them, do you think ever at all about any man that you have slept with in the last 15 years? I really think they would say no.
So let me ask you this question. Because when I grew up, women said they took sex more special. Felt like they took sex more
in that moment.
Okay, so y'all talking about this in the moment, but just sex in general, that you had sex with people.
To your earlier point, a woman recognizes once you've had sex, period, once you've lost your virginity, anything else that happens after that, it's like, okay, yes, if you really like the guy, it's like you're hoping this is the guy because you don't want to keep adding people to your notch belt. But after a while, you recognize at the end of the day, this ain't the guy. This ain't my husband. This is
kind of, and that's kind of why, I said what I said about marriage and being a virgin and it consummates it.
Do you think only virgins should get married? You literally think that?
No. I don't. I was just saying that's why the Bible, Hyman, all that. It's the way to marriage because of what you just said, and that's why a lot of the talking points that they say on the red pill, like she had all these bodies, and women had broke their virginity. The only one that really just counts is.
But you would never even know a woman's body count. First of all, it's like my homeboy. It's like my homeboy Christian always says: asking a woman is a futile effort. First of all, she's going to lie. Right. Second of all, if she's not a virgin, at the end of the day, if your whole thing is she's not a virgin, then it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Right. Now, so if you're gonna ask her and she's gonna lie, And if she's not a virgin, then it's like, what is the point? It's like it's some sort of thing that y'all want to like hold over women's heads, but at the end of the day, she ain't a virgin. She ain't a virgin.
I don't hold it over women's head. I personally don't care, but when you made the statement that after you had sex, you're not a virgin, basically nothing really ever after that really counts or matters. Like I don't know your virgin.
I mean, that is technically true.
Okay, so when you make that statement, and it's like that's why I say about marriage, and you should be with a virgin because she's the only one that's like from what you hear. What I'm about to say, I'm using different verbiage. It's not verbatim. It's not as special if I'm coming after another nigga.
What about if you're not a virgin as a man?
It's not. I'm not. I don't want. I'm not the one that bleed.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because there's no indication that I'm not a virgin. But
If
hold on.
I'm
finna tell you. I'm about to explain it because you said that for women. You asked me that about the women, so I'm gonna tell you about the man. My thing with sex is a lot of times who fucks me the best. Not how many. They don't even. And this is where a lot when I see a lot of men get married too. I know sometimes the reason he married this woman here is because she fucking the shit out of him. So it ain't about my first time and my special time when all that. It's about who. Hey, bitch, yeah, she going. And that's why
maybe we should do a part 2.
And that's why we see a lot of these men with these quote unquote whores they marry now, like a Cardi B getting married. You know, telling what she doing in that bedroom. Ain't no telling. Stripper, you see on the pole, got old videos of her cussing niggas. She probably, I don't know what she doing, but Offset decided to marry her. We know that he's had a lot of women. You feel what I'm saying? So why did he decide to marry Cardi B? Maybe it wasn't because she had a good cooch. Maybe it's because she was Cardi B. Who knows? I'm just saying. I know a lot of dudes get married because this woman is doing him the best. Maybe. And then I know a lot of dudes get married because it's just the safe thing to do. You know, and that's why I think a lot of men cheat on their wives because it's the safe thing to do. So it just it depends. I know it might sound bad to hear.
I'm glad you know.
As a woman, but these are just I speak truths of men. That's why I recanted my statement about a lot of people and told you, hey, I might be over my skis for women, but that's just my belief. Like when women say they don't cheat, my mom used to always say women cheat more than men.
Now we've definitely all gotten past that. Any human being has the propensity to cheat. I think if I may be honest, I think the difference is that I think when women cheat, there is a social stigma to a woman cheating versus with a man. It's like almost an expectation for men to cheat. But when women cheat, then it's like, oh my God, you're such a trifling whore. I'm gonna kill you. Like it's like nigga. You can, but why do you feel like it's any different? Like sincerely, why would you as a man feel like that's any different?
It's the same thing where if I get into an arrangement with anybody and they got the upper hand on me, it don't matter if it's just cheating or whatever. It's like if I do something like I got power right now. Like I'm just simply approaching a lot of this stuff.
What if it was a woman?
Power.
Okay, it's like we already talked about. So I'm a woman. I'm not the average size woman. What if my man was like 120 pounds soaking wet? What that doesn't change the power dynamic for you in your head?
No, because I still think power wise, he's probably still going to be more powerful and capable of beating you up.
You really think that?
Yeah. 120 pounds. Yes.
I don't think so.
Yes.
So you don't think there's any situation where a woman can overpower a man?
Of course it's not. Of course it's someone. I didn't see my cousin beat a nigga up. She did too, but yes, I didn't seen it. But we talking about general. I'm not talking about the one or two stats.
But I'm saying so. But you made a general point to say that the reason why it's a different stigma when women cheat is because they don't have the power. But you just made a point to say that that's not always the case. So I'm asking you: are you saying it's really generally. Just? But are you saying that it does depend on the situation?
Yes.
Where does the morality come in?
I don't think. I didn't know we was talking about morals. If morals is a different conversation than that. But I think morally, this is me morally. I think what y'all decide to do in y'all relationship in its inception, that's what y'all should morally do. So if you say, hey, babe, I'm not going to cheat on you. She said, hey, babe, I'm not going to cheat on you. And y'all cheat, y'all are morally bankrupt. That's it. That's that.
But
I would
if
look
you
at it.
decide to have an open relationship,
And you
which
do that,
mind you, an open relationship, especially open marriage, negates the definition of marriage. Marriage, by definition, is exclusive. It is a covenant between one man, one woman, God. So if you are a married man, you go out into the club and you find a woman that you find attractive because you want to have sex with her, it just doesn't mean anything. You really think that?
tomorrow. In what instance?
In a sense of you don't think that would be some sort of moral betrayal to your wife?
Yeah, it would. I didn't.
Why?
I never said that because I said I would never cheat.
But if you never outwardly said that you would never cheat on her, it then just now makes it okay.
Yeah, because it's not a standard that we've set.
You have to verbally set that standard in a marriage.
I think if that's the case, then it's a lot of stuff that you should be talking about that you shouldn't just assume.
So you don't think that people should not cheat in a marriage unless they're going to verbally say they're not going to cheat. So you would go into a marriage saying, hey, the default is I'm going to do what I want unless I say I'm not going to fuck other people. You really think that?
Well, we've heard like people. Like,
I'm asking you.
oh, you asking me? Okay, so say that question again.
You think that the default is we should expect that we're just going to cheat unless we say we're not.
That's what I believe. You asked me, so I believe.
Ask you.
That's why
ask
you should.
you.
I think if you're gonna be with anybody, right, even to the friendships, what are your standards? What are your moral? What is your moral compass? What is off? What is off center for you? What do I not need to talk about? What do you not partake in? Like all these things. What do you not like to be invited to? Do you like my family? Like these are things you should have conversations about. You should have them.
You have to have conversations about cheating.
Yes, I think you do. I don't think they're just a blanket thing where okay, we together that
So
don't cheat.
what does the word adultery mean if not you should not cheat on your spouse?
We just look it up. Oh, adultery. It says adultery is definition and meaning physical acts, sexual relations between a married person and someone who is not their spouse. Heart intent. Jesus expanded this in Matthew 5:27-8, saying that looking at someone with lust also commits adultery in the heart. Spiritual unfaithfulness. The Old Testament often used adultery as a metaphor for turning away from God to worship idols. Severe penalty under the law of Moses in Leviticus 20:10. Both men and women involved in adultery with a neighbor's wife faced the death penalty. Protection of family. These rules were made to keep the family unit safe and maintain moral standard in ancient Israel. Honor in marriage. Hebrews 13:4 states that marriage should be honored by all, and that marriage and the marriage bed kept pure. Grace and forgiveness. While Jesus upheld adultery is a grave wrong, the New Testament emphasizes turning away from the sin, offering forgiveness, and finding spiritual healing rather than applying civil death penalties. So that's what adultery is. Biblically.
What is the very first line that you read and proceeded to read past when you know that line says exactly what I said?
What you did?
The very first line of that definition.
Sexual relations between married people and someone who is
not their spouse.
Right.
So what was the need to read further past it?
That's what the Bible says. I agree. If people go back, okay. Oh, so this is what. Okay, so this is where we're missing. I feel like it needs to be said because the Bible says a lot, and I've seen people do a lot of other shit against it. That's why I say that. Just because you married and the Bible say this, hey, you weren't supposed to be sucking my dick before we got married, but that happened too. How is that not a true thing? What I just said?
I didn't say it wasn't true. I said it was disingenuous, meaning that you don't have a genuine motive in making that statement. You don't have a genuine motive in saying you shouldn't be. At the end of the day, if you're fornicating, you already know that fornicating is wrong. But at the end of the day, if you decide to proceed to marry that person, then you do join into covenant. And you already know that adultery is having sex with somebody who's not your spouse, which means that
I
that's not
agree.
something that we have to say. You know, when you get married, you should not have sex with somebody that's not your spouse. You and I both know that. Why do you
And
feel the need to cherry
people
pick and split
and
hairs with the Bible?
and people still
But I'm asking,
do
I'm not, it's not
that.
about people. I'm asking you. Like we the ones sitting across the table from each other. I'm saying
Right.
you're the one
And
who's
you
married.
you asked me, and that's why I think you need to say explicitly.
So if your
You
wife cheated on you right now, if y'all had never had an explicit conversation, say if your wife had never said, "Hey, I will never cheat on you," then it makes it okay for her to go fuck another nigga right now.
if we never had that conversation,
Okay, if that's true, then hey,
yeah,
I hope she would
that-
never do it because
that's
that would make her a bad person.
that's
But
my belief. But we've had conversations about cheating. I would not. I think this is it. Just because, and this is my personal opinion. Just because you say these things and these things will be ordained by God, and God said this and God said that, God says a lot, and people are supposed to be burning in hell for these things that
what
we do.
is the point in joining into covenant with God if you don't believe what He says about marriage?
I didn't say I
Why didn't
did
y'all
not- I
just
didn't-
not get married?
I didn't say I did not believe. I said as people, we still need to understand this is what I'm expecting of you. Even if God, because like I said, I wouldn't expect you to come suck my dick. We both in church, but you still after church sucking my dick because God said it. No, these things have to be explicitly said. I don't know why that is even crazy because I've seen people that say, "Oh, God said this," and do opposite. So I don't know why a conversation about it is weird
So
to you.
no, and if that's how I'm coming across, I don't mean it. I just mean I don't believe that you sincerely believe that there's a conversation that has to be had to say
Yes, I
you
don't.
should not cheat on me.
Yeah, I do. I
So
don't.
if you never said, if she never openly said, "Hey, don't cheat on me," then that means it's free game to cheat on her.
Yes, I think that. I really think that, like, because those are things you have conversations about. Like, I
Then
don't.
you have conversations about
Right.
finances. You have conversations about kids. You have conversations about where you're going to live. You don't have conversations about the most basic tenet of marriage, which is that we are in an exclusive relationship where you should not cheat on me. If we weren't going to be exclusive, then we would have never gotten married.
But you go into marriage. But then I just brought it back about fornication, and one of the basic tenets of we talking about the Bible is not
No.
fornicate, but
That's the Bible. I'm talking about the conversation between you and that person. The expectation
Right.
between you and that person once you join into a marriage is that we are in an exclusive relationship. We are no longer in an open relationship. That's why
Hold on.
open marriage is an oxymoron.
Hold on. But I don't believe that open marriage is an oxymoron because I think marriages is more. I don't see you stop it at, hey, sleep with people. It's not a thing. I don't personally believe that. Like, I get that's what the Bible said, but I believe differently. I believe you can do what you want to do in your marriage. I believe whatever God let David have all them wives and Solomon. God
He
let people
didn't
do it.
let them. God gives us free will.
Okay. Well, they consider David David a man's of the gods on the heart, and he did all these things. So that's what I'm saying. This I didn't just lie say that wrong. That's biblical. What you can see, and the only time God had an issue because he shared a bed with another man's wife. That's only this. If your daughter come out, whoever get killed, now your daughter gotta die because you committed this grave sin and all that. Yes, I know. The only time God had an issue with anything that David did and actually punished him is because he slept with another man's wife. So I think if two people just say, "Hey,"
Well, to that point, it would negate your point anyway, because if, again, in the hypothetical situation, if your wife slept with another man, even though she never said that was not a agreeable point in your relationship, it wouldn't matter. But the Bible just said you can't sleep with somebody else's wife. So the moment that she would sleep with someone besides you, she would be committing adultery, which is a sin. That is wrong. That does not have to be stated between the two of y'all.
and people still do a lot of wrong stuff.
People do stuff all the time. It doesn't make it right or wrong. What makes it right or wrong, if you are a Christian, is that you believe what the Bible says.
I don't like the idea that if you're a Christian, you believe what the Bible says, because people are Christians and they say they believe what the Bible says, still do opposite. So that's like you say, like you can say, oh, if you're a Christian and you believe in the Bible, you wouldn't have sex, but people are having sex, Jazz. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't know why the marriage when we got into the marriage and it's supposed to be biblical, people are not just supposed to do this thing or not have these conversations. It's like me telling my kid, hey, we go to church every day and y'all know the Bible, but your parents still come and tell you, hey, you're not going to have sex before marriage. Your parents are you in church.
As a parent, you are an extension of God to a child. So that makes sense that you would reiterate what's in the Bible to your child.
But I don't understand why that wouldn't be reiterated in a marriage either. Like that's why I'm trying to figure out why you hanging on this part. I get it. You thinking it's the basic tenet of marriage. I get it. The basic tenet of
what was the point of you marrying your wife if not to make y'all's relationship exclusive? Why didn't you just stay boyfriend and girlfriend?
But I don't. So I'm saying I don't believe that you can't, even if y'all say, hey, we can do this. I don't believe that you can't have threesomes. I don't believe that we can't have open marriages. Like I don't believe, that's what I'm telling you. I don't believe that marriages is just starting and stopping the bedroom. Not for me. I get what the Bible say, but people do a lot of different things in the Bible. And I'm one of those people.
I guess for me,
I'm gonna be honest. I cherry pick the Bible like everybody else. That's how and that's where you should hold me to. Like that's why you shouldn't follow anybody. I cherry pick everybody, and I'm just being transparent. I cherry pick, like, so if the bedroom is an issue, like for you, where you can't see nobody, if I'm having a conversation with me and my wife, let's say hypothetically we go to the club and the girl hit on her, we like the girl and we want to take her home and smash her, I'm okay with that. I don't have no problem. I don't feel like I'm gonna burn in hell. I don't feel like God's gonna look down on me. I don't feel like none of that. I don't think that's my relationship with God. And people always talk about God in my heart. I didn't see you say David was a man of your own heart. He had a lot of wives. Slept with people on time. You got mad at him, but you slept with other men's wives. So it cherry picking like everybody else. I
mean, at the end of the day, like you said, for me, it ain't my job to. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what you were saying. Going back to even the soul tie thing. So at the end of the day, you just feel like you don't adhere to what the Bible says about marriage and covenant and sex.
I think when it comes to marriage, we're going to go by what you said, marriage. The covenant of marriage is between me, my wife, and what we deem to be okay. And what me and her deem to be okay, God okays. That's how I view it. If we say, hey, we got an open marriage, that's our business. If we say it's just me and you,
it's gonna always be your business regardless, but it doesn't mean it's biblically sound.
Yeah, but that's my belief. Like I said, I'm cherry picking like what everybody else does with the Bible. Like I said, I know that might sound crazy, but everybody does. Everybody does. Nobody's holding to the Bible and doing exactly what the Bible says, because I'm probably sinning now. I'm profanity, probably sinning, drinking, gluttony, all that. Whatever. You cherry pick it. And that is just a human, I think, more so a human existence.
The difference between sinning, though, and sinning and then giving credence to the sin. Like you can sin, you can say, no, I know it's wrong for me to do this thing, versus sinning and saying it's not wrong to do it. That's a difference. Like you can commit adultery, you can commit fornication, but then you can also say, I know that this is not what the Bible tells me to do, versus what you're saying, which is that the Bible says it's okay when you know it's
not. I never said the Bible said it was okay.
You just said that that's not what you perceive that God told you to do. You said that it's between you and your wife and it doesn't matter what the Bible said.
I didn't say that.
You said that you don't think that God sees anything wrong with you and your wife having threesomes, or with either you and your wife having sex with other people, when you know that's not what the Bible says about marriage. You did not proceed to say, I know it's wrong, but I'm just going to do it anyway. That's not what you said. You said that that's not the relationship that you have with God. But it doesn't matter because God has his word. Yeah, and his word says you shouldn't do those things.
But also I'm just going to use David. He's a man of the God's own heart. And the only time
what did God say to do? Just because people in the Bible did something does not mean that God said you were supposed to do the thing.
I'm just saying, we use this book, right? We're supposed to live by this book. If you telling me this book is supposed to be law and I see you do this thing with this person, why when I say, hey, what God said for me, that I can do a thing, it's an issue. But if you say, read it, oh, David, he don't want to nobody else.
Said do this and don't do this, you just gonna skip over that and go to an anecdote of a time when a person did do something and God loved them in spite of that thing, or God used them for his glory in spite of that thing. That's not the same thing that you're saying. God did not okay David's adultery or okay David's fornication or okay anyone's fornication in the Bible or anyone's adultery in the Bible. He just still used them for his glorification because God is able to do that. Like he used whores in the Bible to his edification. Doesn't mean he approves of whoredom.
Talking like Mary Magdalene.
Yeah.
They still to this day can't prove that she was a whore.
She's not the only one.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't. This is truth. Like, I can't rationalize how you're saying like God uses people to edify or bring His word, because like even like Simon and Paul, those people like that, even the people that were quote unquote disciples, had to
Mhm.
clean themselves up before even being used by God. So you've been talking about like David and stuff like that. I don't know.
At the end of the day, if you feel like when you're reading of the Bible, if you don't think God says to not do these things, then I guess that's just, we have to agree to disagree.
Mhm.
I think that I would argue the common conception of the Bible is that it is wrong to fornicate and
I
it is
agree.
wrong to commit
I
adultery.
agree.
So I'm not understanding where is the caveat to that? Like, why can't you just say,
I just agree with you.
but why can't you just say, I understand these things are wrong, I just don't care? Why do you keep trying to say, well, there was this part in the Bible where this person did this thing, but God said to not do it? It doesn't matter if someone did it. It matters if he said to not do it. If you're going to go by the Bible. If not, then you don't. Not everybody's a Christian. But if you are one, you can't negate God's word and be like, I don't care about God's
But
word.
that's what I'm going by God's word. That's the Bible, right?
Yeah, what did God tell you to do?
So when he was using David,
What did God tell you to do?
he didn't tell me to do anything. He
What
wrote
did
it in
God
a
tell
book.
people to do or not do?
Same thing David was doing.
You know that's BS.
I'm just saying it's kind of hard to say.
It's
what
not
did,
hard
what
actually
did
at
that, what did
all.
God tell people to do? And you got a person right here, and you got
It-
Solomon, you got all these
It
people.
really
and
just
it's like,
it's just like if he says don't do these things, don't do these things. It really doesn't matter
so hold
what
on,
the other
so
person did.
So you're saying it's for everybody?
If you are speeding and the person in front of you is speeding and the police pull you over and you say the person in front of me was speeding, the police gonna be like, oh well, never mind, I'm not gonna give you this ticket. I'm just gonna stop giving you this ticket, even though you're speeding. I'm gonna go get the other person. No, I got you. Like, you're speeding, and that's wrong.
But that's not my argument.
It kind of sounds like that's your argument.
No, that's not.
What is your argument?
My argument is David had a personal relationship
Did
with
God say to or to not fornicate and to or to not commit
Hold on.
adultery?
I'm trying to figure out. So are we not using these, because we use these people all the time? Are we not?
I'm using God's commandments. I recognize that God used Saul when he was still Saul, and who was a murderer of Christians. He used him to edify his name, but eventually Saul had to repent and become Paul as a person who stopped doing those things.
Person, that's why he had a name.
So
And
when he was committing murder, the murder was always wrong. God just is able to use people to say, hey, even this person in their wickedness, I can still use this person to edify my name. It does not dissolve the wickedness. And David's no different.
I didn't say it.
David is literally no different. Him and Saul are two of the most prominent examples of people who did things that God commanded people to not do. But God just was like, hey, I see this other thing in you, and I know eventually you'll stop doing this thing.
No, I was just asking you, are we not supposed to use these examples, and why do we use them?
To me, the ultimate thing is the commandment. Yeah, that's just my opinion. I feel like if God said don't do this thing, you can't just be like, well, God, I remember this one person was doing this thing. God's like, okay, and they got reprimanded for it. So what's your point? Yeah. That's what I would imagine God would say.
I don't know. You speaking for God. I'm not.
I said that's what I would imagine God would say.
So I don't really know. Like I said, if we're not supposed to use these examples, then I don't know why they're in the Bible. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, God said do a lot of stuff, and people do a lot of stuff outside of that. And if I'm looking at who God using David, and the only time David was sleeping with other people, and I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
At the end of the day,
I-
if that's your litmus test, that's your litmus test. I just don't.
I don't know. I don't, like I said, to me, it's confusing to me because I don't think.
I don't think it's confusing. I think you just want to make a point.
No,
I don't think it's
I'm not trying to.
confusing.
No, I'm saying I don't know why what I just said to you.
It's not confusing to me at all. To me, it sounds like you're saying because a person did a thing in the Bible that then negates the commandment that God gave you to not do those things. And to me, that sounds insane. But to you, it may not.
It don't.
So that's, hey, we just got to come to an impasse with it. Like,
Yeah, because I just feel like as if you need to have conversations with your person about marriage, adultery, whatever. And
I
all
do
these
still
things.
think
Like,
that you should have sincere conversations with your spouse. That part I do agree with.
Mhm.
You should set boundaries for things.
I
Like
agree.
for instance, what's considered cheating, I think now in my opinion, I think there are some things that are unequivocally cheating versus some things you could say, hey, you was texting this girl, you was kind of being a little flirty. Maybe I feel like that's cheating and you don't, but this is the boundary that I set. That part I agree with.
Mhm.
I think those conversations you should have with your spouse.
Yeah, what cheating is, I guess that's
Yeah.
But
What constitutes cheating? What constitutes something inappropriate? What have you?
mhm, I agree.
Yeah.
But like I said, I feel like you still need to have, even if you're married, hey, you know, sleep with somebody else is cheating. Same way, like I said,
We would sleeping with somebody else not be cheating.
because you ain't set the boundaries. Because I feel like your marriage is yours. I don't feel like
Just because, if
hold
I
on, so-
may, to your point, you might say cheating is not a non-negotiable, but that doesn't mean that it changes the definition of cheating. Sleeping with someone outside of your spouse is cheating. You might say this is not a cause for me to divorce you, but it doesn't negate the definition of cheating. You
So-
can't sleep with someone outside of your spouse and say that's not cheating. What does the word cheating mean if not that?
Well, hold on, adultery. Let's go. So we're talking about adultery, right? Because cheating from what we use and how we use it is basically sneaking around and doing something. That's how we typically use cheating. So if I got knowledge, you got knowledge of doing it. That's not cheating. You're not sneaking around. So that's why when we're going biblically, adultery is sleep with somebody else's
Fine.
spouse. Because that's what I'm saying. Like when I hear cheating, I'm like, oh, this person was sneaking around. But then it's like when I know a husband and wife got an open marriage, like nobody cares, nobody. If you seen this girl out and then you talk to this dude, and he's like, oh yeah, we got open marriage. You're like, oh, okay, it wouldn't be nothing. I wouldn't care. I don't care if y'all seen two married people, and
Yeah, of course. At the end of the day,
I don't
what
care. I don't
people
feel like they're
need-
gonna burn in hell. I don't feel like God's gonna do anything. I don't feel like that. I just
you don't have to feel like anything. I mean, the Bible
Yeah.
says what the Bible says, but you don't have to feel like anything.
Yeah.
But like to your point, at the end of the day, God gives all of us free will. You have free will to sin
I
and
agree.
free will to negate your soul for your own human desires.
Mhm.
So like that's a thing. But like I don't agree with that last part where it's like I don't feel like it doesn't matter what you feel like if you are a Christian. If you don't believe in the Christian
Mhm.
faith, then this is a moot point. But if you say you are a Christian and believe in the Christian faith, then you have to believe in the word of God. You can't just say, well, even though God says this is a sin and God says the wages of sin is death, then I'm just going to say, even though I'm doing this thing because I said it's not a sin, then I'm not going to experience consequences like that.
I never said it was.
What?
I never said it wasn't a sin.
Okay. So
I
that's
didn't
the
say-
part.
No, I never said that. You could run all. I never said wasn't a sin. I never said that.
You said you feel like that's not the relationship with you have a God. You feel like God doesn't have a problem with a man sleeping with another woman if he doesn't create that boundary with him and his wife.
Mhm.
Am I slow or like?
I didn't say it was a sin though. It wasn't a sin.
So how does your relationship with God negate the sin that he already designated in the Bible?
Because God allows things. That don't mean you like you just said. God,
You can do anything. It doesn't mean it's not a sin or that it won't have
But hold
punishment.
on, listen to what you said. You said even though God allowed David to do these things, does not mean that it's not a sin,
I
right?
did say that.
That's what I'm saying to you as well. God might be allowing other people to do things. That doesn't mean it's not a sin, but he might allow them to do it. Just like he allowed David to do it while he was still sinning. That's literally the crux of my argument. I didn't say it wasn't a sin. I literally said God allowed David to do this thing that you're talking about, adultery, Sleeping around, you said fornication. God allowed it. He okayed it. Whatever.
God has allowed any human being
Okay.
to commit any sin. So I don't understand how that adds to the conversation we're having. God gives us all free will. It
Mhm.
doesn't mean that it's not sin or that it won't have consequence.
Mhm.
You said you don't think a person would burn in hell for having threesomes in their marriage. But if you go by what the biblical definition of marriage is, that means you'll be going outside of your marriage. The both of you, even if you agreed to sleep with that one person, would be committing adultery.
Mhm.
And if you died in that sin, you would burn in hell. So it doesn't matter what you think. And you said you don't think that would happen. But why? When the Bible says that it would.
Like I said, I don't like you trying to rationalize how I'm thinking.
And that's probably the problem.
Yeah, I'm
is that I just need to quit trying to rationalize what you're saying. Because my main thing is any human being can have opinions. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to
Mhm.
mine. But if we're going to talk scripture,
Yeah.
that doesn't change. That's not subjective to our interpretation. That very clearly, God gives us commandments very clearly to say, do not kill, do not covet one's wife, do not commit fornication, do not commit adultery, these types of things. So,
And
like,
he
that's not.
also, even with the kill, but he also told people to take over land and kill everybody and keep girls. So, like I said, I get it. We got those, like all of these things are in your Bible. So I get it. Like he actually, hey, you know, y'all go in there, kill everybody, and God said don't kill, and then yeah, it's like I said, it's a lot of stuff in there.
Well, I just feel like that's like a personal thing. If you feel like you're in a point in your journey where, and that's fine to do, where you're questioning God's word, then
Oh, I'm not. I'm not. You might be speaking to people out there, but I'm just saying, like you talk about God said don't kill, but he literally gave an order to go kill and keep kids, like the girls. Like that's in your Bible.
what girls?
Let me look it up because I don't. It's been a long time since I read my Bible.
Okay.
Hey, if y'all watching, y'all make sure y'all like the video, subscribe to the channel.
Y'all already know how I get down. Anybody who been on my channel more than 5 minutes know I'm the controversy queen. That's why he got me on here. So, and I've noticed this thing don't get me how I need to go. I should have been able to
It says,
tag
yes, the
myself.
Bible records a specific command in Numbers 31 where Moses and Israelite armies waged war against the Midianites, telling them to kill the adult man, married women, and young boys. Married women, young boys, while sparing the young virgin girls to keep alive for yourselves. Divine judgment in context. Opinions on Reddit. On Reddit.
Mhm.
Critics and skeptics on the planet. Why is this coming on? Ancient legal protection and modern views. Apologists note that the ancient Israelite law had a specific rule regarding female captives who married within the community, such as Deuteronomy 21, which granted them certain rights as wives rather than ordinary chattel slaves. Though critics argue these frameworks still stem from a violent culture of warfare. Now therefore kill every man, this is the actual verse. Now therefore kill every man among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by laying with him. But all the women children that have not known a man by laying with him, keep alive for yourself. That's the command God gave. So, like I said, I get it. God make commands and give commands. So don't kill, but go kill and keep these women, these virgins.
Well, some would argue that Jesus's inclusion or introduction to the situation removed the need for the law of Moses, which would be like the times that you're describing. You mentioned people like Aaron, that's the law of Moses time. So we would be past that time. And some people don't really give credence to the New Testament. I can't imagine why not. But at the end of the day, I just think that it's very convenient for people to be like, oh, well, yeah, God clearly says to not do this one thing, but I can find this one time where somebody did it, so I'm just gonna go with that. Like, I guess that brings to your point. Like, it's just whatever relationship you have with God. But at the end of the day, I feel like God is very sovereign, and it's like at the end of the day, you need to keep His commandments. That's just what I believe, as best as you can. Especially, and the main issue I have is with people who try to justify sin. Like, I have never tried to do that in anything I have ever done, whether it was drinking, whether it was cussing, whether it was fornication. You will never hear me be like, well, yeah, but it's like, no, like, yeah, I shouldn't do that.
Mhm.
And if God don't have mercy on me, then He don't, because I know it's wrong to do.
Yeah.
It ain't. Yeah, I know it's wrong, but somebody else did it. Like, nah, like that's not how accountability works. You your own person. You guys stand before God, and ain't nobody gonna be there with you. That person down the road ain't gonna be there with you.
Yeah, but I think, and this go back to my saying, if we're gonna read, you're gonna talk about the Bible, and this is supposed to be the basic. What is it? Basic understanding before leaving Earth.
Basic instructions before
Instruction
leaving
Earth.
Earth.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if this what I'm supposed to be using, and what God instructing people to do, and even if you give me a command, and then you say, you can go kill these people and keep the little girls, you got some contradictory
That's because in the
things.
law of Moses, they required blood sacrifices for things, and Jesus was the ultimate blood sacrifice. So again, in this time, we do not
What
even
is
to
communion?
say what
Don't communion supposed to represent like a blood?
it says. As often as you do this in remembrance of me.
Mhm.
But you're not actually eating flesh or
Correct.
drinking blood. So
Correct.
no, it would not be the same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know why you will be remembering a blood sacrifice and then doing a thing that's an act of like a
So
blood
you're
sacrifice.
saying you don't believe in communion.
I never said that. I said I
Then
don't
what are you
understand. I said I
suggesting?
don't understand because you said a blood sacrifice. I said,
Right.
ain't that basically what communion is? You said no, that you don't use actual blood, but I'm saying like if it's symbolic of supposed to be breaking bread, the bones and the body of Jesus, or whatever. That's basically the same thing. Even though you don't use real blood, it's kind of like a blood sacrifice in theory.
But it's not a blood sacrifice.
I say in theory, like you're
But
still,
how in theory is it the same thing?
because you're trying to act as if it is a blood sacrifice by drinking the cup and breaking the bread and all that, and eating it like that. Is that not? So I'm acting like I'm
So I'm asking you, when I said you don't believe in communion, you said I didn't say that, but then you proceed to dismantle communion. So do you feel
I
like
didn't.
people should take communion or not?
Yeah, if you believe in it, yes. If
No, that's not what I asked you. Do you believe that you should take communion?
yes, if you believe in it, I believe in it. Yeah, if you want to take
So
it.
your answer is yes. You think
But
you
I
should take
but
communion.
they don't take away from me saying, hey, I still think this is kind of like a blood sacrifice. I can still say that and still
Mhm.
believe this is basically you telling us to let me take a blood sacrifice still. I don't know why. I
What's
don't
confusing
know
about what I said?
because you that like I said,
I'm not acting like you said anything.
You
You
said
said I feel like it's the same as taking a blood
yeah.
sacrifice when it's not. If you were taking a blood sacrifice, you would take a blood sacrifice. You're not taking one. And then I
I said
proceeded.
I
Then
said a
I
lot, but I always said
proceeded to
like I didn't
say.
say you was.
Then I proceeded to say, "Do you feel that people should take communion?" You said yes. So
Yeah.
that's all I was asking.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like I just feel like it's there for us. We pretending like it's still a blood sacrifice. Like I don't know if you done away with something, it'd be crazy to still pretend to do a thing. That's all. That's in my mind. I just think that's kind of crazy. Like
And to your point, you said it's been a while since you read your Bible.
yeah,
Have you consulted the Bible about these questions, or are you just
no,
gonna just have them and then
I've
just doubt
been
everything the Bible said?
no, I've been in church enough. Like
I'm not questioning whether you've been in church.
I've been in
I'm
church.
saying
I didn't
you
read my Bible
said that you
enough.
read your Bible. You haven't
Yeah,
read your Bible in a while.
yeah, I've
That's
read
all
it.
I'm saying.
Like,
You said that.
yeah, but I'm pretty sure
Pretty sure.
about yeah.
I feel like you're being defensive.
No, I'm not being defensive at all. You asked me about my Bible. You said, have I
So,
consulted with the Bible? I said, I read my Bible enough. I haven't read it in a while.
so in whenever the most recent time is you read your Bible, you feel like God convicted you to not take communion, or that people should not take communion.
I didn't say none of that, Jack.
I'm
I-
asking you.
No. I didn't. All I said simply, yes, take communion,
Okay.
but it's still symbolic of a blood sacrifice. That's All I said. And you said, well, it's not because we're not, but I said like. I didn't say we
So
were.
you're saying it's that you mentioned words like symbolic.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, yes,
It's-
it does say, yeah, it's obviously a symbolic gesture.
That's all I said. Like you go back and read. I never said don't take it. I never said it was actually drink. I said like, and you're
Mhm.
still portraying a blood sacrifice, drinking the grape juice or breaking the bread. All like,
Mhm.
yeah, you're still doing this thing. You still acting like we were taking a blood sacrifice.
You take umbrage with that.
Well, umbrage, man. I don't know.
Like you have an issue with that.
No, I don't have it. I'm just stating. I'm just stating it. That's all. I mean, I don't have an issue with it at all. If I had an issue with it, I wouldn't do something I have an issue with.
Okay.
So I'm just saying it. I'm just saying something like, hey, it's kind of like a blood sacrifice. This is a flipping thing. Just like taking a blood sacrifice. Not saying you shouldn't do it. I've got an issue with it. I don't. Because when I was a kid and like, yeah, you saying this thing and we're not supposed to have blood sacrifice, but then you got us in here drinking communion and said breaking of the flesh and all this. I said, still doing like a thing like
I think that
symbolic of
the thing that a lot of Christians, and it's not like I've never dealt with it myself, if I'm being transparent, I think the thing a lot of Christians deal with is the Bible. First of all, a lot of us read interpretations of the Bible that have been chopped and screwed a lot.
Mhm.
And so we have to fill in the gaps ourselves. But I think that's where your relationship with God comes in, those convictions of things where, okay, does this feel like something God is putting on my heart to do or not do, to say or not say?
And that goes back to kind of how I feel about the Bible. Because when you talk about filling in the gaps, your relationship with God, and that's why I bring up the whole point of David, because you say God and David have this relationship. I didn't say it was right or wrong. I'm saying if God and David is cool with it, you know what they talked about. Hey, God, I'm gonna smash these chicks. Okay, you can do it, but I'm gonna tell all these other people not to do it. I told y'all in the commandments not to kill them, but I just told you if you go ahead and kill these people, keep the kids. Like that's what I'm saying. You say these things, and then it's like, well, okay, the commandments say a thing, and you say you believe the commandments. Then you say you fill in the gaps, and it's chopped and screwed, different interpretations. King James, NIV. If you know anything, I went on deep Bible study, like the divine right theory. I don't know if y'all know this, but pretty much a lot of kings and queens had their own Bible. They wrote it how they want to, all of that type of stuff. So it just depends on what you believe. Like Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, they had a table. Whatever books landed on the table, that was the books that was going to be in the Bible. Like all of these things, I know. Sometimes I just play dumb, like I don't know. I know I went on an extensive church. A lot of people don't know this. My daddy actually went to Rhema Bible College. Y'all can look this up. Got plenty of books, texts, all of this type of stuff. So when you even look up etymology, we had a whole Bible study of just actual etymology of Hebrews and what this means. Like even when we talk about adultery don't mean what it means in the Bible. But I don't even talk about that because if you go look at etymology simply means when it comes to adultery, a woman sleeping with a man or a man sleeping with another man's wife. Not the fornication, not like I said, if you're gonna go back and look at the Bible
But
that we read
to be fair,
is not the law.
That's why I asked you personally.
Mhm.
That's why I kept trying to ask the specific question. Do you think this one thing is wrong? To your credit, you answered the question. I just want to make sure I was understanding what you said. It sounds like you don't feel like sex outside of marriage is wrong. That's you.
I don't.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't feel like that for men. Let's be clear. I don't. I don't. So that's why when you see David have and Solomon have, you got way other books, way other texts with other men doing the same thing. But if we go King James, you want to just that's on too. Hey, we can go back to a lot of them. They even got a Latin Bible that was before this. Like Queen Elizabeth had a Bible. Like all of these people
But
had.
it goes to the, like you just said, we have to fill in the gaps with our relationship with God because there are different interpretations. That's why I kept going back to, and I know you're just trying to provide a frame for what you're saying, but ultimately, I was just asking you, person to person, you don't feel a conviction for sleeping with somebody beside your wife.
No.
Okay.
Biblically, really actual biblically, not King James, not NIV, not the teen version, none of that, because I've seen so many, and then even I have a problem with that because it's like, how do I know that what I read that's predate you know what I'm saying? It's other stuff that predates, other tablets.
By that logic, if you feel like that's also cherry picking because
Right, it
it,
is. It is.
and you're saying that I don't think you actually are internalizing. And the reason I say that because if you're saying you feel like you should be able to sleep with other people and you're not convicted by that, but you know you'd be ready to choke your wife out if she slept with somebody besides you, you have to ask yourself,
Hold on,
where does that come from?
But I said,
I understand what you're saying, but
Okay.
you have to ask yourself, where does that come from? Because that's not the definition of adultery in lots of Bibles. So that means that you read in a Bible that it only applies to women, and then your conviction was, well, if my wife cheats on me, it's a problem, but if I cheat on her, it's not a problem.
No. I read the actual in Hebrew etymology of what adultery means. That what we use adultery for is not what adultery means in the Bible.
So you are not
English.
convicted by the concept of sleeping with somebody beside your wife.
No.
But you feel as though it would be an affront to God and to you if she slept with someone besides yourself.
Yes.
And
the reason being, and that's why when I brought up David, a lot of these guys, even if you look at earlier texts, had multiple wives. They didn't call them concubines. It wasn't no side chicks. All of these women were their wives because that's part of the being fruitful and multiply. Even though people talk about your one wife, no, these men, even if you just go back how they was doing it, even these men in these Bibles, they was having multiple women, getting multiple women pregnant. That's how we get almost an 8 billion world population. You don't do that with just you and your wife and staying there. That don't even make sense. But like I said, and the reason you would do this because it just your lineage, knowing these your kids, all of this is a reason why you're doing this. Like I don't know why. Like even like I said, the six, you have a hymen. Your hymen is broken. You have to see it's a thing that shows the world and hey, this woman has been a touch. All this. Also, I don't agree with the Bible, early Bible. They said people was marrying at 12. I don't really believe in it. I don't think you should be getting married at 12, but people think, in earlier text, your flowering age, whenever you decide to, have a cycle, they feel like she's ready for a man. So it just depends on what you believe. But in America, they say 16 some states, 18 some states. It just depends on what you believe. I think a lot of these things are arbitrary. And in the law of the land, sometimes the law of the land is supposed to coincide with the Bible. So it's a lot of stuff. But like I said, adultery, literally adultery. Y'all can go and look this up. I don't just bullshit. The adultery, Hebrew-wise, do not mean what you see in American text. It doesn't. It doesn't. A lot of the words that we even use are not even supposed to be in text because they don't even translate from Hebrew to the English language. Even like the Latin, when you get to the Latin part and then come back to Hebrew and then come to English, a lot of these things, if you go through extensive research, I tell you, my dad went to Rainbow Bible College. These are conversations we have all the time. That's why I said I wanted to interview. And like I said, we just having conversations, but I didn't think as far as like the adultery concept, like when I say the women, that's just what I believe because I seen earlier texts. And I think if and it is cherry picking, so don't get me wrong, I agree to that. Because like and before you said, I was like, how do I even know what I read in earlier texts is the end all be all? I don't know. And that's why I feel like and that's why I use David and what God was letting David do is I don't think that's the end all be all. David can do this thing. We can't. I don't think God just goes and tells, hey, everybody got to follow his law. I think you have to find out what you and your relationship with God is. Like you said, fill in the blanks. I don't think God would even write a Bible, personally. I don't think he would give it something like this. I think, and then let man be over control of it if he really wanted us to follow said thing. It's God. It's Almighty being. Why would he leave any confusion for his children and then tell us we're going to burn in eternal hell for being confused about his word, and then you let people be able to translate it so many times? That doesn't even make sense to me. But people, it says in the Bible, don't rest on your own understanding because you don't understand what God understands, right? If he does it, cool. But if he ain't answering those questions for a person, then it's like, well, are you really God? Are you really there? So that's how I believe. It say don't rest on your own understanding. It's part of the Bible and all that. So that's one of my own verses that I like from the Bible. I love that one from the Bible and that's why when I tell people, hey, I do this thing, I cherry pick. I'm very transparent about my belief in the Bible, how I view the Bible, how I internalize it. I don't want to be a hypocrite. I don't want to say, hey, I'm not doing this thing. I don't want to tell you a sin is a sin because a sin is a sin today. one to sin 1,000 years ago. I don't even want to tell you that because that could be wrong and you might be part of what you need to do. I don't know. And that's what I'm telling you. I don't know. When it comes to the Bible, I don't know. Don't follow me. Don't listen to me. What you got with God, do that. And I think that is a responsible thing. If we talking about religion, I think that's the responsible thing you should be telling everybody. I know what the Bible say, and if let's say the King James version is your thing, if you believe that, I think even with Christianity, that's why we have different denominations. I believe this. I'm a Baptist. I believe this non-denomination. I believe I'm Methodist. Even to break off the Lutheran Church, Martin Luther breaking out, making the Protestant church. Now we have non-denominational. Like it's so many sects of this and different things. So, like I said, I've done extensive stuff. Like I had a whole book of etymology. It's a book they gave my dad. You can look it up. It turns from Hebrew to English. They talk about how some of these words didn't even translate to English and stuff like that. Latin Bibles, Septuagints, and just a whole bunch of stuff. So, like I said, I've done it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when I tell people, I'm secure in the fact that I don't have to read my Bible. I'm a good person. I think basic understanding of life, like killing somebody. I think that's a no-brainer. I don't think God would have to put that in there. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I think if you say, hey, I'm with this person and you eat together, this is my wife, you shouldn't sleep with her. I think between men, I think that's a natural thing. I don't even think that's necessarily something they got to write. I think some parts of us innately know this. I think if the animals can get it right, and mammals that are animals can get it right, we're supposed to be a higher form, a higher being. I don't know why we couldn't. So I just think we have so many. That's my rant. There's got so many different things to get in.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, it's a lot to digest. Of course, I don't agree with any of that, but
Yeah, and that's why I said, like, what you believe with God, that's perfectly fine. And that's why I tell people, like, when people are like, I just think I'm a good person. I feel like what you do, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to question your beliefs. I do believe in, questioning for like understanding. But if we talk about God, I can't sit here and tell you what you should do, what you shouldn't do. I think that would be crazy when I know that God's supposed to have a relationship with us, right? And if he can talk to anybody else, why would he? And that's my thing with pastors. Why would a guy tell you to tell me something when he come tell me? Like, that's crazy too. Like, you got more of a connection to God than I do. That is insane. Like, it's insane for me to think I got to come here and put money in the collection plate and be involved in this. And I know it didn't say when the Bible is two or more together, you got church. Like, you got church at home. Like, I don't know. I got to come and sit up in here. Me and my wife can sit here and read the Bible, whatever, and we can talk to God. Like, a lot of people do a lot of things that, to me, now what we know is kind of weird for Christianity, right? But the other things outside of the God thing, I do think the social aspect of church was great. Get your news, knowing who is married, whose kids, going to whose kids is who kids, being able to help the community, social work, picking up trash, cutting down trees, somebody's in distress, building a house, like all those things I thought was a good thing socially. That's why I think with us as Black people, we don't have anything socially where we can come together like that because so many people ain't going to church, right? But that's my thing. I think church is great for that. Getting jobs, taking care of your family. Like, I do think that.
Yeah, of course. So church has a social aspect to it, a good one. Community, fellowship, and just kind of like shared goals.
Right.
I think ideally for me, I know whenever it's time for me to start family planning, I know that my family will be in church. I do understand that some concepts of church, you mentioned pastors, this kind of divine connection thing. All those things can be validly questionable.
So do you think pastors have a more divine connection than regular people?
I think that they are sincerely called by God. I don't think all pastors are, but I think if they are truly called by God, yes, I think that they have. Just like there's people in the Bible that obviously had a much closer connection to God than everyone else. And it's difficult because as a human being, we have remnants of God in us, which of course means that we do question things, we do have this sort of like pride thing and this sort of like, well, this doesn't match with my understanding. And that's why being a Christian can be so difficult because it kind of goes against your nature as a human being to say, hey, even in the face of these things that I may feel or that may feel very natural to me, I have to submit to the will of God. So for me, if my Bible tells me that there are people who are called to pastor, called to have this certain divine connection with God that maybe the rest of us doesn't have, my human side might be like, well, why is that? Well, but my spiritual side would be like, this is God's plan. I don't understand God's plan. I don't understand God at all. God constructed the entire universe, atoms, cells. I don't understand any of that.
Mhm.
So what would make me think I understand the mind of this supreme being? At the end of the day, if this is how he designed us to be, if this is how he designed the world, or he asked us to behave ourselves, then I just feel like for me, who am I to question that?
Well, how do you know if a pastor's called?
You wouldn't. I mean, you can kind of ask for discernment, I guess. Of
Do
course,
you think
making sure
God's supposed to tell you that if he's called or not?
I think you would probably be able to. I'll retract my first statement. I think you can tell by the fruit. I always say the fruit, the fruit, the fruit, the fruit. So if that pastor, if his family, if they all seem kind of like in line with God and God's principles, different things, that's usually a good sign. When he has his sermons, does he seem to kind of go off into his own kind of thing? Does he add politics into things, weird little stuff like that? Or is he just preaching the word of God? However you digest it is the way you digest it. To me, that's a telltale sign.
What pastors do you like right now? Because the pastor I like is, I think his name Michael, Philip Michael.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know what I'm talking about?
Philip Anthony Mitchell.
Is that the dark skinned guy in Atlanta?
Yeah,
I
he's
like him.
good. And I also I forget his name because it's an African name. So it's a little difficult to pronounce, but he's the pastor of the Lionheart Church in Georgia.
Mhm.
Light skinned guy. He's very biblically sound. Those two for me. And even like Marcus Rogers, he is a pastor. He is a pastor. But his role like on social media is more so just like he just kind of just like espouses the word of God.
You know who Gino is?
I know Pastor Gino, yeah.
Do you like him?
Yeah, of course. I'm always gonna be team masculine man that's like no nonsense.
Did you see what he had
Yeah.
that gay man in his church?
No. I can't imagine how that went.
Because the gay man was trying to show him biblically what homosexuality was okay.
I had one person almost try that with me. They would never admit that that's what they were trying to do
Mhm.
because to do that would admit that they are a homosexual, and I can tell they're not ready to admit that. But I was just like,
See, through all texts, that's one thing that is consistent.
it's very consistent. And it makes
Homosexuality.
sense because
Yeah.
again, if God intended for man to be with man, then he would just create two atoms. You know what I'm saying? He literally said it's not good for man to be alone.
Mhm.
And instead of saying, yeah, it's not good for you to be alone, here go another one of you. You know what I'm saying? He created woman. And that's one of the few things that women are actually literally designed to do is to be a helpmate and a partner and a counter to a man.
Mm. So this conversation about God and my beliefs, how you feel?
Well, it's not the first time we've had these conversations. I feel like for me personally,
You feel like I'm lost.
no, I just think that at the end of the day, you said that you've read a lot. I
Mhm.
can understand that sometimes reading a lot of different interpretations of the Bible can do that to a person.
Mhm.
That's why I usually try to stick with either the KJV or the NIV.
Mhm.
The NIV is more so just so I can understand it because
Yeah.
obviously the KJV is like that kind of old language and sometimes it gets a little confusing.
Mhm.
But I do feel like I just think sometimes, if I'm being honest, I don't think your arguments are completely sincere. I think you're having an intellectual argument that I don't think you would have if it were not with me. Like I feel like
What you mean?
if you weren't speaking with someone on like if we weren't having this podcast,
Okay.
I don't think you would in any way as a married man with children to in any way try to argue that you think it's okay for you to sleep with someone besides your wife. I just don't think that. I could be totally wrong. I just think that that's something that you say because you recognize that you could, like you said, cherry pick some portions of the Bible that may at best turn a blind eye to that,
Mhm.
never support it, but turn a blind eye to it. I don't think your personal conviction I think if you slept with someone besides your wife, I sincerely think that you would be convicted about that.
Yes,
And I
because
could be wrong.
I don't know, but yes, because I told her I wouldn't. But this is truly, I truly don't believe God will have an issue with you being married to multiple women. I do not believe He will have an issue with that whatsoever. Like this is me being
So if
100% true.
what's the reason why you don't have multiple wives?
I don't nothing about to me. That's what I'm saying. I think a lot of this stuff for me, nothing about two women married to two women. Jazz married to two women.
Yeah.
Some men can do it. Some men, and then I do think a lot of that is money. Like if I got a big enough compound, you go over here, go over there. Then I just think about like how women talk about, yeah, you know, me and my homegirl stayed together. Now cycle synced up. What? Now I'm thinking I got okay, you on your cycle, me and her can go over here, but y'all both on your cycle at the same time.
Because
Like,
that is
nah.
what that is what will happen.
No, and then I gotta worry about jealousy. Like it's already hard enough to if I'm spending too much time doing a podcast. Now I got a podcast and 2 wives or 3 wives. Like nothing about.
So you would accept that the only way that you would do it would be within
No.
the confines of another marriage, and you're just saying you're not willing to do that, which would still mean that you don't feel like that it would be okay for you to sleep with another woman besides your wife, because you just said you're not willing to take on 2 wives.
So you're saying even if I had 2 wives, I don't believe in sleeping outside.
No. I'm saying you just said that you're not willing to take on another wife because of all the reasons. So
Right.
that would still technically mean that you don't believe in sleeping with somebody outside of your wife currently.
No, I don't believe in it. But like I said, it's because that's the conversation that we had. Like we agree, hey, I don't sleep with nobody else. You don't sleep with nobody else. We're doing this thing, and I don't really want nobody else. I don't really want nobody else. I'm just say that.
Then why do you always go? We do this every time we pod.
Because you asked about me, but you said, do I think it's?
But that's just because we're the ones talking. So like, if you just said you don't even desire,
I don't.
to the point of that you would actually do it. Because I get, of course, the attraction. You know, you see a woman.
So you asking me to do what I cheat, basically?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
No, I just but then you could have said
why? So
but
why?
we didn't start that. We started with marriage, and you asked me why. Oh, well, you're married. You're supposed to already know you're not supposed to sleep out. And I said I disagree. I think you do have a conversation. And then I ran down. I said, hey.
If I'm being honest, yes, that is what you said, but I still hold true to the fact that I think that's disingenuous. I don't think you really mean that. Like, I don't think you really mean that simply saying, hey, even though we're married, which is this clear covenant between you, me, and God, I still have to say, don't cheat on me for it to be okay to not cheat on me.
I do believe that. And that's why I gave the example. Even if my children are growing up in church, you've been in church all the time, 15, 20 years since you've been here or whatever. If you're 15 years in, you're still a virgin, I'm still going to go back and tell you, hey, you know, fornication before sex is a sin. I'm still going to say that. And you know this. You've been here. So we all know what Christianity say before a person is even saved most of the time. They already know in Christianity, before they even walk in the door, get saved, baptized, born again, whatever, one of the tenets is fornication you're not supposed to do before marriage. And people still tell them. So that's what I'm saying. Like they still tell this thing that you're not supposed to do. So I don't know why when I say, okay, just because we're married, I don't have to say a thing. Well, why would I be telling these people that's growing up about fornication over and over again? Like that's what I'm kind of confused on why you don't think the telling part.
Yeah, and I guess that for me it was just like if you sincerely didn't believe that the marriage alone was enough to say this is an exclusive relationship, then why would you get married? Like you would have to say to yourself, this thing we're doing is a new level besides us just being boyfriend and girlfriend. And in your case, already having kids. So we're already together. We already have a child. We already probably live together. What then does marriage do if not to say, okay, this is the definitive thing that you should not be with other people and I shouldn't be with other people?
Well, I think for me, getting married was more just a social thing. I feel like we was already married, but socially, I have the same name, that type of stuff, you know, as her being my wife. I don't want her to feel like, oh, you know, she's the baby mama. You know, people will say stuff like that. But
if we
was in a different time, she would have been my wife. Because we wouldn't have had no marriage license. It wouldn't have been nothing. We would have just put some rings on our finger and walked around the street, married. Like if I'm one married and we go to Atlanta, both of us got rings on our fingers, so people just go to someone married. Like marriage is a covenant with God. I don't have to do this legal stuff, but it's legal, so it's like a social thing to show. And then like I said, life insurance, beneficiary, what
And those
happens,
are all very
live.
important things
Those are
too.
very important. But if that
God
people
talks
do
about following laws of the land
right,
and adhering to them. So
and
like
so
you know that. Like you know
but I,
that it's socially important. Like you nobody needed to tell you that. You are smart enough to recognize if I'm with this woman and we're having children and we're living together, I should fully protect her and cover her to the full extent of the law, which would be putting her under my name, under my protection, my life insurance, my this and that and the third. So like I guess not to even argue with what you're saying, but like to some men who push back against that, to me, maybe I'm just whatever I am, but I just think those are disingenuous conversations. You know how important marriage is. If you didn't know how important marriage is, then you would just do it just because you know a woman wants it. But you don't do it because you know how important it is. You know that once you do this, this is something that is supposed to be a permanent thing. That's why when men are like, oh, well, hey, we've been together all this time. We're basically married. No, we're not married. And the reason why we're not married is because you haven't asked me to marry you. You recognize the importance of this thing. That's why you're not doing it. So I feel like that's just a disingenuous conversation. That's just my
so you think because they don't do it, that means they know it's important,
definitely.
or they don't do it because they don't think it's important.
No, absolutely not.
But
Men
I'm saying,
recognize the importance of
How
marriage.
can you have one and not the other? Because
You really don't think that men recognize the importance of marriage? If they did not,
no.
and they know that women do.
No, hold on. For the sake of argument, I'm just sake of argument now, because I do think men understand the
That's all I'm
importance of
saying.
marriage, but I don't think it's not all, because a lot of men don't want to get married. More men don't think that it's important. I personally don't think the legal side of it is important, because I feel like it's a covenant with God. We can't even see the nigga. So he said we married. We don't even.
Mhm.
But like I said, socially, like of course, socially just makes sense. But what 400 years ago, we wouldn't be having no paper. Probably wouldn't even go to no courthouse or have no
400
ceremony.
years ago, we didn't have driver's licenses. I mean, at the end of the day,
Right.
there's things that we do that we
So
know are
that's what I'm
important
saying.
to do.
I guess the paper make us more married now. I don't know.
Well, it's more so like you mentioned, the covenant thing, and also being in front of witnesses, family and friends. It's a communal thing. Like, hey, we're all witnessing you guys taking these vows. So technically, we're all supposed to check each other, even though that's not socially acceptable, but it's biblical.
And that's
we're
my whole point of like the church.
Like, hey,
if you was married,
why did I see you with this lady at the movies and
right.
this is not your wife?
Right. So that would be like the social aspect. That's why I say those things would help with the church, because you know, you come to church with this lady, this woman is your wife, your kids, all that. Woo, woo. And that's why even like jumping the broom, that's supposed to signify y'all done got married, but nobody, only these 10 people saying y'all jumped the broom. Tom, Dick, and Harry over here ain't gonna even know y'all jumped the room. You know what I'm saying? I actually think I jumped the room in a wedding for the first time ever. But yeah,
really?
and I've been to plenty of weddings. We ain't even jumped the room my wedding.
Yeah, I don't plan on doing that either. But that's because I'm really big on, I don't like superstitious stuff. I feel like superstitious things are like not biblical.
Oh.
Like how people do like the whole like salt and like throwing an X on your back if they step on your heel and all that type of stuff. You never heard that? I'm from the country.
The only superstition that I know is like the brooms of your feet. You gotta spit on it.
That's what I'm saying. Spit on the broom, somebody touch your feet. Put an X on your back, somebody step on the back of your heel. No umbrellas indoors, ladders, all that weird stuff. To me, I just feel like it's like, okay, look, do I believe in God or not? Is my belief in God so limited that I'm gonna sit up here and feel like something bad is gonna happen to me because I opened an umbrella inside of that's insane.
Yeah, I think that's insane.
You know what I'm saying? But I think we've had a great podcast. I knew we would, because it's been a long time. We had a lot to cover.
We gotta really have. I'm gonna read my Bible just for you. I'm gonna bring some other books.
Well, please do. I think that's great.
Some other books,
and I will too.
What books you got?
Well, I was gonna say I was gonna keep reading my Bible. I've been reading my Bible every day, but I only read like whatever like pops up for me to read. So maybe I'll just be more intentional on like a certain kind of topic.
If you read the Bible on your phone, it ain't real though.
Why not?
It's not a Bible. It's a phone.
By that logic, you reading the Bible period isn't real, because the original thing was on like stones. But the Bible is not a stone.
See,
It's
I
a
just made up.
paper.
See, I just made up something that you got to do, and you know, I'm just saying. You want to tell the people where they can find you at real quick?
Oh, yes. At all social media platforms, Pretty J, especially Facebook, since I'm kind of popping on there now. Go ahead and make sure that you follow. But same with YouTube. I haven't given up on my baby. It's just that I gotta figure out what y'all like. Do y'all like the lives? Do y'all like pre-recorded? Do y'all like me going? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. YouTube is just a little difficult. But Pretty J on all social media platforms. I'm not on TikTok anymore. Like you can
Oh, no.
find my page, but I ain't been on TikTok in I don't know how long.
Oh,
I don't know. I just feel like that's like no shade on everything. I love no shade. I just feel like it's like teeny bopper stuff. Like every time I get like physically go on TikTok, I feel like my IQ drops like 10 points.
I agree.
I feel like the only time I get on there is if I'm about to go on vacation and I'm
Mhm.
wanting to see like what are some spots to go to. But that's just
Yeah, I agree. Anything else?
No, that's it. I've just really enjoyed this. Said has taken very good care of me. He's given me 1738
Don't tell
Remy
people that, 'cause
Martin.
now they gonna think they can come in here and just get the liquor.
No, you got to be plugged in. I've been plugged in with him for years, but I've also been taken care of very well tonight. But I will say this is warranted some Taco Bell. Like I literally,
Okay.
as soon as I leave here, I'm getting Taco Bell.
Hey, Taco Bell would have had the lettuce shit in.
I don't have to get lettuce in my cheesy gordita crunch.
Oh, but how you know if the lettuce don't touch nothing else in there? You know,
Man,
I ain't trying to scare you. Go get your Taco Bell.
I'm definitely getting that Taco Bell when I leave here.
It's the New Normal Podcast, and we out. Peace.